All right, welcome everybody. It is the final weekend for the Elite Classic 4. I'm Correctly and joined today by the wonderful Dr. Debson. How you doing, Debson?
Oh, good. Happy to be here. Happy to be back and casting some exciting games. I was catching the games last week, and it seemed like there were some wild ends to the series with double 4-3s.
Yeah, indeed. Last weekend, we of course had Lucifron up against Beastie, where Beastie did manage to win 4-3. We get the nice little overview here, so we can tell just exactly how these sets overall went. Wham vs. Entent, that was another one that, all of these sets in general, we had like some very like double, even triple victories on one side, and then the set actually did manage to go all the way to game number 7 on both sides.
Yeah, and I find it funny, Beastie takes down both of the Spanish brothers, and now is it going to be Anatan taking down both of the Canadian brothers? Do you feel like it kind of gives you any advantage playing against the brothers right before each other?
That's a good question. I mean, to be fair, Lucifron and Vortex, they do play... I want to say like both Wham and Puppy Paw and Vortex and Lucifron, they have somewhat similar playstyles, but the strengths of each of these players is a little bit more varied. While Wham, I would personally say he likes to be a little bit more raiding focused. Puppy Paw is a little bit more of a macro player. And the same can be said for Lucifron and Vortex. While Vortex is like all in all the time, Lucifron, he doesn't mind playing more of a macro game on his side as well.
Yeah, I feel like in the old days it used to always be, the Spanish brothers have those quick, aggressive timing attacks, but you'll definitely see them going into some longer games. And longer games is a thing I feel like Wham, like you said, macro-based a little bit, and it has some extended games, some extended series as well. Looking up at the head-to-head, this is a tight series that they've had between each other.
Yeah, so very even sets between them so far. Homestead Cup, of course, Puppy Paw did take a pretty well, or rather decisive victory there, 3-1. But just before that, in the GA Upset Cup, Anatan managing to win 2-0 there. And then, actually, one of the Crack Cups there. Looks like, yeah, it was the best of 5, so that was actually a final of the Crack Cup there. Puppy Paw winning 3-2 up against Anatan, so very even sets between those two.
Yeah, and then sometimes you'll see the game counts tilted one way or the other, even if the series are close. But still, this is going to be a tight one. And look at this. We already got the updated Civ drafts going on in live view. Still a few more picks left to go, as well as the maps being finalized out.
Yeah, so we already can tell which map is going to be the starting map here today. It's going to be Lipany. Looking at the civilizations that our players have picked here so far, Puppy Paw with the Tuklak, Anatan with the Delhi. Those are like some of the civilizations where I could tell they might be getting picked on Lipany. Would be some prime Lipany candidates for sure. Other than that, Sengoku and the Japanese, also civilizations that just benefit a lot from having additional berries out on the map.
Yeah, and both players, with those first bans, they said no Mali, no Zushi, two of the civs that I feel like have been not necessarily easier to play, but have that kind of play style that's just frustrating to go against, very, very strong in the meta right now. And so those are the bans for both of them, as well as we have Ottomans being banned out and KT.
That is interesting. That is interesting. Puppy Paw banning KT away from Anatan. Not even trying to rely on snipes, but just banning it out straight away. Are we going to be seeing some KT here today for Puppy Paw? It might just be the case, because realistically, like I know I've seen Anatan play KT a whole lot during practice. Yeah, Puppy Paw actually picking KT here for himself, so we might be up for some very interesting games.
Yeah, I do feel like KT's that civ that used to always be water map, hybrid map focused, and now still extended out a little bit, where you'll see them on land. It's not necessarily exactly what map they're going to be played on.
Indeed. But now we do have the full draft here between those two players, and Anatan securing himself the Ottomans and the Chinese. Golden Horde, also some prime civilizations here on his side. Puppy Paw, on the other hand side, when it comes to like top tier civilizations, having the Byzantines, the Macedonians, and French on his side. Overall, when I look at the draft, I would favor Anatan, personally.
Yeah, I mean, it is one where each like player plays quite a bit differently, but with some of these newer civilizations, I actually laugh. I played the two clock for the first time with Baltoon leading the way, and it obviously was a multiplayer game, but that seems pretty crazy if they're able to get to imp with those raider elephants.
Yeah, I know Boltoon, he really respects the Tukluk at the moment, especially in team games. Yeah, I guess they do scale very well with just being able to be left alone for a while, get those elephants up, and, you know, I say it all the time. If a civilization has access to elephants, then it's an S-tier civilization baseline.
Oh yeah, elephants. It's such a hard unit to balance the game around. I feel like they're either super OP or then they're not being built at all. We've seen that with Delhi plenty of times in meta shifts and just one patch to another where all of a sudden that's all it is elephants and elephants and more elephants, which we're all happy to see here as viewers and casters.
Indeed. Now, what else are we going to be excited to see? We're going to be excited to see the draft for the first set that's going to be coming up now. Lipany is going to be the starting map here. We do have a couple of hybrid maps that made it through into the draft. So Kawasan and Four Lakes here. Some of the hybrid maps that we'll be seeing today potentially. Other than that, mostly just open and semi-open land maps. And yeah, there we go.
We got the history. It shows exactly that. They can make elephants. They make them S tier. And then obviously you mentioned a lot of open maps. We still also do have Hill and Dale, a very closed map, but it's one that you get punished very heavily if you just stay behind your walls just because of where the gold, well, there's a ton of gold, but after your first gold veins gets eaten on up, you have quite of the expansion to break on out of, and you can end up getting shut off quite easily with some earlier aggression.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that I actually like about Hill and Dale, or rather the new version of Hill and Dale, where you have very, very little gold inside of your hill. And for anything after that, you need to go out onto the map. You need to go into the middle. Rarely is it the case that you get like gold in the corner, like or on your side. It's pretty evenly split among the middle. So I do like that. I do really like that about Hill and Dale. Still, though, it can lead to some very long games if neither player is able to shut the other player off from getting towards those central goals.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one where, it's not always just the macro boom civs that are picked there, although, it is one that you can get punished hard for it. But Lipany coming on through, you mentioned a couple of the Civ picks that you think are going to be leaned towards. Lipany is that map that still has some extra berry spawns, and looks like finally we get the update here. We are starting the semifinals with Japan versus Delhi.
All right, so Delhi being the first elephant civilization here that we will be seeing today, up against the Japanese. And I gotta say, like, this matchup, it's a little bit tough for the Japanese because they don't get normal crossbows. They get Anamusha. You need a lot of Anamusha to effectively kill an elephant, like a lot. So even to the point where it might not be realistic massing into that unit, but you might be forced to. That's going to be an interesting one if we get to that point, though. It might also just be an all-out feudal slugfest between these two.
We've seen that plenty of times with Delhi. Everyone loves those Ghazi Raiders. They're just that unit that they don't feel too different to horsemen on the outside, but when you're playing them and playing against them, you actually see just how strong the Ghazi Raiders can be.
Yeah, indeed, Ghazi Raiders. Not just having that +2 bonus damage up against heavily armored units, but also just an additional +3 base damage when up against any unit without any bonus on them whatsoever. They are, I consider them to be part of the group of the horsemen, but not really a horseman. They're more like a sofa. They're more like an in-between of a horseman and a knight. So they do carry a lot of value with them.
Yeah, it's almost like the Sipahi as well, where, you'll see plenty of times where you think Ghazi or Sipahi aren't going to be the only unit. You need that other counter unit, that support unit as well. And sometimes you'll just see them continually massed up over and over again. And there's also so many scary raids that'll end up happening where all of a sudden you lose track of a few hit your wood line, and they do so much damage.
Indeed. Now, the lobby is getting ready, so soon we'll be getting our countdown in order to get us into our game number 1. And Babson, this is going to be quite the interesting set here. But it's not the only set, of course, that we'll be having here today. I already saw it in chat. A lot of people are also looking forward to, what we regularly call the El Clasico. We do have the Beastie versus Marine Lord set happening later today. But for now, Puppy Paw versus Anaton, definitely also one that has been just a set that many people have been looking forward to. We did, of course, have Beastie facing off against two brothers in the playoffs, who mentioned it, and this is going to be the second brother that Anaton's going to be facing off here against today. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, because Puppy Paw, he had 2 buys. He went straight into the semifinals, so he had his chance to take a look at how his opponents have been playing so far. And yeah, now it's his time. Now it's his turn to play.
Yeah, if the structure of the tournament is, pushed together into one weekend, sometimes getting those buys can be the downside. Some people like the rest, but when you got this much extra time to prepare, this much extra time to practice and make sure that you have your builds down pat, and kind of some of the strategies that some players might not utilize until their tournaments, I know plenty of these players try to hide some of their practice games, make sure that some of their secret strategies that they have in mind don't get found out. I know the Spanish brothers are kind of known for that, practicing against each other a lot and not really practicing against everybody else.
Yeah, players have for sure been practicing. I know Anaton, he's been practicing a lot with Beastie as well, seeing him play on his streams from time to time. I do believe, though, that he's not just been practicing with Beastie, and we got the dog cam there as well. Always love to see it.
Yeah, he's, it's early in the morning. He wants to get his energy out, even though I feel like every time I walk in longer, he gets more energetic throughout the rest of the day. So we'll see how when he decides to end up chilling out here soon.
He does for sure have that dog in him. Looking at...
That is definitely the case.
Looking at the other civilizations here at the moment that both players have ready for themselves, obviously we do have 2 hybrid maps here. And Puppy Paw, he's got the Tuklak and the Knights Templar on his side. This could be a little bit rough for Anaton when it comes to sniping out one of these 2 civilizations, because both of them are just so phenomenal on these hybrid maps.
Yeah, they're definitely known for those hybrid civs, have so much capability to kind of take over those hybrid maps and just feel like your opponent has no chance. I feel like that happens so many times in hybrid maps where you see certain picks and you're like, all right, it feels like the game's over before it even starts. But fortunately with these, I feel like with Calasan and Four Lakes, there is obviously a little bit of the difference comparative to the some of the other hybrid maps we're used to from back in the day, Holy Island and some of the others, especially, a Cal favorite of Archipelago, which I know I don't pronounce that right at all.
Yeah, there we go. Archipelago mentioned. We do get the confetti in there.
Yeah, I always laugh whenever there's a water map. Cal's going to be in the back of our ears wanting to cast, wanting to commentate himself over there.
Yeah, I wonder when we're going to be seeing Water Drake again.
That's twice now. Twice now that map's been mentioned this week. I mentioned it to Cal earlier when we were playing games in the week, and yeah, let's hope that map never comes out.
Oh, okay. Surely it's one rework away from being great. I can feel it.
One rework. Yeah. We'll go with that. And by one rework, I think you mean make it a whole different map.
That's another option. That's another option entirely, of course. All right, just less than 1 minute away now from being able to jump into our first game. This is a best of 7. We did have best of 7s as well during the last weekend, but yeah, we're past the best of 5 stage now for certain, and that means that we're now also at a point where players can also, or rather need to think a little bit about their strategy when it comes to the Civ picks, at least a lot more when it comes to the Civ drafting, where that becomes a lot more important. Sometimes you, of course, have those situations where you might want to be able, or might want to be in a position where you can pick an objectively weaker Civ into a stronger civilization. And if you're able to win games like that, you're going to be setting yourself up for great success down the line, as you're going to then have stronger civilizations available to yourself. But enough of that. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to be jumping into our first game of the day. And here we go, everybody. It is Lipany, and we're watching VES Anatant in the color yellow playing as the Delhi Sultanate. His opponent, none other than Puppy Paw, in the color red, playing as the Japanese. And what is this opening here from Anatant? Do we have no mosque opening from him, or is he... Okay, never mind. He's building it right now. I was a little bit worried there for a second. Typically, the mosque is one of those buildings that you want to be rushing up as soon as possible with the Delhi. But, you know, a clever architect like Anatant, he first wants to get a good look in at his base and then decide on where would be the most optimal spot for that mosque to be placed on.
Yeah, you got to get those technologies going a little bit quicker, although, you know, he's playing against a person that I still remember from back in the day, forgot his technologies, and still ended up winning with the Delhi Sultanate. So, you know, it's one of these that can go back and forth, but you can already see Wheelbarrow, most key upgrade for all of these players queued up already, and efficient production as well.
Getting those free upgrades in nice and early. Of course, being a very nice boon here to the Delhi. And look at that. Anatant, he did expect a potential Dark Age rush from his opponent. So did manage to put up a couple of walls early on. Didn't get confirmation on the barracks yet, so he's going to be finishing up those walls. But alas, Puppy Paw, he did not decide to go for the Dark Age rush. So already just getting a little bit of value out of Anatant for, well, no investment at all.
Yeah, it's one of those that you have to respect it. If you don't immediately go scout it on out, dropping those walls will be great, but also you follow that up, and did you look at Anatan's side? He is so well protected with those walls. He can drop like the shortest wall on the back left side where Puppy Paw just ran through, and his whole base is seemingly protected, although not a lot of valuable resources on the back side. Really needs to have the east side more protected, but still allows him an easy spot to focus in on, and a lot of, you know, no secret raids from the backside coming early on in.
Yeah, that is true, 100%. But, oh, look at that. We're getting a Coca Township in from Puppy Paw early on here. And suddenly, just like that, those early walls from Anatant, they're not going to be all that protective anymore, considering that these Shinobis, they can jump right on over them.
Indeed, jump right on over, but then, you know, they're going to be stuck behind those walls for a little bit of time, so as long as Anatant can get some correct units to deal with those Shinobi, shouldn't be that difficult. I feel like whenever I see the Coca, it seems so scary early on, and then a little bit of time goes by, and you're like, okay, now it feels like it's just kind of a, not necessarily worthless landmark, but close to it.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe there could be like an argument made for giving barracks the ability to produce Shinobi as well, or something like that. Just to, like, have a means of scaling the production. Although, then again, like, do you really want to mass Shinobi? I guess there could be, like, an argument made to have it as a raiding unit at later stages into the game, but I guess early on, it's just a little nice to have unit to try and get, like, 1 or 2 villager kills early on.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of one of those, it seems nice, it, you know, it seems effective, but we all know what he is giving up by going to Coca Township. There's a lot of, you know, free food farms that spawn, which, you know, as Japan starts to scale and get their TC upgrades, just becomes more and more effective. But Lipany, a map you can see where his food sources are quite close, shouldn't be too difficult to protect once those Ghazi start flowing on out.
Yeah. There it is, age up has been completed for Puppy Paw. First free Shinobi, immediately going to be in queue. Anatant is going to be aging up with the Dome of the Faith on his side. We have been seeing a lot more play when it comes to Tower Victory recently, with the added change of the Tower Victory now also functioning as a blacksmith. But in this matchup, Anatant deciding to age up with the Dome of the Faith here on his side. We'll immediately be getting some additional scholars in queue here, as well as all of those free upgrades, of course.
Yeah, do you feel like this is one where he saw his, you know, protected base, he walled up the gold and says, oh, you know what, this shouldn't be too difficult for me to just, you know, have some more on the gold, this safe gold that he invested into, making sure he can pump that scholar production and try to get up to castle to match that, you know, scary Japanese castle like we see so often.
Maybe, but he still has to react to those Shinobis, and there is going to be that stable play now, coming in from Anatant. When you go for the Ghazi Raiders up against Shinobi, you do, of course, have that ability of pulling the Ghazi Raider back again and just heal him back up, because Shinobis do actually trade very nicely up against the Ghazi Raider. There it is. Shinobi is going to be jumping over that wall. And, oh, are we going to be seeing a little grenade throw here? There it is. And that is going to be pausing that upgrade. Oh my god, that is actually value. Delaying Sanctity here by at least 30 seconds. Okay, that's good. That's good value right there.
Yeah, also getting a little bit of idle time, pushing the villagers off the berries since they exhausted those closer berries, but now has that Ghazi to worry about, has the second Shinobi that just blinked on over. They do a ton of damage, so not only will this be slowing down the Sanctity from the mosque destruction, but also forces the Scholar to jump out of the Dome of the Faith, start to heal up those units. Doesn't seem like much, but it's all these little things that really start to add up longer and longer. There's so many times with RTS games where just a few seconds can be the difference.
And now Puppy Paw hiding those Shinobi on that little cliff inside of Anaton's base. Getting a little gate now into that wall segment for Anaton, so he's going to be able to send his knights outside. And are we going to be getting confirmation whether the units can actually path over there? Okay, there is a second hole on that side next to the tree line. It's not just the hole at the bottom, so you actually do need two little wall segments there in order to close that off completely.
Yeah, a total of like 20 wood. It's just more of the journey and the trek that villager is going to have to take. Fortunately, now we can see for Anatan's sake, Puppy Paw's trying to move on around, and this is such the frustration when it comes to Lipany. You know, there's so many times where these wall segments just make that path so much longer than what it would be on a map like Dry Arabia.
Archer range now also being made by Anaton, but Puppy Paw behind this. He already... Oh my god, we're seeing the jump from the Shinobi. That's going to be two villagers down immediately. Make that three. Great pickoff there by Puppy Paw and Anaton. He's starting to make archers, but Puppy Paw already has 5 horsemen out on the field. And Sanctity, once again, is going to get delayed here. Big pickoff by Puppy Paw, and now Anaton, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, no access to gold for the foreseeable future. Gate being built, and Anatan really needs to start pumping his unit numbers up. But like you said, Puppy Paw, he just feels a step ahead. Not only are there 5 horsemen out, there's 5 more in queue. He is ready to just keep this more of a feudal age game, which doesn't always seem the game plan of Japanese, but that's one where these players have their strategies, have their matchups, and ready for what's in stake.
It makes just so much sense when you're considering that the Delhi Sultanate are just such a feudal age powerhouse once they like really get control over some of these sacred sites, and Puppy Paw not even allowing Anaton the option to remotely play into that strength of the Delhi here in this game. Trades here and there.
Yep, solid micro. Those 4 Ghazi will beat out the 4 horsemen. Not to mention, we'll be able to go back home and heal on up. But Puppy Paw, he's just going to ignore those for now, wants to continue to push on forward.
Next up, a transition into some samurai as well. Interesting. So Puppy Paw really going ham here when it comes to the feudal age army. Now adding in the samurai. The samurai would be a great front lineup against the spearmen as well if there would be a spearman switch from Anaton at some point.
Yeah, this is one, though, that I feel like these players, they key in on their mobility, and that's where you can already see Anatan going for a little bit of a berry raid on the backside. He scouted it out. He sees Puppy's wall and sends 4 Ghazi right on over to those berry bushes, so might be some return damage here that Anatan's able to pick up.
And that is much needed. Puppy Paw, he hasn't reacted yet. Loses 2 villagers. That is going to be the 3rd villager here. Even villager count now between those 2, but it looks like Puppy Paw might be in a position where he could lose 1 to 2 more villagers here. Gets 1 more villager kill, but now has to run away, but does get the information that Puppy Paw has started investing into samurai.
Yeah, and this also is nice, makes Puppy Paw kind of be on the back foot a little bit. We talked about, you know, the food resource being around his base, not a thing early on because of that feudal age Koka Township choice, and Anatan decides to punish that exact thing with those Ghazi.
Exactly. Anaton, he's still amassing up the archers and the Ghazi raiders. We do have the most important first blacksmith upgrade in for Anaton, the +1 pierce damage on his side. Luckily for Puppy Paw, even though Anaton has spread those deer out, he has access to the farmhouses, so it's worthwhile for him to make those either way. So it's not the worst that all of those deer are spread out on his side. couple of Shinobi are going to get sniped inside the base from Anatant, but it's not the end of the world here. The numbers from Puppy Paw really building up.
Yeah, Anatan's been able to kind of make some solid trades, trying to definitely equalized with the villager pickups, but now you can kind of see the archers just massing up in the base makes the Shinobi feel so much less effective here. You know, no longer easily able to blink over those walls and try to immediately take down the gold villagers when Anatan just has a mass of archers chilling, ready and waiting.
Yeah. Now, finally, we are going to be seeing the Spearman transition here for Anatant. Also, Pro Scouts is about to be finished up, so he's starting to invest into some additional scouts on his side. He is definitely going to need some more safe food inside of his base. Food should soon be running out for him, so it's going to be troublesome if he can't get a little bit more map control at this point.
Yeah, and even though, you know, Puppy Paw does have that horseman mass that is quite scary, a lot of those front side horsemen are quite damaged up. I mentioned the Shinobi getting blinked, but the archers got pulled on away, so should be another blink onto the gold vein, potentially. More villagers probably falling here.
Yeah, 2 more villagers end up biting the dust there. And just like that, Puppy Paw once again taking the villager lead here. Shinobi running to the backside here. There is no fall, or at least not fully built yet. Now we got the Uma Bannerman for Puppy Paw, so suddenly all of these horsemen will do similar damage that the Gazi Raiders would be doing. And the Shinobi numbers, not Shinobi numbers, the Samurai numbers are starting to build up. Fight is being taken here.
Yeah, significant amount of horsemen. I don't see too many spears into the mix, and Puppy Paw decides to just go ahead and take it and cleans up house. There's so many Gazi fall. All of the spears fall down as well. Anatan, even though the numbers seem okay, there's so many archers, and Puppy Paw has so many units that are solid against that archer mass.
Exactly, and he's just getting dragged left and right here. We can tell Anatant he really wants to get to those berries, but he just cannot afford to move out there right now. He is struggling for food, and behind all of that, look at Puppy Paw. He's getting ready to age up to the castle age here. Anatant, he's just getting bullied right now in this match.
Yeah, and struggling for food just means there's only really going to be archers made, which we just talked about it. You know, Puppy Paw making all the units to deal with archers very, very easily, and now cutting that production, and soon we will see some mounted samurais, which those archers aren't going to do a thing to.
We do have a good amount of archers.
Focus on that food denial.
Yeah, we do have a good amount of archers, but there it is now. Floating gate is going to be coming in. Once that hits, Anatant, he is so far away from aging up here anytime soon. I wouldn't hold it against him if he's just going to call the game here at that point, because now once again, Puppy Paw just dragging him to one side and then attacking on the other, causing so much idle time.
You know you're in a good position when you're aging up to castle and still able to keep up the aggression. Doesn't feel like you're behind in units. Doesn't feel like you're, you know, behind. And Puppy Paw, even like you said, splitting into 2 different groups and just using that mobility to its fullest effect with how, you know, immobile those archers can be.
There it is. Age up has come in. What is going to be the direction here from Anatant? It's not really in a position to really move out after all the trades that he's been taken. Looking at the destruction value, it is actually slightly in the lead for Anatant, but so many villagers did go down in between. There was also a bunch of idle time on the TC from Anatant, so that lead actually got extended a good bit. I guess that's the cause just from not having any food access inside of his base. And now, Shinto Priest going to be moving out onto the map to secure those relics behind this. Veterancy on the Horseman, veterancy on the Shinobi has been complete as well, so that's going to be a lot more armor now. And Puppy Boy, he's free to move out onto the map and secure all of those berries with that insane food gather speed from the Japanese.
Yeah, it's, you know, this map generation for Anatan, it's a blessing and a curse. You know, it has all that food to the eastern side, but the less safe side, and it just makes it an easy spot for Puppy Paw to continually cut off. Still keeping up that aggression. Last few Shinobi will probably fall here, but on the other side, we have another attack on top of the deer dropped off at the town center. And Puppy Paw just taking up that town center fire, not worrying about it at all. More idle time, more food that just is not being gathered for Anatan.
Anton is hunkering down on his army composition. More spearmen, more Ghazi Raiders, more archers. And Ghazi Raiders, of course, they are the one unit that Anton can make here that still has or retains a little bonus up against those samurai. You can tell, actually, they do a pretty decent job, even an age behind, up against them.
Yeah, is that feeling, though, where just numbers don't tell the true story, because you look at Anatan's numbers on his military side, and you're like, wow, he's got a ton of units, and then you realize that, 30 of them are feudal archers, and Puppy Paw is making these armored units, has 2 upgrades into ranged defenses, so just going to be so hard for Anatan to actually do consistent damage over here, especially if Puppy Paw gets some time to get his numbers up.
Yeah, the issue, though, for Puppy Paw is he doesn't have all of his army together here right now and doesn't have that many units, so the additional mass from Anton that he has here actually leads him to a point where he's taking a very good trade here. At the same time, though, Puppy Paw also, once again, hitting the fruit from Anton. This has been a reoccurring theme here the entire time. Anton just getting pulled apart on the sides and always needing to run back home to deal with these raids, and actually, right now, not really dealing with them too well. A couple of additional villages are going down. We do have textiles in for Anton, which, of course, has been researched for free. A little bit of idle time now being caused. Anton, he's not running back. He's relying solely on reinforcements to try and deal with those samurai inside of his base, alongside some of those scholars for healing. And he is actually able to push Puppy Paw out of his base. And now, Anton is the one that is inside of Puppy Paw's base.
You can see Puppy Paw using the market, trading off some of those resources. He needs to be able to stabilize, needs to be able to hold this so bad. But Anatan, does he really have the mass that he can dive TC, can dive outpost fire? There are a few scholars here to help heal that up. Puppy Paw forced to take the fight in front of his base. He is deciding to continually hold those off the best he can. Anatan's numbers slowly dwindling without reinforcements continuing to come.
They are dwindling, but he has been able to idle out a lot of the economy for Puppy Paw for a significant amount of time. He has been able to stop him from picking up more relics, as one of the Shinto priests did fall earlier. But as you say, it's still such a bleak situation for him at the moment. A lot of his economy right now is idle. 7 villages on food, 31 on gold. That is a common B and Anaton strategy, where they just they don't have access to other resources, so just get gold and try and trade out.
Yeah, and we saw Puppy Paw trading, so I'm wondering what those values are when it comes to the market. This is where Puppy Paw ran away with all his villagers. He has 2 different berry spots that he jumped to. Fortunately, one has an outpost, and like we said, and a sprinkled emplacement upgraded on it. So just not easy for Anatan to do long-standing damage without losing this unit mass that is so crucial to him holding.
At any point in time, Puppy Paw, he could just go into full samurai, and that is something that Anatan could probably not be dealing with. Archers now getting cleaned up.
Shivs being pulled out to help on out, and you can see it. Anatan now only has 11 archers on the field, 6 spears. I mean, there's more mounted samurais than spears here. Obviously, that number will change in a bit, but Anatan is light years away from castle, it feels like.
Yeah, this is still very rough for him. He's trading out resources left and right in order to get some units onto the field. And sure, he's going to be able to deal with the spearmen up against the mounted samurai. But the normal samurai, now that the Ghazi Raiders are out of the picture, that's going to be not so easy for him.
Yeah, no more massive unit mass of those archers as well, and just like you said, more and more aggression here coming from Puppy Paw. Another set of reinforcements coming on in. Puppy Paw going to take this fight, and the question is, yep, there it is. Anatan finally throws in the towel. Puppy Paw takes the series lead, 1-0 starting off. Always feels good when you start off on that good note to the tourney day.
Yeah, what a good note it was. Look at the total resource gathered there. 5,000 more resources for Puppy Paw here with the Japanese up against the Delhi Sultan. What an action-packed game here from start to finish, with the Shinobi coming in immediately. And Anatan just, I'm not sure if he didn't see it coming, but he just didn't have the tools in order to deal with this all-out aggression from Puppy Paw. I guess the archer play was just not working out. I guess it was necessary because there were the shinobi. But when you just look at the immediate follow-up of the horsemen, it was just such a bleak army composition for him. And yeah, losing those 3 villagers immediately, that just hurts a ton.
Yeah, earlier in the game, that's so much more effective than losing 3 villagers at the 20-30 minute mark. But it feels like, Anatan assumed what Puppy Paw was doing early on with those early walls. You expect the spears into, a follow-up with Castle. And Puppy Paw, instead, he respected the Delhi, respected the way that they play the game, which is such a heavy feudal age composition. Knew that if the Ghazi mass got too scary, then, if the fast castle mounted samurais can still be punished heavily. So decided to play that feudal game, and the feudal game played out so well, still giving him the ability to go up to castle with just some ease and not as much worry on his side.
Yeah. Next up, though, we are going to be moving over to Coastal Cliffs. We can already tell the draft here so far. It is going to be the French for Puppy Paw up against the Golden Horde from Anatan. So we'll most likely see a good bit of feudal age fighting going on here between these two civilizations. Of course, the Golden Horde, they are a civilization that doesn't mind a long feudal age at all. They got such a great transition from feudal age to castle age while still just amassing an absolute ton of units. It's going to be interesting to see, as both these two civilizations typically, well, not when fighting each other, but when fighting other civilizations, they both love to go for archers and heavy cavalry.
Yeah, and I mean, also, with French especially, you'll see them stick it out in feudal much longer when the opponent might be castle age, and they're able to do so because of that heavy cav, just like you were saying. Sniped out Ottomans, sniped out Macedonians on either side, and you can tell that Ottomans, Anatan it was known for that civilization, playing it for a while when no others wanted to, but Ottomans isn't just that civ that he's used to now. It's definitely one of the stronger ones in the meta people are afraid of as well. As you can see, he banned it out from Puppy Paw.
Yeah. Ottomans, I wonder if we're going to be getting to see them at all today.
I feel like this is one of those that we might see the end of the day, and it's just like, yeah, they got sniped out 4 different times in the series that they got left open, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see that happen. But that also allows Anatan to kind of play around the maps even better, where he knows that he can kind of have one of these 2 stronger civs when it comes to a lot of these open maps, these aggressive maps. And Coastal Cliffs is just that, dry Arabia with a third of the map gone essentially.
All right, time to jump into our second game here of the day. Puppy Paw with the French up against Anatan, playing as the Golden Horde, and Puppy Paw going to be moving out early with a lot of villagers and is going to be looking for those early deer. French love to do this at the moment just because Pro Scouts, it delays your other timings a lot. So just going for it right away, or rather just going for the deer right away, means that for some reason, if you aren't able to keep map control, you're still going to have a ton of sheep underneath your TC to fall back on.
Yeah, it makes it just nice and easy. You also get to start rallying the sheep, go and take those deer early on, and it really doesn't delay up your feudal age timing, really, if you find those deer early. I remember B, back in the day, used to always be one of the ones that would take the deer early. Right when he found the first deer pack, he'd already have, 5-6 villagers running on out that way. With Coastal Cliffs, a little bit easier to find that first deer pack as well. So Puppy Paw already got survival techniques, gonna have some lovely gathering there. And it's always interesting, especially in the Dark Age, when you go out on the deer early, it feels like you have no food, and then all of a sudden the 6 villagers drop off and you're like, oh, I can click up now.
That's how it is with them. That is legitimately how it is with the Golden Horde. But of course, the first age up is going to be taking a little bit of time. It always feels like just the Dark Ages where Golden Horde is the most vulnerable. Mostly players tend to go for the OVO, though, rather than trying to harass them on gold.
Yep, exactly here. And one thing on this map, as you can see, stone veins are not really in abundance like the other maps. Each side, I believe, has 2, somewhat safer ones, and then there's one contested in the middle. Look at the one all the way in the left corner for Anatan's side. It's literally, I don't even know if
yeah, I mean, It's also nice and safe, though, with this position, isn't it? I wonder if Puppy Paw has even scouted that. Can we take a look at Puppy Paw's line of sight? Has he spotted out that there is stone all the way in the court? No, he doesn't know. It's too safe. It is too safe of a stone.
But Anatan doing a little bit of deer pushing.
He's flaming him.
Yeah, gonna probably. Paul was. Yeah, he was trying to smack the sheep, get a little bit of extra food near there that he can stay gathering on up. But good, solid job by Anatan to make that deer gathering just a little bit more annoying. Deer pushing, not quite the thing that it used to be, but still very effective. Still very easy to get that first jump, maybe second jump in as well.
And there's a lot of additional gather time there for those villagers, a lot more walking time for them. Of course, the French should be a civilization that can easily afford wheelbarrow to help out a little bit with that. And considering that you already carry a lot of food from the deer, it's not the end of the world walking a couple of steps more. Age-ups are going to be halfway completed this time. It's going to be the School of Cavalry and the Khan and Torguds for the Golden Horde. No surprises here. Probably the most common age-ups for these civilizations. I mean, not just probably. It's whenever are you going to see French aging up with the Chamber of Commerce? That maybe happens on Hill and Dale, but that's a unique scenario for sure.
Yeah, if you can get the market spawn over more towards the middle in your corner on Hill and Dale, maybe. There was a time where some people tried to argue for it on Frisian Marshes at times, but not really seeing that as much anymore too with the changes there. But School of Cav, not too long from finishing, will have those heavy Cav units starting to come out. You can already see Puppy Paw's resources in the bank, has him perfectly ready to queue those up, and usually you'll also see French follow that up with a few extra of the eco upgrades since they are so cheap, easily to afford them without, idling out that School of Cav production.
There it is, first age up has come in. Anatan immediately opting for the barracks. Definitely something that he will need, as that knight is going to be sure to be coming out from the French early on. Now immediately also be queuing up that Batu Khan. Probably some Torguds right after.
Yep, not too surprising there. The big question is we talked about Puppy and his scouting. I believe, okay, Anatan has scouted over the cornerstone, has a villager moving on out to build the second Uvu as well.
And still not found by Puppy Paw at this point. So that Uvu is pretty safe for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel so weird. Like, so many times with scouting, you can see Puppy Paw's vision. He's like, all right, I got the whole map scouted. And, like, you don't always expect a resource tucked that far into the corner, especially one that is so key for a civilization. Two of those spears did run right past that first French knight.
Small spears in queue, but yeah, I guess he just also wants to get Puppy Paw off those deer. The issue with that is that just the two spearmen are not going to be enough to achieve that. The second Anton gets, or rather Puppy Paw gets a couple of knights, and they're going to be able to jump onto those spears. Villager did just get spotted out by the scout there. So maybe Puppy Paw is going to realize that maybe there's still an Uvu somewhere hidden nearby. And Batu Khan, he's so tanky early on. He doesn't mind tanking a couple of shots there from a knight, but now that the second knight comes, joins him as well, maybe he has to think about taking that fight.
Yeah, two spears there as well. We all know that you typically need double the spear count to end up fighting those French royal knights, but there's an archer here right in time for Puppy Paw as well. I'd love to see what's going through Puppy Paw's head when he saw that villager. He's like, where did he just come from? I'm so confused what he was doing. Surely he might have somewhat of an idea. Hey, maybe I should fully scout that corner, see what is going on, and looks...
we're so close. We're so close, Dabson.
Oh my gosh. Still has no idea.
We're not going to see that scouted for the rest of the game, I can tell you that.
No reason to at this point. You have to use the. I mean, you don't have to, but you these pro players need information. Information is so key in RTS games. You got to be able to react, be able to constantly kind of scout your opponent's army, his positioning and whatnot, and that's exactly what Puppy Paw is trying to do with that scout as of now. Wants to find a spot to pick up a villager or two. Looks like some knights in the wood line. First village didn't get a charge in, so doesn't get the immediate kill. And great body block here from Anatan, and Micro to pull 2 more lower health villagers back. French Knights are taking a beating from the town center. Circle back around, though, for another charge. That one almost takes down a villager,
close.
but at the cost of both Knights going to go down.
That is big. If he had managed to keep those Knights alive, Chivalry could have healed them back up. And that would have still been a lot of very low health villagers over on Anton's side. Now, not going to be the case. And suddenly, great reaction though from Puppy Paw as well on the charge there from Anaton's Tallgoods and the Khan. Immediately able to pull the villager back.
Effectiveness of Wheelbarrow is so crazy. It feels like those villagers can, outrun Cav plenty of times when it comes to those reactions. And again, see that villager pulled right on back. So Anatan has to be feeling pretty good about picking up, knowing that there's 2 less French Knights out onto the map, trying to get some return damage on the other side. Clearly knows, that archer play is happening. Puppy Paw getting close to the time where you can start one-shotting spears.
Yeah, Lombos, you just need 10 of them. Archers, probably more like 12 archers to be able to one-shot a spearman. Puppy Paw is getting close, as he said. Knight still won't be in a good position to take this fight. He's going to pull back in time. And Anatant, he's still just making spearmen. I feel like at some point, maybe Kashix could also be a choice for him. And Puppy Paw going on to the boar here. But, villagers being left alone as the Knights go to try and... Oh my god, okay, villager goes down. Puppy Paw getting distracted inside of his base as there's gonna be some attack happening on the deer from the looks of it, and the gold.
Yeah, it's just one of those that, and not only that, sends all of the Knights back to deal with that raid from Anatan, and Anatan just runs on away. Might not have the knowledge that, a Vill went down on the boar, but it's crazy to see French dead even in the villager count here, with their little bit of some faster production speed and, attempted raids that you usually see them kind of nickel and diming your opponent until all of a sudden it's a massive villager lead.
Yeah. Now, granted, Anaton with the Golden Horde also gets a small bump when it comes to the villager production speed. But of course, not being able to quite catch up to the French one. Looks like the Scout is not going to get taken down. Barely survives with a sliver of health left. But still, Anaton, right now, he doesn't have an answer to the army composition here from Puppy Paw at all. We're seeing some Crash coming in. That's going to be bolstering the Torgut at least a lot more, but the Spearman, not so much.
Yeah, it's one, like you said, expect some Keshix to be coming on out, but hasn't yet decided to do so. I will say the Golden Horde, it typically, as the game continues to go on with these fortified outposts, it's that situation where all of a sudden it's going to be close to impossible for Puppy Paw to try to sneak in some raids just because of the condensed map and the amount of vision that those provide.
Still investing heavily into Knights. We're now also starting to see some Blacksmith upgrades coming in. The +1 pierce damage. Soon to be completely researched there. Also just splitting up the army here. 1 Scout, 1 Knight again. Out and about on the prowl. Looking for potential damaging opportunities. And with 8 villagers on gold. Feels like a Castle Age transition is imminent. Or at least he tries to go for it. Archer's going to be able to find some pickoffs there.
Yeah, 4 spears get a little bit too out of position there. Will lose all of those, and this is going to be scary. Like you said, Anatan was thinking about Castle. With another drop-off of those 8 villagers, would have enough for it, but immediately has to spend those resources. Gets a brace in on the Knight. Another Knight picked up. A few more spears do fall down, but maybe Castle delayed, feeling like the pressure is coming. And speaking of pressure, the Boar villagers have a charge go in, but not quite any Vills that go down.
Exile's definitely a worthwhile investment at this point. And now we're also seeing the first stockyard come in for Antant. Get a little bit of that continuous food income. In safely next to his town center. Knight's still looking for raids alongside the archers, and it's not an army that Anton can really fight at the moment, but for finally seeing the first batch of Keshix in queue now for Anatan. That is going to be the unit that can bring him back into this game. Still raids going on here at the moment. Looks like that villager did go for an extra lap, and that might cost him dearly. Actually, I might barely able to escape there as well. But fight. Almost being taken here.
Pathing in the game can be so frustrating. And speaking of pathing, Puppy Paw constantly bouncing in between on that wood line. You know, yeah, it has been taking a little bit of damage from the fortified outpost from the TC, and Anatan feels like he needs to make sure these villagers don't go down. So taking the fight under the fortified outpost, sends the spears on forward. Is this going to be enough to hold? Those French knights are just so tanky. That might just be the end of it. This is going to be a fortified outpost going down. This is going to be very hard for Anatan to have some safer food.
There's more Keshiks coming in. It's just that Anatan doesn't have the time to wait for all of the Keshiks out there. Did pull the remaining spearmen inside of his base now to try and hold this position. Oh, a couple of knights are getting braced here. That's going to be 2 knights going down. Puppy Paw did manage to reduce the numbers of the spearmen greatly. Also caused a lot of idle time. I'm not sure if it was 100% worth it for him here. Question is now, Chivalry, is it already in for him? Did he research it at all, or... I don't think he got the research in yet. No, it is in queue though. So once that comes in, that's going to be a lot of injured knights. They're going to be able to be healed back to full again.
Yeah, I thought he was actually, once Anatan came back with the extra units, I thought he was about to just turn tail and get those knights healed on up, but Chivalry was not in yet. Such an expensive upgrade. You don't really want to be getting it early. You don't want to be getting it until it's needed. You would rather be sinking those resources into more and more knights, but with the healing now that'll be coming on through, that's essentially another 6 or 7 knights that'll be back to full in no time over there.
Yeah.
Another fortified outpost.
Oh, Anatan, he moved out to a separate gold vein. Has been found there by Puppy Paw. Loses stable. Not sure if he canceled that in time. And a scout.
Didn't look like it. Another fortified outpost goes down. Anatan trying to get some walls on the west side as well. So really just trying to get that safer base where he can go up to castle. He's got 600 gold in the bank. Not sure if he's just going to hold on to this until castle. And there we go. We can see some more upgrades as well. Puppy Paw just keeping up that pressure. And look at him. Guildhall going down behind this through all the pressure. So this is back-to-back games that, you know, the feudal age has been invested into heavily, and Puppy Paw, first one to castle with keeping the aggression up. Does pull back those knights, does pull back the archers now.
Yeah. This is not something that you typically expect to be in a situation in, as the Golden Horde being the last one to age up behind feudal age pressure, just because they always have such a clean age up timing, I feel like, or at least such a clean path to age up while making a lot of military units. But the trade out just hasn't been working great here for Anatan so far. He felt the need to reinvest, but behind all of this though, he still has a clear path to his own castle age transition. The issue with it is though, Golden Horde just takes a while to age up.
Yeah, and not only that, Puppy Paw did go with the Guildhall, so if the game does go longer and longer, you see so many times that Castle turns into Imperial Age in the blink of an eye when you just continually let the resources sit, continue to bank, compound that interest that it earns. A minute 40 until the Muscovy Yasak. It will be finished, so plenty of time for Puppy Paw to try to have a timing attack. He's just waiting for a few more of those upgrades to come through.
Veterans in the Knights has just been reset. We're also getting Candled Saddles in for some additional attack damage on those Knights after a successful charge. Veterancy on the Archers in queue as well, alongside the +1 Pierce damage. That's going to be a ton of very heavy hitting upgrades. And he will want to take this engagement before Anatan gets the age up in, because the Muscovy Yasak, of course, providing that +2 Pierce armor on the Knights from Anatan. Once that comes in, the Knights, or rather the Archers, they're not going to retain as much value anymore.
Yep. Anatan denied from the boar up front and forward. A fortified outpost getting taken down, so a lot of vision denial here that will be on that northern side. But with the walls down, Anatan really knows that there's not a ton of places that Puppy Paw can attack from now other than up front and forward. There's still another fortified outpost in the wood line as well, so plenty of safe spots, plenty of garrison spots for Anatan's villagers.
And he has to make way while Puppy Paw's army is in front of his base. Another fortified outpost is going to get taken down. The real question is, though, what can he really throw in Puppy Paw's way once his own age up comes through? There's not too many knights on Anatan's side. He's got a lot of spearmen. I feel like with this added army composition here, Puppy Paw is going to be in a much better spot. Garrison's coming in inside of the TC. Age up, now finishing up as well.
Here's armor level 2 finishes up for Puppy Paw right as he's taking this dive. You know, you can see the timing, you can see the planning of this. His knights are just barely getting tickled by that TC fire, but Anatan, he knows he has to wait to take the fight.
It's just a little bit longer. We're now also seeing Arbaletria in queue for Puppy Paw, alongside even more knights. And is this the moment now where Puppy Paw decides to take an engagement? Upgrades aren't all in yet for Anatan. Puppy Paw has the archers in position.
Oh my gosh, villagers on the gold. Puppy Paw, he decides to do a little bit of the burning instead of trying to dive that, but this is such a key timing. He is about to force Anatan to take this fight if he decides to dive, but might just pull back away. Plenty of arrow fire coming on in. Again, this is another game where Anatan is just in a chokehold. There's not a lot of room for him to spread out, not a lot of places that he can gather safely.
Yeah, and a lot of villagers, not villagers, but a lot of spearmen did just get taken down in that last little altercation between the two. Puppy Paw barely lost any knights on his side. We're now at the point where Puppy Paw has more knights than Anatan has spears.
That is never a spot you want to be in. Puppy Paw also taking down all of those fortified outposts, so less garrison spots, less vision, and he actually is the one dropping an outpost up front and forward, so we'll be able to start getting that himself. Stockyards being idled out. Puppy Paw just burning down the main TC, making sure those 12 villagers aren't able to gather from food because he knows he's denying the food on the front side of Anatan's base. A dive going in. Knights just doing a great job of just soaking up that front line, allowing the archers to continue to thin out that spear mass. Every time they turn, 1-2 spears fall, and it really just, as you said, has impacted this where Puppy Paw now has double the knights that Anatan has spears.
And the food income is also just so low at the moment for Anatan. All of the idling here has really paid off for Puppy Paw in this game. Keshik is going to find a small little raid here on the gold vein from Puppy Paw. He does notice though and is going to be able to pull those villagers back. Not too many lost there at that point in time. Yeah, just no food income at all right now for Anatan. He is struggling to produce more units at this point in time. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw just pumping out more and more knights.
Yeah, it's one of those that, you know, walls feel great because you're like, oh, now my base is protected, but walls don't feel great when all of the food that you need is on the front side and then your TC is getting dove upon where all your stockyards are. So just no food income for a while for Anatan and really starting to impact these military numbers to go along with the trades that Puppy Paw's been taking. Very, very clean games so far for Puppy Paw, even though obviously a lot of fighting on either side.
Outpost coming up at the front side from Puppy Paw. He's really locking down the side. Now also has some Springleton placements in there as well. And this knight count just always healing. There's just so many green plus signs floating about those knights. So Puppy Paw just getting a ton of value out of the healing factor there as well. A ton of little Wolverines out there on the field, healing all of those flesh wounds. A little dive onto the gold, but Anatan's actually looking for the deer villagers there, but I do expect there to be a couple of outposts there. Actually, no. Puppy Paw losing some villagers. A lot of villagers, actually.
Yeah, some good return damage. You know, Anatan's giving himself time. And time is, you know, so scary, but also time is making that guild hall start to build further and further and further. So I'm sure there's 1,000+ resources sitting in there. Defensive keep to reduce the cost of units even further for him.
That hurts so much when you see it as Anatan. And that's so much food already. inside of the guild hall. Yeah, I mean, Puppy Paw, he is soon in a position where he can just age up to the Imperial Age, and with just 2 sacred sites on this map, it doesn't take a lot to lock those down as the French.
Yeah, Puppy Paw deciding to drop a second TC near those deer, near that spot that Anatan decided to dive with the 1 outpost, but villager number overall basically even. Just military numbers is getting scarier and scarier and scarier. Anatan just does not have a true answer for the mass that Puppy Paw has. Yeah, 20 crossbows sound great, but not when there's 34 French Royal Knights.
Good amount of Royal Knights to have for sure. And with that, he's also in a position to easily split them up 4-1 here between the little raiding forces that Anatan has. Anatan now switching over into horsemen, mass horsemen crossbows on his side. Doesn't feel like it's going to be good enough because Puppy Paw, he can just frontline with the knights and doesn't actually need to fear the horsemen in that regard at all. So army composition-wise, he's going to be struggling. Puppy Paw just adds in a second TC. This guy, he's vibing right now. There's just nothing that can deter him from potentially winning this game. Just looking at the army value almost being 3-1.
Yeah, and the thing about ARBs too, it seems like horsemen counter them, but it's also one that ARBs get that extra melee armor upgrade, which I believe Puppy Paw just clicked up a little bit ago, and so it just takes more time than expected. Another decent return raid here from Anatan, though. No reaction yet from Puppy Paw. Sends a few knights that way, so we'll be able to take those units down.
Crossbows moving out now. But they have to be so careful. They're a slow-moving force. And Puppy Paw, he's got a ton of archers. He's got a ton of arballetry. His range backline just feels so much stronger.
The army overall just feels so much stronger. It feels like it is about to be that trigger timing for Puppy Paw to click up to Imperial with this mass again as well. He's got 2,800 food, 1,200 gold. Red Palace is on the way.
Villagers moving forward. Okay, it's on the sacred side. Honestly, I could have expected him to just build it inside the TC range from Anatan.
Yeah, he does have quite the protected front side of the base, and by front side of the base, I mean in front of Anatan's base. He's got triple fortified outposts with sprinkled emplacements and all of those, grabbing up some of the relics now from the far side, so we'll get that passive gold income. Puppy Paw just in full control. He is vibing right now.
Gold also not really something that Anatan has too much of at the moment. Only 2 villagers on gold at the moment. Most of it is on food and wood for him. And he does have more food income than Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw, of course, having that guild hall behind all of his economy. He now is the one that's able to go up to the Imperial Age first. Archers cause a little bit of damage there inside of Anatan's base. Actually, Anatan lost a couple more villagers here throughout this. That palace does get spotted out.
It's got to be so demoralizing to see. You have that little, like, you know, just a little bit of vision of it, and you're like, oh my gosh, he's Imperial Age, and he has that many units out on the field already. Elite upgrades are quite expensive. Puppy Paw has enough to click one of those. I'm sure Elite Knights probably going to be the choice for him here soon.
Sure, I think like archers are typically the safe bet to upgrade first, but no, you're right actually. He's going for the Knight one first. I think archers, just because you never know if you're able to sustain gold, but then again, Puppy Paw, he's got the Red Palace on gold. He knows that he's going to be able to sustain gold for quite a while.
Yeah, and having 37 knights upgraded just feels so much better than, 23 archers, you know, obviously, like you said, it's easy to make sure you can continually produce those, but just with what he has on the field, to feel like it's a more effective of an upgrade. Fortified outpost being focused down. Anatan needing to defend this location. Deletes his wall. He is going all in now before the elite upgrades come on through for Puppy Paw. And Puppy Paw going to end up taking this fight here soon, I believe. Or baiting back into the sprinkled outpost as well. Puppy Paw just so good about making sure the trades are going to be even more effective for himself.
The arballetry, or rather the crossbows on Anatan's side, they're just moving so slowly. And now this is the moment where the upgrades do come in for Puppy Paw. Anatan does not want to fight anymore.
by any means. Has a Treb coming out, needing to start to take down this fortified outpost location that Puppy Paw went into, but Knights, they're just being that front line. They're so tanky, even though there's a good amount of crossbows for Anatan. It just feels like every time he turns to shoot, the ranged mass from Puppy Paw's side just takes a little bit better trades. Although Anatan's mass, he's up at 107 military. This is nothing to slouch out about.
Definitely not. And behind this, of course, Anatan also having some of these unique Golden Horde abilities, like the Batukan with the debuff arrow on him, and potentially the ability from the fortified outpost to speed up his army. So could make up for some of the attack advantages that Puppy Paw has at this point. Still, it doesn't look too good for him. It does still not look very good for him. Now has to move out to the gold in the middle. That's the last gold that Anatan realistically can have access to in this game.
Yeah, and as Anatan's moving out with his army again, Puppy Paw splits off a little mass and will be burning down the wall. Gonna get into that stockyard location behind the tree line, behind the walls here. At least denying a few for now, starting to burn those down, which are such an expensive building drop. I think it's, what, 250 wood to drop a stockyard, so each one is very crucial to try to keep alive. That is the food income that Anatan needs.
And Anatan pushing Puppy Paw back, both the left and the center side, buying himself a little bit of time. Mostly just a spearman on the left-hand side. Not sure how easily he's going to be able to hold this front side. Debuff Falcon is coming in. So should have a pretty good advantage here in the center fight. It is trading favorable, but lose all the village. Oh god, that hurts. That is so bad, losing those builds.
Gold villagers get taken down. There's also raids on the other side, and this fight's being taken on triple fortified outposts. Anatan throws in the towel again after that back and forth. Much closer overall resource gathered for that 30-minute games than what it seemed like. Anatan did a good job of, trying to stay in it, but Puppy Paw ultimately just an age ahead, extra TC behind him. He had time on his side.
Time on his side, indeed. Looking at that economy count, that second TC really just further solidifying Puppy Paw's position in that game. Just taking that early lead, looking at the military value lead here, building on upon it, and I mean, it was just so massive. It was just so massive all throughout, allowing him to be able to just easily reach that Imperial Age. And yeah, I mean, Anatan, he did a good job, but just army composition-wise, it just didn't work. He wasn't in a position to really take the bestest of fights there. And just like that, just kept building up on and on and on. Those archers and the kiting from Puppy Paw just being too great there for Anatan to handle.
Yeah, not to mention, when you have those two cav civs that like to go into each other, getting forward map control, getting vision as well, like Puppy Paw had early on and throughout that mid game, just made it to where his trades, he was just constantly kind of outmaneuvering Anatan.
Maneuverability here.
Look at the upcoming game. We talked about didn't think Ottomans were going to end up being allowed at all, but we do see the snipe out. Rus was the one that gets sniped as well as House of Lancaster. So we'll see Macedonians versus Ottomans there for game number 3 on Gorge.
That's interesting. I did not expect House of Lancaster getting sniped out there, especially considering that Anatan had both Rus and the Ottomans available to him. I don't know about you, but I feel like both Rus and Ottomans deal very nicely with the House of Lancaster. I guess maybe Ottomans could find themselves to be struggling a little bit against them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like House of Lancaster is just that civ that, again, it's a pretty volatile one early on, and I guess Anatan just feels a little bit more comfortable in the matchup going up against Macedonian, so we'll see what's in store here. Gorge is that map that, early on feels like you're fine with your resources under your base, but then you really have to start expanding out to those outer sides of the map, and that's really when you can get taken advantage of, especially by a quick unit such as Sipahi.
Sipahi can make all the difference there for sure. Wondering though, I guess Sipahi do work quite well when you're up against the Macedonians in feudal age, when they're pumping out those horsemen, even when they have the Hippodrome horsemen, just having the stronger horsemen on your side with the Sipahi still, and also the healing. double imams, Vizier Point. It's just not something that the Macedonians have access to, that feudal age healing. That can make all the difference if both players start to commit to a feudal age heavy game.
Yeah, and there's so many times where Sapahi, it seems like the numbers are even, and all of a sudden it's just with that little bit of extra attack range, they're getting so much more effective damage over the course of fights. I feel like pathing, especially for like regular horsemen, has always been like the problem with AoE4, where they feel just clunky a little bit, but Sapahi, just with that little bit of extra range, makes them so much easier to utilize.
Yeah, those fights are easily taken when you can move the Sapahi to the back line, when you have some spearmen or just any other kind of front line in there as well. Just not having to worry about those pathing issues that you do have to worry about when you're playing with other unit compositions. Now, Papipo 2-0 on the scoreboard. Can Anatant make a return here? Find out as we're jumping into game number 3 with Papipo playing as the Macedonian dynasty here on Gorge in the color red. His opponent in the color yellow, Anatant, playing as the Ottomans and opening us up here with an early military school, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's one of those that Anatan, there was a while where he just ignored the military schools and just said, hey, I'm going to use, you know, the cheaper production buildings, things of that sort. But I feel like getting it dropped early, you know you're going to need units throughout the game. It's just nice to end up having that production start early, even if it's just to, you know, send a spear out and make sure those deer are all killed and not lamed by your opponent like we see sometimes.
Yeah. Also, just getting the military school in early means that it's going to be paid off fully by the time you actually hit feudal age with those three free spearmen, which you kind of do want anyways, considering that your opponent does immediately age up with a stable. Scout villagers now moving out to gold here for Anatant. Papipo on his side did, of course, open up with that Varangian war camp, so that's like one of the main strengths for the Macedonians, I guess. Just being able to trade out units and generate free units through war camp. One of their, well, they don't get any eco benefit, so they gotta get every little bit for military, I guess.
I mean, silver's kind of an eco benefit,
right?
It
is. You know, it is. It's a blacksmith eco. Until you get to Imperial Age, then it's like a little bit of everything. But until then, it's just blacksmith upgrades.
Yeah, and that is one where, you know, we talked about in the previous games about having some extended feudal age fights. Well, if this one happens, you know, that's where Macedonians can continue to build that silver upgrades, get some really, really cool and strong upgrades for themselves as well. But Anatan, he's not gonna make this easy for Puppy Paw by any means. Even though Puppy Paw has that 2-0 lead, it has not been the easiest wins. Although it feels like he is in control so far.
Yeah, definitely felt like those two games, Anatan could have made something happen, but absolutely in control for Puppy Paw. He's played those fantastically so far. Now Hippodrome gonna be rushed up or just built casually by 4 villagers. Anton getting close to his own age up on his side. Where'd he send those spearmen off to? I guess there's one spearman moving across the map right now. Not gonna really be in time to deny anything, but could still force Puppy Paw off the gold for a little bit and just make it so that he's gonna have to come back later on to the gold.
Not sure if Anatan has actually fully scouted which side the gold is on even, so maybe just also kind of being a semi-scouting unit for himself, as actually we can see the spear not heading towards the gold. Looks like he is heading towards the other side, so I don't believe Anatan has scouted that gold location.
Early mill coming in as well, so Puppy Paw could be looking for some early economy upgrades on his side. Definitely makes a lot of sense with the Macedonians, since you do, of course, want silver for your blacksmith upgrades. You are incentivized to gather a little bit more gold early on to get that silver in. So getting those eco upgrades nice and early, definitely a nice synergy there for them.
So look, he knew he wasn't going to do too much on the gold. It's the deer camp he was going for. He's going to be laming those deer, which
he's been doing that every time so far.
It's just so frustrating too when you end up seeing it. You're like, oh, I'm going to go move out to, you know, this great food location, and then all of a sudden you look and you're like, oh my gosh, they're miles away from each other. This seems miserable. Twin
Anatan
minaret
taking his
close
time there.
to finishing up. Food has been a problem for Anatan these past couple of games. I feel like there's been a point in each game where it's like, oh my gosh, Puppy Paw's basically full denied Anatan off the food. Well,
Yeah.
with that twin minaret, feels really, really good to just have that nice, safe food income for the foreseeable future. The rest of the game, you can basically sit, I think, 4 villagers on it once you get a few upgrades.
Oh, 100%, absolutely. It's one of the best feudal age landmarks, I want to say, just with the amount of food that you're going to be getting in from it. And on the other hand side, just it interacts so well with the vizier points as well. You get like a lot of food from that one, and then there's also the sheep vizier point where you once again like get another big batch of food safely inside of your base. It means that you can sustain feudal age armor production without having to move out onto the map for quite a long time. Which of course the Ottomans, they definitely are like to do that when they go for Sipahi. Means that they're gonna be out on the map denying resource on the map while they themselves can gather safely underneath their TC.
Yep. Decent amount of damage that horseman took from the single spear, but was able to pick up that spear, and sure enough, Puppy Paw looks like he already moved out to that dear location that Anatan lamed with that initial spear from the military school. Scout being focused, vision trying to be denied, but Anatan will not allow that to happen. 2 spears on the way to safely escort him on home.
We're just moving out to stone now for Anatan, so is going to be looking to slowly but surely add in some additional military schools on his side. First Sipahi now in queue as well. Puppy Paw, he did add a couple of horsemen, no more in queue for the time being. 7 villagers on wood though. So could be that he's just looking forward to... Oh, are we getting a villager kill in? We're getting a villager kill in. Healing. Not enough. 2 villagers go down again. Early on here in the game, Puppy Paw, those pickoffs, every time, they do build up.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about having, 24 villagers and 2 go down, that's, it's not quite 10%, but, we'll call it 8% of your eco just taken on away. The 2 imams weren't too far away there for that healing, but just too much damage that smaller unit mass from Puppy Paw was able to do.
Yeah. Okay, Puppy Paw is reinvesting still into some more horsemen. But I wonder, with the additional wood that he's been gathering, is there a Varangian stronghold inside of his base now for maybe some spearmen and or archers on his side? Let's pick up on the scout. I makes it out though, and yeah, there is a stronghold, and archers now in queue for Anatan, for Puppy Paw.
Yeah, so splitting up that unit composition a little bit. Anatan is not on that Sipahi mass like we expected. It is just spears and spears and more spears as of now. Able to do some return damage, picks up 1 horseman, forcing that mass on away a little bit, but will need to start upping that Sipahi number once he sees the units from Puppy Paw's side. Oh, the typical game of AoE 4 with spears chasing horsemen and never really going to be able to connect unless your opponent makes that mistake. And the Deer Lane forces Puppy Paw to just drop another mill to make it just a little bit more efficient.
First couple of archers are out. Overall, military-wise, Anatan's not in the worst position, has a lot of those spearmen, but we've seen spearmen Sipahi work pretty well in the past. The issue is just, if Puppy Paw's going for a triple army composition, which he is at the moment with both archers as well as spearmen, what Anatan's doing right now isn't going to scale that well. It might work early on for some fights, but after that, it's going to fall off quite heavily.
Yep, is starting to put some more resources into Sipahi, or at least potentially putting those military schools onto those. Gold, not really too much of a worry there with that many strongholds and the units popping on out near to push that 1 single Sipahi away with the meter.
Outpost here for Puppy Paw. He did have to make some extra mills in order to be able to efficiently gather from those deer. That's a lot of spearmen here. Oh, it looks like Anton TA moved. So he's actually hitting the mill and not the outpost. Now has to fall back as the reinforcements are coming in from Puppy Paw. Let's take a fight, though.
Yeah, it was mainly just horsemen that took the fight early on. Archers were a little bit slow to follow. Anathan did lose a unit or two from the outpost, but overall, just numbers are still much better for Anatan this game than they were previously. As you mentioned, though, will need to diversify that unit comp a little bit and is putting more resources into archers now.
Get some archers out onto field. Has a lot of villagers on gold on food at the moment. Sends them over to gold now. So Anatan behind this, as well as Puppy Paw now macroing towards a castle age.
Yeah, they both kind of see what the other side is doing and figured, all right, castle is about to be very, very quickly turned into a castle age game, not this longer extension. And for once, you know, Anatan might not be too far behind when it comes to that castle age timing like we saw in the previous two games. As I say that, though, gold gets denied, and gold is what he is short on right now for those resources for castle. You can see 1,000 food, but only 100 gold in the bank.
Yeah, he might need to pull some additional villagers over to gold now. At this point, as Puppy Paw, his macro is much more clean when it comes to being able to reach that castle age timing. We know the Macedonians, when they age up, they got a very, very nice and defensive spot inside of their base. And looking at the map, there's a boar, berry, and woodline spot at the top of Puppy Paw's base, which would be perfect for Golden Horn Tower.
Yeah, would be some nice resources for the long haul, but instead he opts for the 8k gold with the deer pack behind it, and woodline. So, you know, boar gold, wood, or deer gold and wood. Take your choice. There were actually two different solid spots for it. Anatan's still moving out, still trying to push forward a little bit. Unit mass, though, just not comfortable enough to take that fight.
And the age up is coming on through. Puppy Paw, just a single ranging guard on his side. Not sure if that was intentional or just a misclick.
I'm gonna go with a misclick, but who knows? Who knows? Puppy Paw, though, using that scout, trying to make sure, okay, you know, we've seen him focus on food denial quite a bit, so he's seeing if Anatan moved out to these deer yet. Might just wait until he does, knowing that, you know, some of those initial food resources start to run thin.
Starting to run thin indeed. Now Istanbul Imperial Palace is going to be the name of the game here for Anatan. Behind us, Puppy Paw immediately starting with the Radari production. Of course, the Radari being the key unit for the Macedonians. Looks like we might once again get a little raid in on the gold vein here from Antip. I think he's... Yeah, this time around he's got his army there. So it's not going to get surprised and lose any villages on the gold.
Sending his Sipahi forward as well to probably idle out those villagers gathering from the deer. The outpost was in the middle of the spread out deer, so might actually be able to connect with one of the villagers if it's too far out. And also, while this happens, Spear's able to pick up another horseman.
I'm looking for some raiding opportunities on the top side of Puppy Paw's base. Single Radari is out and about there as well. Anton doing a great job, or rather Puppy Paw doing a great job of just keeping a couple of units next to the relics here. And making sure that Anton isn't able to just pick those up for free, considering that he already has 2 bucks.
Yep, Anatan, he is queuing up Janissaries as well, so just that anti-cav unit, so effective at that. But needs to worry about, you know, the very expensive unit, and archers counter them very, very well.
He's mixing in some crossbows as well. I do like the addition of crossbows for the Ottomans, since they, of course, do have that attack speed aura bonus, thanks to the meta. And attack speed is a great set for crossbows to scale with, as their default attack speed is relatively slow.
Oh, I'm not sure if that meta just got taken out.
Yeah, he died.
It looked like he just fell over there, so we'll need to get another 1 or 2 in queue. Immediately queues up another one. Spears trying to connect on that Radari, but a little too slow to do so.
Not quite able to catch up. Not sure where exactly that Radari wants to go. We do have +2 arm upgrade on the cavalry here, and once again, villagers on gold in a little bit of trouble here. This time, though, Anatan does pull back in time, is going for an engagement in the center of the map, lose one of the imams early on. Actually lost the other one at some point as well. So no additional imams on his side. We do get some knights in there as well. Archers also taking the fight.
Yeah, this archer mass doesn't really have a front line to protect it right now. Knight on that. Puppypaw trying to do some raiding during this Janissaries, though, deterring those units on the way, taking those down, and a great fight here for Anatan. Gonna essentially clean up the majority of Puppypaw's army that he pushed forward with. A few Radaris gonna get cleaned up as well, but raids have just been relentless on this gold vein.
Yeah, every time Puppypaw gets the opportunity to, he sends a knight or two over there. But these raids so far, they haven't really achieved a lot. And Anton has managed to somewhat stay in control here. Taking down all of the archers has been a big pickup for him, because now he's got 10 Janissaries on the field, and his opponent no longer has any archers to cut him out. So Puppypaw, he's going to have to rebuild the entire archer mass.
Only 2 villagers have actually been taken out through all this raiding. It feels like there's been so much more damage, but it was just those initial 2 villagers from that very first gold dive. We do have 1,000 silver in the bank here for Puppypaw now, though, with that game scaling on up, and just queues up an upgrade right as it hits that.
Rumfire going to be coming in, giving +3 damage to all of those Radari. Pretty strong, has to be said. Very cost-efficient upgrade, and +3 damage. It's kind of insane when you I don't personally understand why it's +3 damage, because it also increased the damage of ranging guards, but under the condition that they fight against infantry, I think it is.
Yeah, but as you said, like, Puppypaw's massing these Radari, but feels like he doesn't have a great answer to the Janissaries that Anatan already has out on the field. You know, 3 archers, yeah, it's the unit that trades against Janissaries well, but those 3 archers aren't going to see the light of day.
Well, Imam has been sniped on the field, trying to collect some of the relics. There are still 4 relics out on the map. Can be collected. Oh, villagers here from Anatant. There were a lot on gold. They did have to get sent back now. And Anatant has a lot of his military just roaming out on the map, but not close to the resources that he actually wants to be taken right now. So a lot of his villagers are getting idled out a bit here. Now having to go over to the berries rather than gathering the gold that he initially wanted to pick up.
Yeah, just ran out of gold and just doesn't have an initial safe gold like Puppypaw does with his Golden Horn Tower over there. So needs to secure up a gold location that will be safe in the long haul.
Only 3 spearmen remaining over here. Not sure if that's going to be enough to deal with these Radari here. Definitely not. Might be able to take down 1 more Radari. At the same time, Knights also getting found out here. Of Janissaries coming to defend that, and once again, these raids, Puppypaw just being absolutely relentless here.
Yep, more and more Radari just to split so many different spots, so many different ways. This smaller unit mass that has broken off as well will get cleaned up by that Radari setup. Anatan needs to pull those knights on back, or else he'll be losing the knights as well, but just so many things to balance on around, and has his main unit mass trying to dodge Puppypaw's army in the corner of the map, maybe trying to find some damage, but...
Oh no! He's sending all the villagers over to where the scout and the Radari is, so...
Oh,
I mean, Puppypaw's got to immediately see this one, and 1 spearman is not going to be enough against 1 Radari. Okay, he's sending more units over there.
Oh, I mean, Anatan's sending more units over there, but look at the red stream of units heading across the map as well. So Anatan needs to secure this location, but there's 10 archers, there's 10 crossbows on the way over there, and it looks like there's only spears there currently for Anatan. So this might be a very, very scary situation if once Anatan sees this unit mass that's about to pop out. But he also pulls the villagers off the wood line. He is getting distracted. Villagers have not been pulled yet, but look at where do they have to go? Where do they have to run? Puppy Paul's already here. He can even move the Radari even further through.
So much idle time. Dude, Anaton's just been running all game with his villagers, it feels like.
Yeah, just never able to secure a safe location. It feels like he was in a decent spot earlier on, but no longer. So many villagers just get taken down. Radari taking the fight against the spears for a second. Archer's trying to help support them as well, but even if he doesn't efficiently win this fight, he is still more than okay when it comes to economy, but look at how different it is. Radari's still running past.
We have the Vizier point for the Janissaries. Might need to get used here, unless it was used earlier.
I think
if it's been used earlier. It got you. Okay, never mind. For just so few Janissaries that he called earlier, he actually used it early. And now he's got nothing inside of his base. There's 10 spearmen in queue right now. But he needs to focus on the archers with the TC, but GG's gonna get called. Puppy Paw on match point. A clean 3-0 set here so far for him.
Yeah, I feel like Anatan had a decent mass, had a unit mass that we were talking about that like Puppy Paw didn't really have an answer for after that initial trade. But all of a sudden, the unit mass just ran out in the middle of nowhere. It was over in Narnia in the corner, and Puppy Paw always kept vision of it, and that gave him the feeling to just be able to close out the game. Total resources gathered, 9K more. There was just so much idle time for so many raids. Anatan just couldn't breathe.
Yeah, Puppy Paw just didn't give him the chance to breathe, and now we're getting to another matchup here. Are these correctly around? Doesn't Anatan have the Ruse and Puppy Paw have Lancaster?
I believe you are correct. Good spot out there. Everyone, exclamation mark, blame. We all know what to do.
But yeah, Anatan here with the Ruse up against the House of Lancaster. I feel like this is a good matchup for the Ruse. I think this is one where Anatan should be looking up.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we just saw the game end. Puppy Paw, he's been so good about splitting his military units into 2-3 different groups, and just it's so much harder to track. Whereas in the games, Anatan's really had the more immobile mass, and you can actually see that yellow blob on the map there, where it was just in the middle of nowhere, and Puppy Paw's been able to keep sight of that and vision of it, which just lets the Radari do as they please.
Yeah, just getting run around the rosies there all the time. Puppy Paw attacks on one side, distracts on the other, and then pincers from the third side. It's just so chaotic. At some point, we saw Anatan just sending all of his range units to top side there of Puppy Paw's base, not really getting any value in. He was trying to look for a move out onto the boar, I believe. It just never came in, and then his army was out of position. He did not have the ability to come back in time towards his own side. And yeah, just like that, he got pulled apart there by Puppy Paw. Next up, though, House of Lancaster versus the Ruse. I do prefer the Ruse in that matchup. It's just, we are seeing the return of the Kremlin play from the Ruse, even to TC at times. And the House of Lancaster just don't scale that well into the later stages of the game, especially not compared to a civilization like the Ruse.
Yeah, it is one, though, that, you know, Puppy Paw has so many civs. We talked about earlier on with the 7 games, the best of 7 series, that you can kind of have some of these throwaway civs, and you talked about Puppy Paw having 2 of the strongest hybrid map civilizations. Well, guess what we have left if Anatan does end up winning this game? I'm sure that Puppy Paw is going to follow this one up with a hybrid map and have good old KT and Tuklak picked and chosen for one of those. So while Anatan may have a good matchup for this one, still has a long road to climb to try to make this a reverse sweep comeback.
Yeah, it's not looking easy for him at all at the moment. I guess that's a consequence when it's 3-0 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it feels like Puppy Paul, he could have a throwaway civilization, even though I feel like at this point, there's so many of these strong civilizations, and there is that big swap between, dry Arabia type civilizations versus Khalistan and Four Lakes. But we will see what he has in store with the House of Lancasters. You mentioned Rus with the 2TC Kremlin. You think that's the ongoing build that everyone kind of has been leaning into lately?
When you're playing against a defensive civilization, you can even go for the Golden Gate into 2TC, but when you're up against an aggressive or potentially aggressive civilization, like the House of Lancaster, Kremlin into 2TC is just much easier to execute. Though with the current style of the House of Lancaster, where they like to also go into Manor and 2TC, I wonder if maybe you can just pull off right away, like into a 2TC with Golden Gate, since the pressure isn't going to be coming in too early from the House of Lancaster.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that, Anatan obviously has options. That Golden Gate throughout the course of the game, getting just those easier units or resource swaps, making sure that your eco is balanced out. And we've seen in these previous games that there has been plenty of times where Anatan needs some resource balancing, whether it's being full denied off of food, whether it's being pushed off of the gold at times here in the most previous game. That Golden Gate can just help shore up some of those resource weaknesses.
Golden Gate, it's such a nice landmark, especially now with the return to the 300 stone cost on TCs. Means that you need exactly 2 tickets to have all the stone necessary in order to afford that second TC. And not just that, after that it also gives you a very nice transition timing into a castle age. You don't even need to mine gold. It's just straight up into 2 TC, and after that, gather all the other resources and still get a very, very nice fast castle age timing in.
Yep. Exactly. It's so cool how these Rus builds have changed over time, from way back in the day of the boar aggression to the horse archer meta that was so strong for so long and still is out there. We've talked about in the previous games and seen these games where mobility really proves to be the king. Anatan kind of has just been run around in the previous games by Cav and hasn't really had a great answer for it, even though he had Janissaries, he had spears. It's just Puppy Paul kept track of the immobile army.
Yeah. Indeed, but immobile army should not be a problem this time around for Anatan, with the Rus, of course, having access to those cavalry archers and just very strong cavalry in general in Castle Age, thanks to Boya's Fortitude, should be the main ingredient to his army composition. Not just that, but the cavalry archers have been significantly buffed up against unarmored units with the reduction in the time that it takes in between attacks. So their attack speed has been significantly buffed. They did lose out on a little bit of attack damage, but Saint's Blessing has been found to be the key to make up for that. We'll be seeing just exactly how this one's going to be turning out now. It is match point for Anatan, and we're jumping for Puppy Paw, and we're jumping into game number 4. With Puppy Paw playing as the House of Lancaster in the color red. Whenever I see red, I feel like, okay, that has to be the Rus, but no, it is the House of Lancaster in this game. And Anatan and the color yellow playing as the Rus immediately has that second scout in queue. He did pull a lot of villagers to build that Rus hunting cabin, and subsequently had to pull some of his sheep over towards it to keep those villagers working. Yeah,
just that little bit of efficiency for himself. We're gonna see these early scouting patterns. There's no more big scouting game from the Rus where you need to worry about massing up 3-4 different scouts early on. Even though we do see 2 coming out from Anatan already. Just that single hunting cabin, though, not a second one built as well to get that extra gold funnel and gold income.
Just a single hunting cabin means that he might actually need to pull some villagers over to gold if he wants to be able to age up at a decent enough timing. It's just one hunting cabin. It's not going to be able to generate enough gold here early on. He's going to be lacking like roughly 30 gold by the time that he wants to age up, so a 3 villager pull over to gold should be able to help him out there. But it's not going to be a Dark Age rush in from coming in from Puppy Paw, so he doesn't have to be too afraid of getting a second hunting cabin up at some point in the near future.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see the early spears start to try to take down a vulnerable hunting cabin, but no need for that here. Actually, it looks like the gold income from Anatan isn't too bad. He might actually still have
He
to
did
wait
invest into additional scouts, so he was able to use some of the overflow of the food income. Now we're getting to the point where he's probably gonna be at like 500 food before he can get the age up in.
Yeah, and you can see that here on the resources already. He is going to have a little bit of an abundance of it. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, well, still a decent timing.
Kremlin.
Okay, I get the Kremlin right next to the woodline. It's still so unfortunate that it's a back Kremlin.
Yeah, it's like you want to have it on the front side. You want to have that extra, vision and knowledge and safety on the front. But he just wants it next to the wood line. Also, a little bit less walking time for the villagers, so gets to have that feudal age finish a little bit quicker. And as expected, already moving over to the stone. Already expecting to go ahead and get that second TC idea going here soon. Puppy Paw, he is moving on over to the stone as well.
As Puppy Paw, of course, also in a position where he's going to be getting a lot of value with the House of Lancaster if he goes for a second TC into a manor, as the manors have been changed to scale with villagers that are gathering nearby.
Yep, exactly. Abbey of the Kings not too far away from finishing here, even with the 2 on it. So it is still just going to be wait a couple minutes before we start seeing that many military units on popping out, as a very heavier emphasis onto the macro this game, rather than a lot of this feudal age quick fighting that we've been seeing in the series so far.
I like what Anton's doing here. He's not going with a ton of villagers over to wood early on. Instead, he prioritized stone quite a bit, because he knows that ideally he's gonna wait until the Kremlin finishes up anyways in order to start gathering the wood, as then he'll be getting that 20% increased wood drop-off there. Now that he's got enough stone, now he's pulling the villagers over to wood. And the Kremlin's about to be finishing just in time before the first drop-off comes in. So beautiful timing here for him. That first drop-off is all going to be buffed up by 20%.
Yeah, and with that many villagers that he moved on over to wood, it's going to give him the resources in no time for that second TC. However, House of Lancaster's a little bit quicker, a step faster there with the TC drop. And as you mentioned, shouldn't be too long after until a manor follows, which having that many villagers around will really get some extra boost into the economy.
Yeah, it's the benefit from just gathering from the sheep a little bit quicker. Let's get a nice and a little bit quicker age up timing in. Subsequently can pull the villagers off earlier from the stone. Also
so many villagers pulled out.
Yeah, also a pretty good timing to go for that manor, though he does need the stone for it. I guess, yeah, he waited for the second TC to finish now since the village is over to wood, and will get that manor in shortly. He still has villagers on stone, so maybe actually going for a double manor immediately. Or triple TC.
Or triple TC. I think the manors make a little bit more sense. The first King of Lancaster is moving out and about, but as we've seen the base from Anatan, there's not really anything that this guy can do as far as some damage and aggression goes. Kremlin gonna protect up the whole wood line, second TC on the deer already, and we're just expecting, again, just a lot of resource inflow here. It feels like we're gonna just be jumping over into an economic spot where it's gonna feel like 10-15 minutes on a normal game at the 7 or 8 minute mark.
Yeah, we'll be reaching that fast castle age very, very soon here, with just how much food is going to be coming in for these players. Though Anderson's still heavily on wood, and he is investing into some production buildings. We're getting a stable all the way in the back here from his base, so tries to hide that one from Puppy Paw. And the one little Lenny that Puppy Paw does have at the moment is sitting next to the gold from Anaton, just making sure that he's not actively gathering gold right now.
You know, Puppy Paul's got a good amount of wood into the bank. Maybe it actually is going to be a third TC here soon, Krakeny. Moving out with a big amount of villagers onto the deer. I think it is going to be a third TC on the deer here for House of Lancaster.
That is interesting. I mean, they scaled with villagers, but still, I didn't expect him to go that ham on the villager pump there.
Yeah, and I mean, there is going to be knights starting to be produced for Anatan, so not just that super quick castle age, more of these TCs going to support a little feudal age investment, which could potentially punish that forward TC from Puppy Paw.
That could happen if Anatan goes for the all-in now. I mean, Puppy Paw did invest a lot of resources into yet another TC. Doesn't actually have a manner for that, so those villagers are not going to be influenced by any manner. But it looks like Anaton's just going for the age up of his own side. So the couple of units that he made, purely just to be able to deal with that Lord of Lancaster, I guess.
Yeah, just a little bit of that, you know, feigted aggression. Make sure to force that Lord on away. Couple more attacks, and that will be the first pickup of the game. Love the scout body blocking. We know that knight was going to be able to kill it, but hey, there wasn't too much of a distance until that TC. I mean, Anatan moving out to the boar, and it's crazy. With the third TC drop, Puppy Paw is just still right in line for that timing for Castle Age that Anatan is, because, you know, the one single Lord forced out that unit reaction.
Yeah. Scout trading out up against the Knight there. And looks like we did actually get another manor in from Puppy Paw right next to TC. Never mind, that was an outpost.
Scout does get taken down. The big thing
That's
that
crazy.
Anatan has that Puppy Paw does not is production buildings, but that's where White Tower being dropped next to this TC will make that forward TC that seemed potentially vulnerable, you know, nice, safe, and protected with the White Tower and an outpost.
Yeah, not just that, also immediately spawning those 3 free Earl's Guards. A nice starting force to try and secure some of the relics. Abbey of the Trinity is coming up for Anatan. I'm surprised just how quickly an age up came in for Puppy Paw, considering that he did invest into a third TC. Granted, Anatan did invest into some units, but still, it's like a lot of time where the villagers are building and not gathering. A TC takes a long time to build.
Yeah, Anatan did drop a couple production buildings, though, as well, so that kind of matches up the resources for the TC. Is that, I think, double stables and a range? So that's essentially a TC that Anatan could have had if he wanted, if he didn't have to make any units, but was forced to do so. Does at least have a safe boar location for himself as well. Oh, it's a double range even.
Getting some more knights now in queue. Puppy Paw also actively producing the knights. Not sure if he already has a monastery in. There aren't any monks in queue for him at the moment. Did go for the double stable play. And Anatan just pulling the gremlins here. I guess he really wants to get map control now. With as little, I want to say, or rather with as much of an investment as he can realistically afford. Just to be able to get the relics in.
Yeah, relics are so important. Fortunately, you know, those warrior monks a little bit quicker, a little bit easier to start producing when you go up with the abbey. So, is at least a step ahead as far as that goes. But Puppy Paw, he's massing up those knights. He's starting to send those across. We've seen how effective his raids have been in these previous games, and he's already about to start diving that boar. Let's see if Anatan is multitasking, ready to react to that. I think Anatan might even have pulled back the villagers already? Or no,
he pulled
garrison.
Them.
He
garrisoned them.
Yeah.
So he's safe there for the time being. Knights meeting up against the knights here. And he is heavily gathering wood at the moment. Looks like Anatan might also just go for an early farm transition here. For the time being, Puppy Paw just heavy on the knight production. 4 more knights in queue. And those Earl's Guards that did get a little bit battered earlier, you just pull them back to the Abbey of Kings and they're fully healed up again. Oh, Knight might be getting a kill there on that one weak villager.
Oh, we didn't see the micro like we saw in game 1 from Anatan dodging over those Knight raids, but loses one villager there. Looks like he lost another elsewhere earlier on, and you can see that third TC starting to pay off for Puppy Paw. Villager lead is climbing.
Yeah, it is, and at this point, Anatan hasn't really been able to get too many relics in. One relic is on the way back for him. And now Puppy Paw is getting his first monk out onto the field. The 3 Earl Scouts in the middle, able to deter the warrior monk from bringing that one back. Though, is he going to be able to get it in now? Yes, able to take it away.
He just sneaks on by, has a few crossbows here as well, goes for the Wololo.
Doesn't get it.
Scout close to getting taken down. Knights trading off a little bit of damage. And speaking of a raid, we see Anatan. He is in the base. Puppy Paw not garrisoning up the villagers. Villagers just waiting for a knight probably to get produced and send on over there, but at the cost of a few villagers' lives.
More gremlins being pulled in order to deal with the knight raid inside of Anatan's base. One of these knights incredibly low on health, but is going to get pulled back towards the Abbot Kings. 2 knights actually that are really low health there. That is a lot of value that Puppy Paw can retain on these knights. Heal them back up to full.
Yeah, it's so crucial to make sure you're able to fully finish off those units when there's healing coming in, like we can see. And another knight, you know, a little under half health, going to be healed back up to full here soon. Will it happen again? No, that one's going to get finished.
Not able to save all of the knights there, but already did retain a lot of the value. Anton also building up his knight numbers. Looking at the eco upgrades, neither player really has invested too much into eco upgrades. Anton did get wheelbarrow, Puppy Paw did get double broadaxe. Other than that, no eco upgrades invested yet, but just as I said, Puppy Paw going for both horticulture as well as the double broadaxe upgrade.
Knights versus knights coming in, but Anatan has that crossbow mass building up a little bit earlier than Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw just starting to get his in queue and out onto the field, but Anatan already got double digits for himself.
Double digits on the field, a lot of those warrior monks. I think at this point Puppy Paw should have been able to collect 4 out of the 5 relics. Yeah, it looks like Puppy Paw only managed to get 1 relic in. It's a good amount of relics in for Anatan here. And with a lot of warrior monks, he can definitely make sure that Saint's Blessing is going to be active all throughout the fight.
Yeah, trying to snag up the sacred sites as well. Puppy Paw trying to deny those. Loses 1 knight. I believe that one should end up falling with the charge speed there.
Oh, no, it keeps him alive.
Oh, wow.
Big value.
Another warrior monk trying to get sniped on out. Anatan did lose 1 on the bottom sacred site as well. And Puppy Paw yet again just splitting off his Night Mask, gonna be going for some raids. Not sure if he stepped in line of the Wooden Fortress vision, but doesn't matter. Anatan a step ahead with walls, and both players now starting to wall further and further into this map, needing to take more control. Farm transitions starting as well. We could be in for the long haul. It feels like we already are at the long haul, even though we're only 15 minutes into this game, just because how much eco investment went early.
Yeah. Puppy Paw, he is just about to crack that 100 villager count. So economy is looking very, very strong for him at the moment. And could actually soon be looking for an Imperial Age. At 100 villagers, that's typically the timing for players to look into getting up to Imperial Age. Nice little raid coming in for Puppy Paw, able to pick off 1 to 2 vills there on the gold. It's another one. It will get taken down slowly but surely. It's also the last gold inside of Anatan's wall, so he's going to have to move out towards the outer sides of his base now.
I believe Puppy Paw, no, he does have that gold we can see at the top of the screen right now, but Puppy Paw just sent, what was that, 20 villagers over to the stone there on the northern side of the map. Might
just want to get a keep in to secure one of those large gold veins on the middle of the map. They are relatively close to each other.
And you can
Transition also
almost
coming in.
Yeah, you can almost 2-for-1 as well. Get a large gold vein and maybe get some security or denial of the sacred site. Anatan has that crossbow mass that has been built, but again, it's immobile. He's trying to find a place to maybe do some damage, trying to find a place where he can react and take down some units from the other side with range, but just isn't quite able to do so. Anatan, 1,800 food in the bank right now, so he may be thinking about Imperial H himself as well, but just needs some more gold income for that.
Another outpost now. Anton wants to start securing those sacred sites. Obelisk not going to be a match for that warrior monk, but there are additional reinforcements coming in now. Oh, and Anton's not going to be able to get that fortress up.
Yep, a few crossbows will get taken out there. Puppy Paw's mass has been building, has 1,000 stone into the bank. Looks like keep drop is going to be actually on the next stone. So he's just going to start dropping keeps, grabbing stone for another keep, and then slowly kind of inching this forward. Probably plans to drop it on the 8k gold next.
Oh, he's just massing a lot of, just a lot of Obelas at the moment out from Puppy Paw.
Yeah, 22 on the field.
Big massive horseman. Yeah, he does have the crossbows behind it. So he does have the tools to deal with both the knights as well as the men-at-arms that are coming out from Anatan. Anatan now also switching into some spearmen. Both players just banking up a lot of food at the moment. Anatan has enough food for the Imperial Age, just needs the gold at the moment to follow up. He did send a lot of villagers to the gold at the south of his base.
Puppy Paw is max population over here, but these villager kills will create some more room in for production here. Villagers denied off of the, I think the attempted boar play there in a second. Also, Puppy Paw having to move out on that 8k gold vein that is unprotected. Crossbows pick off a few villagers. There is not the Hobbler mass here to help dive, help push this unit mass from Anatan away. So solid few pickups there, but crossbows do get some return damage. Hobblars aren't too far away, but now they are diving without the range support as well. Puppy Paw, a little bit sloppy on that engagement, still okay for the time being. Anatan trying to continue to expand that vision, expand those outposts.
Yeah, just needs that information to be aware of the movement here from Puppy Paw's army at all times. High Armory now going to be coming in for Anatan. In his ideal army composition in the late game for the Rus would be mass horsemen as well as Streltsy. It is an expensive army to make, but the Rus economy is also one that is just very, very strong, so should be able to potentially go for that. But looks like Puppy Paw might be trying to make a move in the meantime. Hobbelas marching forward. Anthony's about to get the age up in. He just invested a lot of resources. Not sure if he really wants to take that fight yet.
Does have a spring on emplacement on one, spring on emplacement about to finish up on the other wooden fortress, so at least we'll have a little bit of support here, but you can tell he doesn't want to take the fight until more and more upgrades come on through. Wooden fortress is being torched down.
There's the age up, and now Puppy Paw is going to start pushing in further. Yes, 31 villagers on gold, so might also just be going for his own age up behind this, but in the meantime, as he is max on pop cap, he does not mind trading out some units before the upgrades come in for Anatan.
Oh, should get called. Next wooden fortress getting taken on down, but Anatan, he's taking this fight now.
Big Saint's Blessing.
Hobblar's just backing on away. Anatan still has a good amount of knights left on alive, so Hobblar's going to be struggling to dive and get on that backline effectively, and Puppy Paw just slowly losing his range mass. He's leaving his range of mass behind, not kiting back with his crossbows.
The militia are a decent frontline here at the moment. They don't take any bonus damage from the crossbows, and they automatically got upgraded to their elite status, so they have a little bit more health, have a little bit more armor on them. Well, not armor, but health.
Berkshire getting dropped onto the forward top sacred site. Kind of somewhat protects a 4K gold potentially, but still very kind of unfortunate for Puppy Paw. He hasn't been able to secure up an 8K gold vein with that keep or the Berkshire here, and that could really be the difficulty for him in the long run, is these bigger gold veins that you need to get in the long game. Tithe Barns getting upgraded, such a crucial upgrade when you have 4 relics into the bank. Just provides so much value over the course of the game after this in Imperial Age. And Anatan, not yet at that 200 pop, but will be climbing there soon.
Sharp Palace coming up for Puppy Paw. That does give him the option of going for mass Earl Scouts in the late game, as those are going to get a significant increase in attack damage. That scales with the amounts of keeps that Puppy Paw has up on the map. For the time being, he doesn't have any upgrades, and there it is, Anatan with his fully upgraded army. Marching forward, that's a dog. Okay, yeah. Well, that was close.
I think Puppy Paw knows what he needs, what Anatan needs, knows where he's going with some villagers. Actually gets a good old cutoff on some of the other villagers that were going to build a wall, but can't take the fight. And good circle by Anatan with the knights as well. Bombard is out on the field, so that is an unfortunate loss there from Anatan. A lot of resources down the drain with that one.
Bombard has been sniped out quite quickly. No keep at the moment on the large goal for Anatan. There he is. Is sending the villagers now to build the keep there. Definitely necessary in order to keep the position safe and secure. And the Hobblars, they're just having a not so good time getting cleaned up inside of the base now.
Yep, trying to use that mobility to keep running past all of Anatan's units that are chasing, trying to find, you know, some damage somewhere they can go to provide some value, but ultimately they're just slowly losing more and more health. Puppy Paw does not have a big army mass after all of that, and Anatan has a decent sized mass. We'll see once these gremlins fall on off that they're going to end up getting replaced by Streltsy that are in queue, and we all know how strong Streltsy can be in the long game and in these big head-on engagements.
Yeah, especially when it comes to just the overall income from the roost, right? Like, they get so much passive gold income when they really start maxing out those hunting cabins next to the tree lines. They also have very, very strong food gather rate. And with all of that in combination, you're getting a civilization that just is able to pump out very high-value horsemen with an incredibly strong backline with the Streltsy. It's a very fearsome army composition. Puppy Boy's got 6,000 food in the bank. He's almost fully pop-capped. He's just not really able to make... Wait, how many villagers does he have? Does he have like 140 villagers?
Yeah, 140 villagers. So he's got plenty of resources coming in. It's just not necessarily the resources he needs, and maybe doing the thing where you can constantly trade out army, hope to kind of make sure your opponent's resources stay low. Then all of a sudden,
he's got no eco upgrades. He's still on level 1 food upgrade, level 2 wood. No like mining upgrades. Yeah, and he doesn't have wheelbarrow.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of those that, like, you know, early game you sometimes forget about, but later in the game, like, a lot of times I feel like you notice your villagers moving slower. You don't have that wheelbarrow upgrade, and it's just so, he could have his economy being that much more efficient.
That's a Mr. Like, Mr. would approve of this right now.
Keep starting to
getting
get
taken down. Hopefully it's just taking down some of the defensive infrastructure there out on the map. Oh, it's getting some short bows here up against... Oh my god, okay, they do no damage. Well, I guess he's got enough villagers. But at the same time, I'm just building outposts around the gold vein here.
Yeah, it's like those crossbow losses gave him time to finish up the outpost, and Anatan's just slowly trying to deny Puppy from all gold. Bombard's a little too far forward. Some Hobblars get on top of him, but not enough damage to fully finish and take those off. Puppy Paw taking this engagement here. Saint's Blessing still active for Anatan, and those Streltsy are just shredding. All of the infrastructure investment that Puppy Paw has given here is slowly gonna be taken down there with 3 Bombards out onto the field. Just so easy there. Villagers trying to burn down those wooden fortresses as well.
To 3 Bombard cannons now for Anatant. Puppy Paw just torching down or trying to torch down the wooden fortresses, but now with some cavalry here as well, not gonna be able to gather resources over here. He's just still doubling down on the Hobblars and on the Spearmen, but he doesn't have the King's College, so his Hobblars are... They're not what they could be.
And I mean, you know, it feels bad losing that many villagers to burning some wooden fortresses, but Puppy Paw could use some more military out onto the field, and that's exactly what he has. Both players just going to be sitting at max pop, probably for the foreseeable future here, unless a major engagement happens soon. Anapan does split off a few units, able to get into these backside farms. Puppy Paw not yet reacting. So many pings happening on the map. So much damage coming on, and at one point it was 140 villagers. Now we're at 123 and continuing to fall.
Yeah, still no wheelbarrow, and I did actually get the quote here from production from Mr. If my villagers are working, they don't need to walk. Well, they're not gonna walk when they're dead either.
That is true, I guess. Walls have holes in them now, and again, Anatan has enough resources to constantly send a flow into this. Puppy Paw trying to gather more stone in the mid-map, but with 0 protections involved. I guess the Berkshire's helping a little bit there. That range is absurd.
Getting to an army point here where Anatant, he's about to have almost 50 Streltsy out on the field. 37 on the field, 11 more in queue. That is a damning amount of just very, very strong hand cannoneers that he'll have on his field. That's going to be a tough one for Puppy Paw to break through. And the 3 Bombards just going to be able to take care of any defensive building.
Yeah, Puppy Paw does have the fodder to send into those Streltsy, though. He's got 22 Hobblars, 24 Hobblars in queue, and 53 Spearmen out onto the field. So he has been replacing those villager losses with just more and more military, and now it actually feels like he has a lot of numbers here. So if Streltsy don't stay together, don't stay with a front line, they really could get, you know, some heavy losses here as Anatan's resources are running lower. As I say, that 13 knights in queue, so not really.
Well, he's only got 35 villagers on food. If you look at Puppy Paw, he's got 75 villagers on food. But when you look at the destruction value, actually it's not that far apart, considering how much Puppy Paw has been, I want to say, feeding Anatant here.
Yep. Keep trying to go down here for Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw's going to try to defend this location. Streltsy on the backside getting dove by one group of the Hobblars. I feel like there should be more Hobblars somewhere. I'm just not sure where they are. If those 3 Bombards get in range that keep being built, it is going to be destroyed before it even gets close to finishing here.
It's the Bombards back just in time. It's such a big army mass from Puppy Paw, but Anatant able to just completely wipe it up. Yeah, I mean, the Spearmen just get absolutely flatlined here by those Streltsy.
Not having to move is just so effective. They're just sitting on the backside, just machine gunning this down. Keep gets denied immediately. Anatan pushing forward and takes game number 4. It is not a sweep from Puppy Paw. Anatan puts his foot forward, is ready to try to get that reverse sweep going.
It's gonna be a long road for him, though. And now Puppy Paw, Still on match point. Anaton, first point on the scoreboard on his side now. It's still a tough one. 3 victories in a row are going to be needed here for Anaton. Just one more for Puppypaw. And now Puppypaw, he's the one that gets to decide all the following maps.
Yeah, and this is one where it definitely gets difficult. That's not the upcoming game, that's the current game, but this is one where I'm assuming Puppypaw is just going to lead right on into one of these hybrid maps. We know the 2 Civ picks for him. The question is what will Anatan do to try to match that? It's going to be Mongol versus KT on Kawasan.
Yeah, KT coming on up here. Mongol so far on hybrid maps, pretty much like almost undefeated. Well,
yeah, Puppypaw went with the Ayubit snipe. I know Ayubit has some cool early game stuff that they can do, whether it's, you know, some really quick age up timings to try to make sure you deny one of the pawns and secure one of the pawns for yourself, dropping those extra docks, whatever the sort may be. Seeing some of these highlights of this game, you could just see how much map control that Anatan eventually ended up taking with keeps everywhere, and just ended up having that very, very efficient army composition comparative to Puppypaw's trash army, I would say.
Yeah, honestly, map control-wise, it felt like Puppypaw always had the lead after the relics got taken. Anton just kind of fell back inside of his base and just started thinking about the Imperial Age, and the army composition from Puppypaw, it just didn't work. It just flat out didn't work up against what Anaton was doing. I'm not sure what exactly he could have done there in order to fight up against this. My honest opinion is the White Tower wasn't needed here. Maybe with King's College you can open up a lot more possibilities, a lot more army compositions. Your Hobelas become a lot more stronger. You start doing more bonus damage. You get cheaper hand cannoneers in, cheaper upgrades. When both players went for such a greedy boom into Fast Castle Age, the White Tower doesn't really achieve that much, and yeah, I guess when it went into a long game, King's College could have made the difference there.
Yeah, the big problem is as that game went longer, Puppypaw just never really secured the bigger gold veins for himself. Anatan had to keep on the bottom 8k, was kind of always focusing that middle 8k, so Puppypaw kind of got a few of the smaller gold veins, but just that's one of those that it felt like a ticking time bomb that Anatan just slowly got further and further ahead, and then obviously ended up closing that one out. So not a full clean sweep. Will Anatan be able to try to take down another one of the Canadian bros 4-3?
Yeah, it would be quite the upgrade here for Anatan. Would be quite the upset now after being down 3-0. Knights Templar for Puppypaw. There is we've seen Knights Templar recently be played more and more, not just on hybrid maps, but I've even seen in some land maps. And they're pretty strong. But Mongols on hybrid maps as well, they've got like the biggest or the highest win rate at the moment in the tournament, which, kind of does paint a picture of them just being incredibly strong on hybrid maps.
Yeah, it does. That does kind of feel surprising because, like we said, with Puppypaw having KT and Tuklak, we're like, oh, those are basically 2 of the best water civilizations, but as you just mentioned, Mongols sitting up at 9-1.
It's all Macedonians. It's all Macedonian. Never mind. Okay,
every single one. Mongols sitting at 9-1, and Tuklak actually sitting there at 0-7. So even though they have the worst win rate, they were sniped on out.
0-7, yeah. Tuklak, they're not having it easy. I guess they got mostly picked on land maps. They didn't make it through on hybrid maps. Knights Templar, they also got a very decent win rate at the moment.
I was about to say there were 0 snipes on everyone, but now we got the snipe statistics imported on in there. And Ottomans, the most banned civilization of the tournament, and that is one where you kind of mentioned earlier in the day we didn't think we were going to see them be able to be picked at all, but Anatan ended up being able to snag them and not putting his foot forward for that win statistics. It might. We just heard an update from Cal, and the graphic might not work with 100 bands, so
Ottoman's getting close.
Yeah, it might just be 99 for the rest of the tournament. You know, we just know that they're on the high side. Okay.
Yeah, Ottoman's up there. They're up there when it comes to the bans. They did get picked today, and they didn't actually end up winning. So maybe soon we'll get less Ottoman bans.
Yeah, and one of the other things on there was Byzantine's shown as one of the prio civs, and Puppy Paul still has that one in his wheelhouse. But enough about the civilizations that we could pick. We have game number 5, Anatan versus Puppy Paul, Mongol versus Knights Templar on Kalasan.
Here we go. Uwu already being built by Anatan on his side, still chopping at that tree to get some additional wood in. Puppy Paul opting to not go for an early dock play, instead immediately sending villagers out to gold. Meanwhile, Anatan, he is actually going to be dropping a dock on his side.
Yeah, and that early free stone generation that the Mongol gets, especially when it's a map that the pawns are much smaller like Kalasan, just getting some free dock emplacements can provide so much value here where, yeah, you might lose the fight, but it's hard for your dock to fully get taken out. It's one that, you know, and even if it does, it costs so much investment from the other side that it might kind of give you some better timing.
Yeah. Might be able to get that better timing in indeed, and that can also just make all the difference here. Yeah, Puppy Paul is going to be getting a very quick feudal agent from the looks of it. Wondering if he, with that faster feudal age, then is going to be going for a dock drop on his side. Maybe try and go for a fast feudal age into dock.
Yeah, that would be the expectation. The question is it going to, like you said, is it going to be his side dock, or is he going to try to contest Anatan's early fishing that he is going for now? Both players getting the necessary information they need to make the next steps. We saw Puppy Paul scout just circles, spotted out the dock from Anatan, and obviously Anatan sitting here knows that Puppy Paul's on gold, knows that means that a feudal age is coming first.
Butcher's gonna have to move back here for Puppy Paul, as he wants to get taken down early on. Now Ajab's gonna be coming in, and we're gonna be seeing a big migration from 9 villagers over to the wood line. So wouldn't be too surprised if the follow-up is gonna be a dock drop from Puppy Paul. Yeah, 13 villagers on wood. He's definitely gonna be having the wood for it soon.
Yep, just full economy swap on over to the woodline. Who needs any other resources? So that is a crazy swap there, but will be able to start affording docks, immediately afford anything that he wants there. Waiting to see that villager move out with that migration, and it does look like maybe it's going to be that bottom side pond, so we'll try to deny the early fishing that Anatan invested into.
There it is, villagers moving out. It's going to get spotted out by Anatan though. And I think Anatan might actually need to send either a scout or a second villager out. Yeah, scout's going to be there in order to deter the Khan.
Yeah. It's one of those frustrating things. I've seen it on Frisian Marshes so many times where the scout spots out that villager moving, and oh my gosh, Anatan pulls the villager with the shiv as well, so that scout will not be the only answer. He needs to send another villager out. What a great reaction by Anatan here.
You might actually have to cancel. The dock can just be fine with dock dropping on the other pond. Actually, he's keeping the dock up. And he's sending a villager to both ponds. Well, that villager already is a little bit better than Bruce.
He's sending the other low-health villager from gold? What?
Okay, he cancels and now builds the dock on the other side. But he still wants to build this dock, though.
Yeah, one of those vills is rather low health. He did not decide to make the villager swap, so Shiv still gets pulled on out. Anatan sees the second villager.
Wait, is Anatan pulling another vill? He's pulling another vill!
Oh my gosh! And the Khan's gonna be able to. Oh, he misfired an arrow. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Actually,
he got the bounty.
He gets the cancel.
Oh my god! Wait, he got... Okay, apparently he got the bounty from the first dock as well, so that is already 50 additional resources for Anatan. This guy's looking like he's on fire. Wow.
Yeah, you know, just took him a few games to get warmed up. Now he's locked in and ready to go. What a great start here for Anatan for the Mongols, showing a reason why they might be that, you know, one of the strongest civs on these hybrids, on these water maps. Two docks have been dropped on Puppy Paul's side, so we'll be able to match up that fishing boat number early on. No villagers got taken down, although one was a step away, and actually even investing into a wall on this side as well.
And just wants to make sure that he's going to be safe on that side. Anton gets that one early archer ship up on his side as well, just makes sure that his pond is going to be nice and easily defended. To be fair, Anton, he didn't invest too much into water early on, right? Like, there's only 2 fishing ships, and Puppy Paw with double dock now is going to be able to easily overtake him in the income department.
Yeah, and I mean, that is one where it still felt great for Anatan early on, but now we can see that there's still a lot of work to be done. It's not just game over because of the first 5 minutes. There's a lot of extra time, a lot of extra strategy in store here. Oh. Quick wall? Not gonna happen.
Little bit of a quick wall. Oh! Nah. Okay, now he's finishing it up.
Anatan's showing the micro of the Khan, though, showing how strong it can be. It's still crazy to think about the old days of the Khan, how much more damage it used to do, and everything of that sort. The Mongols, have come a long way, but still shows how annoying it can be. Fishing boat number skyrockets up to 6 for Puppy Paw.
For Anatan, he's now adding in his second dock. So he's going to try and keep up with the number there. Already double Kashik production, so 4 Kashiks out on the field for Anatan.
Scout moving out and about for Puppet Ball. He needs to get knowledge of these Keshiks, and will be able to get that exact thing here. Already has a few spears out, a few more in queue now. Keshiks circling, might be able to pick up that villain on the way home, and another set of Keshiks hit the gold vein as well, so Puppy Paw loses 1 villager, most likely will lose another over here. Oh, he's trying to build that gate.
There's the Kesh. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a dead villa right there.
Movement speed to the Keshiks. So key. The gate actually gets finished, though.
Okay.
Spearman took the damage instead. Keshik's just going to trade, though, on the spears, and if Anatan cares that much, he can slowly... Yeah, I was about to say, he can slowly heal up that Keshik as well. Oh. Good micro there by Anatan to just barely pull back the lower health Keshik. Archer ship forces the scout on away.
Good, and behind all of the... Puppy Boy, he went for double pilgrims immediately. That's quite the investment early on. Goes to show how Anatan's able to just have way more military out on the field at the moment. More Keshiks coming in behind this. It's 10 to 12 in the fishing ship department. This time the villager is going to get picked off.
Pilgrims do at least get to secure that next bit of gold, though. The 1 single spear, again, trickling on in. There's a few archers there, but the archers against Keshik is never a fight that you want to have taken when there's only 2 archers. Economic numbers still fairly even. Khan getting very close to taking down, but just escaping with his life.
Yeah. And that one Keshik that Anatan actually sent to the back with barely any health left did manage to survive, and now Keshik's inside the woodline here. Charge comes through, but Hospitaller just makes it so the villager survived that additional little punch, so villager was able to survive for quite a bit. Still, 3 villagers taken down so far, but it looks like Anderson actually had some idle time inside of his TC, so it's not the biggest villager advantage that he has, especially considering that Knights Templar idle their TC during H-up.
Yeah, does the Mongol, like when the TC's first getting placed, count towards that idle time? Because I feel like that's at least like 10,
oh yeah, actually you're right.
Seconds. Yeah. So
you're probably right.
It's really not that much idle time, most likely. Villager, though, does get denied from building another dock. Still, Anatan was able to get a dock up on the other side pond. Scout gets taken down as well. We've seen how effective these Keshiks have already been.
That demo ship's just waiting for something to come out.
Yeah, fishing boat's forced to do some healing. It's a junk coming out. What if, a little demo ship from the other side come out and just immediately explodes?
Oh, we'll find out. Wait, no, that's going to be an archer ship here. Well, the demo ship does immediately explode. Keshiks fighting off up against the archer ship here. Archer from Mountain does get taken down. Villager is going to finish up that second dock there.
Try to. Springled ship is right there, though. I don't think the Villager can finish it. Anatan cancels it. The dock still at least does cause a ton of idle time here from the fishing ships, needing to constantly heal on up because Anatan put a dock emplacement into there as well. A lot of investment forced on that pond from Puppy Paw, though, just from one dock and the upgrade. He's, had to build 5, 6 different military ships on that single pond. And look at the resources in the bank.
High. Yeah, I mean, Anton, he's just going to be going for the H-up. Puppy Paw similarly, though. We're going to most likely be seeing a Kurultai from Anton. But looking at the military and the compositions here, Anton should be in a very good position to do some damage inside of Puppy Paw's base, and he is going to be going for a raid now, or an attack.
Another villager kill.
Snipe. Oh, this is such a good position here for him.
Keshik's able to get on the archer backline for a second. Yeah, there's a lot of archers for Puppy Paw, so the Anatan archer mass is slowly being thinned out, which he desperately needs to be able to kill those spears. Keshiks, they are not the true feudal age knights like you see from other civs. They are much squishier there, and you can see that as Anatan loses a few on the run out. Kurultai, though, on the way.
And Angevin at the same time as well. However, behind all of this, though, he has still been able to get those pilgrims out, so has been getting that steady gold income with them.
Yeah, Anatan
that's not to be underestimated.
Anatan's been able to deny the gold veins pretty well, but like you said, the pilgrims still effectively, continually giving that. I think it was like 106 gold that we were seeing.
Yeah, and every minute, so that's already like 200 gold a minute. Puppy Paw hasn't been on gold for a while. He is sending villagers out to gold now, though. Needs that veterancy on the archers.
There's the outpost to make sure he secures up that gold location. You need a lot more gold in Castle Age compared to feudal. A lot more units that need gold. Upgrades are more expensive, everything of the sort, so cannot just rely on a few pilgrims. You can see the Kurultai rolling on across the map. It is about to be this focus dive on that gold, just like we were talking about. Gold is so needed. Villagers slow to react. Only one goes down, but units will fall for this.
Yeah, Anatan sacrificing a couple of the units here. Kurultai is moving forward, though. The archer numbers are getting thinned out. Yeah, the archer numbers are getting thinned out for Anatan, and we gotta remember that Puppy Paw with the Knights Templar, he has like the best economy in the game when it comes to spamming out archers. So Anatan definitely gonna need some more Keshiks, and he has some more in queue.
Yep. Getting a little bit of that extra healing with the Kurultai. But every single time that he forces Puppy Paw back off of this gold, it just makes it a little bit harder in Castle Age to kind of just equalize those upgrades, equalize those tech efficiencies. Archer upgrade is coming in for Anatan. So just again, delaying, denying a little bit of the gold here and there. Still just streaming Keshiks across the field. Puppy Paw has that archer massacred these last few archers, and then what's Anatan's answer for the front line from Puppy Paw?
He's gonna need to find some answer. Yeah, he's going for crossbows. I'm not sure, maybe just men-at-arms could realistically be a solution here for him. But then again, Puppy Paw could also answer it with his own crossbows, but he would need time to build those numbers up. For the time being, though, a heavy spearman, there's just not really an answer at the moment for Anton, though he just needs to somehow be able to outscale Puppy Paw with the archers. The Kurultai is gonna make his archers a lot better. These are just like, you cannot outscale archer production from the Knights Templar. Their economy is made to pump out archers like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, we've gotten to the point in the game, though, that, you know, Puppy Paw, he's feeling pretty good about his unit mass. Anatan does have, you know, Keshiks, obviously, so the lower number does have some more resources into there, does have the Kurultai, but Puppy Paw's numbers look very, very scary, and we just mentioned Anatan doesn't have a true answer for the Hardened Spearman.
Second fight is being taken here. Keshiks do get a couple of charges in. It is underneath the Kurultai. Output is getting built in the back there as well. Keshiks do a good job of just kiting back and forth. But the archer mass from Anatan is getting thinned out very quickly here.
It is getting thinned out quickly, but he's done a great job of constantly focusing down these spears every time they step up. So spear mass is getting thinner and thinner, but more on the way. More are coming. The Keshiks still will not be allowed to take that head-on engagement because of those heavy spears.
There's the reinforcements now. Even more heavy spearmen coming on up. And Anton, you're correct. Like, he did trade quite well there. Question is if he's able to keep this up now. I think this is the point. Like, Puppy Paw, he needs to commit with those heavy spearmen now, and he has enough when it comes to the numbers. Fight is being taken now. The villager is still trying to finish on up that outpost. It is so close to completion. Gets it up. Yam Aura movement speed is coming in now. Anton gonna be able to move with a little bit more mobility. Kurultai getting packed up as well. There are some crossbows in the army now from Anton, but not too many. Outbot did a great job of sniping those out.
You can see a monk that was moving across the field, probably trying to secure up one of the relics from Puppy Paw's side. I believe I only see two relics. Oh, no, okay. So he's trying to get the more aggressive relics first instead of the ones safe and at home.
Right, no longer underneath the Kurultai. Outpaw is falling back a little bit here, giving the Keshiks some targets to hit in the meantime. Kurultai is being redeployed. Keshiks do get the boost first. It doesn't look like it's enough. Anthony's not making any more archers at this point. There is an archer ship trying to help out as well. Frontline from... Okay, actually, Puppy Paw, he doesn't have that many units remaining here anymore.
The heavy spears just got demolished during all of that. It's one of those that, like, it seems like it's going so well for Puppy Paw, but Anatan just great micro-focusing down those heavy spears consistently, and now the archers have to tuck tail and run. Yeah, there's more reinforcing archers, but still, not too many spears out for Puppy.
Yeah, that was a great hold here from Anatan. Just moving back and forward, making sure that the archers from Puppy Paw, it also looked like they got stuck a couple of times just hitting the buildings rather than the units at times.
And that sprinkled outpost is going to provide Anatan so much value as well. With the extra movement speed, I think he just sent a villager over to repair it back to full and just a sprinkled emplacement.
Looks like Puppy Paw is trying to get some fortresses up next. There's a lot of villagers on wood, on stone at the moment for him.
Kind of getting to this deadlock point in the middle of the game. Anatan dropping another outpost in that mid-map. He wants the mid-map secured. Relics, I believe, are still continually slowly going to Anatan's side. I think he's probably got 2 down in the prayer tent now. Keshiks deterred on away. fortress location, front side of that wood line.
It's gonna be a good position to hold. Anton now starting to make some siege as well, getting some mangonels in.
Yep, second mangonel on the way. Those mangonels are going to provide a ton of value against the army there from Puppy Paw. Just all infantry army. Puppy Paw's starting to step up a little bit further. Next outpost has gotten finished up from Anatan. Not enough stone for any upgrades there. I don't know if Anatan's built another Uvu.
Doesn't look like it. He's on 0 stone at the moment, so the answer is no. Second mangonel coming in. These are cruel type boosted mangonels, so they're going to be doing a lot of damage, but they got a lot of yeah, they got a lot of things to deal with here at the front line. The army count is falling quite quickly here for Anton at the moment. Just mass reinforcements coming in, but that's a good shot.
Yeah.
Needs a couple more of those though, in order to hold the position.
Puppy Paw doing a good job of splitting up these archers into some smaller groups. A lot of those archers really low health. Still not the most crazy mangonel shots finishing yet.
He is holding.
Good hold from Anatan still.
Yeah. On one fortress at the moment for Puppy Paw, which makes it very difficult for Anton to try and find his way into Puppy Paw's base currently. So Puppy Paw hasn't secured any of the sacred sites with the fortress yet.
And Anatan actually goes up and secures the third relic, secures the one from Puppy Paw's side, might try to go in and get another one. Also snagging the 8k gold vein on the bottom side. That's more, I would say more towards Puppy Paw's side, but has double outpost. He has rebuilt the Uvu finally, so we'll be able to start getting some upgrades on those outposts eventually.
Definitely much needed. And Puppy Paw behind this started adding in a ton of hospital. Wait, what? 24 hospital knights, 14 on the field, 10 more in queue. That is interesting.
That's a quick transition, so let's see if Anatan will be ready for it. Anatan does have a lot of the vision with the outposts around. Moving up with the mangonels to try to deny some of the boats. Fortunately enough, rocks do quite a bit of damage to the boats.
First hospital knight, just scouting out here.
Those mangonels are out of position though.
They are. And Anton's about to find out. Looks like Anton was actually thinking about going for an age up. Now has to requeue some crossbows very quick. Oh my god, the army here from Puppy Paw. He's pulling the villagers to try and get the mangonels repaired. Oh, but that is just so much military. Anton, he's about to get overrun. Cruel tide deploying.
The higher health mangonel instead of the lower health one. Now starting to repair the lower health mangonel. They can't turn and shoot yet, though. He's constantly kiting back with the ranged mass, but he needs those mangonels to be able to do some work, to be able to thin out this mass. Khan has been killed. Anatan, he's so close to Imperial Age up, but now he's getting forced back under his TC. Puppy Paw is being relentless here. Look at the military mass that he has. More repairs coming down from the villagers, but at what cost? He's now stuck in this awkward mode in between Castle and Imperial. One mangonel falls, second one's getting full surrounded.
Villagers jumping inside the TC, lots of villagers do go down here. And he just doesn't have the army in order to get him out of his base. We do see some Kesheks being produced now. That might allow him to push Puppy Paw out of his base once again, but there's just so many reinforcements coming in.
Yeah, the next mass arrives, and then you know Anatan is in trouble here. He has so many resources in the bank, but it's just that perfect timing from Puppy Paw. He punished Anatan's greed. If Anatan had just been able to age up to Imperial Age a little bit quicker, it might have been different, but now 2,000 food just gets spent very quickly. Men-at-arms crossbows trying to be queued up, but Puppy Paw's going to be on production. It's going to be hard to have Anatan's mass all together.
Yeah. TC also just focusing down the Hospital Knight, so they don't take too much damage. They got a good amount of ranged armor. We have some ships here. Forward Fortress now coming in from Puppy Paw. Try and secure more map control. Villagers next to the outpost getting taken down. And with that, Puppy Paw's in a good position to start aggressing onto the water from Anatan as well.
Anatan's Skeshik don't have a true answer on this front line from Puppy Paw, though, so he is actually able to hold this. He is pushing this back. How many villagers? Oh my gosh, there's plenty of villagers on that fortress, so it will get finished here in no time. Anatan will have to turn, and so much of the food economy will go down now.
It looks like Anatan is still holding on to the dream of the Imperial Age, though, on his side.
He's continually queuing up, but like you said, he's got 800 or so food that he needs to go up to Imperial Age. However, fishing now has to be corralled over to the opposite corner. Puppy Paw pushing forward again. No return damage able to be done. Puppy Paw is looking to end this series 4-1. Another fortress being built, and it is very far forward. It is on the production. Obviously, Anatan can move those buildings away, but this is just choke holding Anatan into the corner of the map. Puppy Paw with his own mangonel now pushing forward. This is going to be the fight of the game. Will Anatan be able to hold? Kurultai does get set up. A few units split off to try to deny the fortress, but the fortress isn't the most important thing. Mangonel taken down.
Fortress looks to be finishing up.
He can.
But it just doesn't look to be enough. He has to fall back. The fortress is going to end up going up here. And now Puppy Paw is starting to produce some crossbows as well. 6 on the field, 7 in queue. Production is getting sent back, and Anatan looks like he just bought some food. Might be looking to buy his way up to the Imperial Age now.
Might actually finally be his time, just 5 minutes later than what he intended for that Imperial Age, but it is starting to be built somewhere. There it is, White Stupa on the backside woodline. He ate through that whole entire 8k gold vein, moves on to the other.
White Stupa has been buffed significantly, reducing the cost for double production by 50%. That could be Anatan's way back into the game. Mass Kashyyyks for cheap, or hand cannoneers could also be a choice there.
Archers slowly doing some work here. Puppy Paw is thinking about his own age up now, not too far away himself. And the key for him is he is continually pushing forward, has any and all of the resources across the map that he wants.
Getting Imperial crossbows and the Pierce armor upgrade in behind this, but Puppy Paw being so close to his own age up now. And the age from Knights Templar does come in quite quickly. Trebuchets now firing off against the fortresses here, but Puppy Paw has 4 Trebuchets, and the Trebuchets from Knights Templar, they do hit differently.
Indeed they do. He has one splitting off, slowly taking down the fishing. He has others killing the infrastructure of Anatan. Although it can continually get moved back, it just is still not that helpful here.
There it is, Kingdom of Poland in queue. First bombard coming in now for Anatan. He has a ton of crossbows out on the field. Just doesn't feel like the army is able to really take any fights right now. Elite upgrades have come in. I don't think he expects Puppy Paw to also just immediately get his own Imperial Age in, but I mean, he has to suspect it. With this many fortresses on the field, it's just so much gold income that you get from all of those pilgrims.
Puppy Paw sitting at max population with resources in the bank, so we'll be able to click up plenty of these Imperial Age upgrades as he wants. Meanwhile, Anatan is really just going to be struggling for the resources, struggling to hold here.
Crossbows taking the fight now underneath the Kurultai. No upgrades in yet for Puppy Paw. So this is just about the best fight that they could take. There is double bombards here as well. Together with the Kurultai, should be able to one-shot any unit. There are some hand cannoneers in as well.
It looks like those bombards, though, they're focusing down that fortress instead. They're not helping with the unit mass, but Anatan does look like he's holding this. Might be at the cost of his TC here in a second.
Slachta being masked up behind this, though. No elite upgrades needed for this unit. They're immediately fully upgraded. Elite archers also coming in behind this. Oh my god. Yeah, he's just losing all of the fishing behind this. Anatan, he's struggling for food now. He puts up pastures in the back of his base. Try and get some more food and come in. First fortress taken down.
Is moving the relics back into the prayer tent, but Kurultai, it gets placed and immediately is already half health from the Trebs that are doing work over there on the front side for Puppy Paw. TC slowly getting rebuilt, so a lot of Anatan's resources are being utilized to rebuild the landmarks, make sure they don't fall.
Antant does have 21 hand cannoneers on the field. The White Stupa does allow for some ridiculous armor production, but he's struggling when it comes to the food income. The food income should start looking a little bit better with time, though, as the pastures are being worked on. Triple bombards there as well for him. That's a lot of a migration going on right now. Oh no! He's moving to the top gold. Yeah, that's where the fortress is.
He needs gold. He wants gold, but it is about to have a bad realization when those villagers start taking damage.
Kurultai actually getting taken down so quickly here by those 4 trebuchets. And without the Kurultai, Anton, I don't think he's going to be in a position to realistically take a fight. Needs to just move it back a little bit, just to keep it still in range, but outside of range of the Trebs.
Question mark?
I don't think their health is going up, but now the villagers, they're getting hit by the fortress. Anton, it doesn't look like he's noticed yet. Kurultai is up. Units are getting buffed up as well at the front line. He hasn't noticed yet.
Not noticed. He needs that gold bad, though. Apparently, he's just sitting on there taking the damage.
No!
Villagers, no. Well, this does seem like the beginning of the end. As the White Stupa may put in some work, but you still need economy. You still need resources. Anatan's making the push. Puppy Paw's falling back a little bit.
There's 30 Slachta somewhere. Puppy Paw is just waiting to jump the trap. And all the villagers died on gold. And the second Anatan realizes that, I feel like the game is just about over now. All the hand cannoneers are gone. There's just 9 remaining. They're all dropping like flies. He's trying to fight back.
Yeah, as the reinforcements arrive, none of the siege can stay doing damage, has to continue to fall, and won't be able to queue up any more units. He has 5 more hand cannoneers in queue, but 5 hand cannoneers against this mass is not going to do anything. This looks like a 4-1 for Puppy Paw. What a solid series.
And just so cleanly played from him. So absolutely cleanly played all of these games. Puppy Paw appearing to be in top shape here, able to get revenge in for his brother Wham that was taken out by Anatan earlier. I guess Puppy Paw could also be a little bit thankful that he didn't have to face off against his own brother. But still able to now claim revenge.
I'm sure they always hate that, having to face each other, but 4-1 victory goes over Puppy Paw's way in a... He throws Mongol a little bit worse of a win rate now. They still might be top of the tournament for win rates still after that, but what a solid game from him, a solid series from him, and once again, he gets to be the one sitting back watching and getting some planning and scouting done.
Yeah, indeed. Puppy Paw in a very solid position and securing himself his spot in the grand finals.
And that just greedy Imperial Age attempt from Anatan, if he had just... we saw how well he actually ended up holding even after it, but if he had just waited another minute or so, made a few more units to be able to hold that impending push from Puppy Paw, it might just have been enough to take him to another game. But unfortunately for Anatan, he has finished his tournament run. Still a solid performance overall.
Yeah, very solid performance indeed. And I mean, he still has to be very happy. Secures himself a top 4 spot at the very least, and there's still the option, of course, for him to get top 3.
Yeah, we'll have that third place game. I believe that is tomorrow. Is it a best of 7 or best? I think it's just a best of 7 and finals. Oh, best of 5, and then finals is best of 9.
Indeed. So we're still going to be having some very, very long sets tomorrow potentially. But next up, we are preparing for the interview. After the interview, though, we're going to be moving to a little break, and after the little break, we're going to be moving into El Clasico. Beastie up against Marine Lord is going to be coming up next.
Puppy Paul, congrats on the series win, big 4-1 victory, and getting revenge for your brother. You know, what did you think and kind of strategize going in as a whole, being able to kind of watch a little bit more this past week?
Yeah, I did a lot of studying, of course, with Anna 10 playing against 2 previous opponents here, so that was helpful. Mostly I just kind of saw what Sibsy was strong on, and I kind of mostly just played to my comforts, a lot of strength picks, so not too much, but yeah. I did watch a lot of his games.
Yeah, that is definitely helpful for sure. Going into one of the games, the Lipany game with Japan versus Delhi, you know, everyone expects Japan to go with the spears into Fast Castle, and you said, no, forget all that. I'm going full feudal age aggression with the Koka Township and Shinobi. You know, kind of talk about a little bit about that mindset and why that was the choice there.
Yeah, so this is kind of a strategy I've done for a long time, and I've had a very high success rate with it, so in this matchup, it's particularly good. I mean, if Delhi's sitting in their base the whole game, they're not really getting too many advantages. They need the sites to be able to kind of play to their strengths. But yeah, I mean, Lipany is obviously a very good map to play this heavy food, horseman, samurai composition. So I thought, you know, I'll just keep pumping these food units. I'll have lots of map control, deny sites, and if the game goes the way I want it to, I'll be able to take all the food and be very aggressive and keep them on the back foot.
Yeah, and deny the sites you definitely did, and more importantly, you denied the heavy food of Lipany from Anatan, as he was definitely struggling hard there. And then following up, you know, next game, there was a ton of back and forth. I felt like you were raiding with 3-4 different unit groups at all times, and just really never letting Anatan breathe and get the units. The Radari Mass, it felt like, what was it? It was a push on the bottom sacred side of Gorge with your Archer Mass, and it felt like there was a position where Anatan kind of had the leg up. There was not really a counter unit that you had out at first for the Janissaries. Were you worried at all there after losing the Archer Ball?
Yeah, I was a bit worried in that game, but as Macedonians, you have the Golden Horn Tower. He had a decent bit of range units as well, so it's going to be difficult for him to push into my base, even after he killed a few units near that sacred site there. But yeah, I mean, I thought, okay, that wasn't great, but let's just keep raiding. We have the mobility advantage with our knights, and let's drag the game out. And I found lots of picks with my knights, so it ended up being very favorable. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, kind of started out the first couple games with a lot of feudal age fighting, and then followed that directly up into the 3TC play, which I think me and Crackety kind of said it as a joke at first, and then we realized based off the unit split that 3TCs was coming up against Rus. Do you feel like that was like a necessary thing that you need to do against Rus, just with the way that they are in their economy in late game, or did you feel like that might have been a little bit greedy and timing wise would have been better with 2?
I played that matchup a few times versus Anatan, and I lost twice, I think, versus his Rus, so I'm not sure what to do. He obviously plays Rus very well, and has a very good late game. But yeah, I thought with the triple TC, maybe I could just kind of outscale him there, and go for like a timing like pre-imp or just when imp hits, but yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe my composition wasn't fantastic. But he's definitely very good with Roos, and I'll have to rethink this matchup.
Yeah, well, you gave that one game up, but got to finish it out with having two of the strongest water civilizations, and ended up closing out the series. So big congrats again on that 4-1 victory, and I'm sure you'll be ready to take it into the finals tomorrow. Any final closing thoughts there for you?
Nah. Thank you guys. Look forward to watching the next set.
There we go. Well, good luck tomorrow. We'll definitely be watching and observing, but we got a little break here, and obviously the as everyone calls it, the El Clasico between Beastie and Marine Lord here to follow.
All right, and welcome back, everybody. It is time, the set that so many of you have been waiting for. We see Marine Lord up against Beastie, and we've got the live dread right in front of us now.
Yeah, double Molly ban Zushi actually let through potentially over on one side, and then Biz banned with the other one. So Ottoman's not banned by either player as of yet, even though it has been one of the, highly regarded civilizations.
Pathetic, weak civilization. Just look at the win rates. Doesn't even get the 60% in. Damn.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, why are these players not just first picking Mongols at this point? It's crazy.
Exactly. Yeah, Mongols, they seem super, super strong. Marine Lord picks the Chinese as his first pick. Beastie with the French. We have seen Beastie perform so well with the French in the past, so...
Also, we know Marine Lord loves playing his... Oh, okay. So all of the bans are going to be the same here for this matchup.
Got production in our ear, cursing that Ottomans hasn't been banned.
Yeah, Ottomans will be let through. I always laugh. Like, I feel like Marine Lord's always been the French player, obviously being French, but also, like, loving the civilization even when it's weak. Right now, still feels strong. And Beastie first picks the Golden Horde.
Yeah,
or second
French,
picks, I guess.
Yeah, second picks it, but French with Beastie is something that just really fits well with his playstyle as well, where he likes to play aggressively, but he also likes to play the late game at times, and the French just do it all. They are probably one of, if not the most potent civilizations in the late game at the moment, like late game, with the Guild Hall, with the Red Palace, like unraidable, great economy, cheaper units. And also in the early game, just having that powerful army composition with the early Royal Knights.
Yeah, I feel like BC's so good at like catching that army out of position. You know, the opponent tries to move on forward, and all of a sudden he's like, you know what? I have time to hit your wood line and still be able to defend this. And hitting your wood line with 5 French knights is devastating in the long terms of the game. As expected, once Beastie picked Golden Horde, Marine Lord followed up with Ottomans and then actually Macedonians. BC snagging Rus for his side as well.
Yeah, Rus on BC side, Marine Lord, Ottomans and Macedonians, pretty good picks there for him as well. Overall, both players picking the high value picks so far, of course, as we would expect.
Yeah, only one hybrid map chose between these players, not having Kawasan in the like we saw in the last series. So kind of a little bit less of a focus on these civs that could be very, very strong in the hybrid maps. Although there's some civs that can do it all, like a Ubits that was just snagged from Beastie.
Yeah, Ubit's pretty good on hybrid as well. They do, of course, get that cheaper dock in, and they do scale quite nicely with like the fast castle and water economy, being able to pump out a ton of those camel lancers. Marine Lord side, picking the House of Lancaster and the Sengoku Daimyo now as well. We do have, and I'm very happy about the Stepson, King of the Hill in the map draft.
Yeah. It always is some interesting games. I feel like it's more of like a viewer and caster favorite as it is a player favorite, but you know, I'm always happy to see it. I'm always happy to cast it.
I really enjoy seeing it when like both players actively fight for the middle and they're not able to immediately take the middle. That's when I like really enjoy that map.
Yep. Absolutely, and there's the Knights Templar secured for Beastie, so might have his 2 civilizations that he picks for hybrids, might still even follow it up with another just to deny one from Marine Lord. But overall, just, you know, it's so weird watching these map drafts now, just because there's so many options now, and it feels like there's so many strong civilizations on different maps that you really have a lot more variability as it was to, you know, it felt like in certain tournament iterations where it's like, yep, you see a map and you know which civ it's going to be or which 2 civs it's going to be over here.
Yeah. JD being picked by BC as well, so he's getting both French civilizations. Actually, make that all 3 French civilizations, with the Knights Templar being picked as well. And the Knights Templar, in theory, being a French civilization variant.
Yeah,
little note back.
He's leaning into the feudal knight civs for sure, Beastie is. And just, you know, there's something that can be talked about map control, about, you know, mobility and whatnot. And usually, if you got feudal knights, that allows you to take a lot of it.
Yeah. Toklak being picked by Marine Lord, so he's also going to have a great hybrid civilization for a map like Four Lakes, for example. And now there's the Mongols. Okay, this is nice. So on 4 legs, he's going to be able to give his opponent choice between both the Mongols and the Tuklak. So either it's a 90% win rate civilization, or I think still great. Like, actually, never mind. Tuklak, they haven't won a single game.
Yeah,
so
they were 07 when
yeah,
we saw
you can
them.
choose between a 0 and a 90% win rate civilization, and I'm gonna bet you that the 90% civilization is gonna make its way through the snipe.
Somehow, some way, it's one of those that numbers don't tell the true story. It's always about some player sentiment and what their feelings are going into it. And obviously, it's still highly regarded as one of the best hybrid civs, even though the outcome hasn't seemed to play that way so far.
Yeah. Delian Abbasid now being picked by Beastie. I think Abba was definitely a pick that Marine Lord was looking forward to potentially. We do see him a lot of times play as the Abbasid in tournaments as well, even when they weren't performing too well.
Yeah, I feel like him and Wham would always be the kind of the two that come to mind that would pick Abbasid, even though others would not at times. And that's where Beastie snipes over another pick. Well, doesn't snipe it, but picks it away from him. And Japan follow up from Marine Lord. We will see these last two civilization choices before we see the picks and snipes for Gorge. So starting out on Gorge, we saw that this last series, fun little matchup there where Puppy Paw ended up taking over with his Radari.
Yeah, Radari and the Macedonians. That's such a fearsome combination. Now, HRE and Japanese being picked by Marine Lord. I'm guessing Beastie, what could he pick at this point? Order of the Dragon could be a pick for him. And there it is.
There it is.
Yeah. It makes sense, right? Like Beastie likes the Order of the Dragon. He likes HRE, he likes Order of the Dragon. Makes sense for him to pick him here. And now for the first map, with Gorge. Mentioned Macedonians, could be a choice there. Both Macedonians and the Ottomans, also China, would be a suitable starting pick there. And BC could start with, I want to say, like, French, Rus, or Ayyubids would be great picks there as well.
Yeah, I kind of, I feel like maybe the Ayyubids get saved for the hybrid maps. And so I think, I could definitely see the French matchup. And just like you said, I could see Marine Lord just following up with China Macedonians as his two choices here. But it doesn't always feel the greatest when you pick your first pick on the first map, especially if it turns into a loss. It can kind of just set you on that back foot with mindset.
Exactly, and that's the thing. That's where you always have to be so watchful for when you put one of your strongest civilizations up first and your opponent might just be testing the waters, doesn't put his strongest civilizations up against yours. If you lose with one of the strongest against one of your opponent's perceived weaker civilizations, it does put you behind quite a bit. Now we get a look at the win rates here between the two, and looking at it, Marine Lord, definitely the clear favorite here.
Yeah, has had that kind of consistent history. Series count definitely heavily tilted towards his way, but game count, you could see BC never allows that series to be an easy one, even if Marine Lord has gotten the best of him the majority of the time. Last 3 series, he's at least taken a game or 2 off of Marine Lord on each of them, but there's always, different times, different metas. You could see EGC Masters Final of 2025. That's quite some time ago. So there's a lot of new meta shifts and a lot of differences that you can do since then.
Yeah. All right, we should be seeing the draft relatively soon here now. No, players are still drafting, so they're really putting the thinking hat on here at the moment to decide which civilization they're going to be putting forward first.
Yeah, we can blame the players, or we can just blame Cal. We can say that he's just late to having an input. He's being lazy.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, you just blame Cal and it immediately works. It's going to be the House of Lancaster up against the French. Okay, so China, House of Lancaster being put up first by Marine Lord, and Beastie with the French. French definitely anticipated here. House of Lancaster, I didn't have on my bingo card. I would have really anticipated like China and Macedonians here potentially, but China and House of Lancaster, not so much.
Yeah, but we'll see what Marine Lord has in store for the House of Lancasters. Obviously, We saw last series how it was played, where it was a much more of a boomy late game type of game, but you can't always afford to do that against the French. They can punish you very, very heavily, timing attacks and getting their own, whether it's them hitting Castle Age first with some upgrades, and even as you said, if it gets to late, there's a lot of extra things that the French can do, especially on a map like Gorge, where resources start to get scattered out and about, and it's not easy to wall for safety here.
Yeah. Walling definitely not that easy. And that is also one of those situations where the French really come into play here as the game goes on and progresses later into the game. And once you get that red palace up, you don't need walls to begin with. So that is like one of the main benefits here that the French have, just that sort of like raiding immunity almost, so to say. House of Lancaster, they do like to play relatively compact inside of their base. Just get that additional TC in the manor, and then you start putting up farms around it eventually. But at some point, you're going to move out onto the map, onto the sides for the additional resources, and that is the timing where you are going to start to need some walls.
Yeah. We saw Anatan get punished heavily last series. Once he started to run out of that initial gold vein, he tried to move out to the bottom side gold, got fully denied. Then he sent the expedition of the villagers up to the west side gold and just got absolutely slaughtered there, and that was the end of it. So it is definitely one that you can punish your opponent hard when it comes to that initial gold vein, but also at the same time, French is a very, very gold-heavy civilization. They're usually one of the civs that eats up their gold vein first, and that's one where BC could get punished all the same.
Yeah. Indeed. So definitely something to keep an eye out for. I'm wondering... Actually, not really wondering. We're most likely not going to be seeing any pro scouts coming out from the French. We've just typically seen them move out early onto the Deer instead. That's kind of been their main bread and butter recently, the way they've been playing for the most part. And the House of Lancaster, I wonder if Marinelot's going to be going for Dark Age aggression here with Spearman. I guess it's something that Beastie would have to anticipate, that Marinelot would go for Dark Age Spearman. So in theory, Beastie actually shouldn't move out early on with the French to the Deer, so he needs to play it a little bit more safe until he can confirm that Marinelot isn't going for the Dark Age rush.
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely...
should go for it.
Yeah, I think this is one that Beastie does send his scout directly across the map at the start to get that knowledge of it, see if he needs to react correctly or can move out onto the Deer, because even if you go 45 seconds later, it still can provide that value in the longer sorts of the game where, like you said, sheep fall back a little bit safer there, and it's one that if worse comes to worse, if gold's the thing that starts getting focused, you can always just drop the short walls around your gold vein to prevent the spears from getting on in.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the Lucifron short walls a couple of times in the past. Wonder if Beastie would go for them here. Could definitely save his bacon early on from getting denied on the gold. Ideally, of course, for him, Marinelot isn't going to be going for a Dark Age rush. He's going to scout that there's not going to be a barracks early on, and then he can just move out to the Deer on his side.
Yep. That is the game plan here. Who do you think that there's any favorite as it comes to the map draft here? Would you prefer one side or the other over here?
I think both players have some very good civilizations for the maps. For example, King of the Hill, Marinelot has China, Beastie has the Rus, potentially Macedonians as well. If you get map control early on, you can put that Golden Horn Tower in the center of the map. That could be very overwhelming. Four Lakes, both players have pretty decent hybrid civilizations there as well. BC has the KT, potentially Order of the Dragon, Marinelot with the Tuklak and the Mongols. I wouldn't say any of these players are necessarily favorited here. Both players have a pretty good civ draft considering the maps that are in play here for this one.
Yeah, a lot of comfort picks on either side, a lot of options when it comes to all of these more open maps and aggressive maps. I mean, looking out at it, I guess Lipany would be the probably the most closed map in a sense, and that's just based off of the spawns there, abundance of food. So, it's really one that the feudal aggression and just map control is going to be a key here in these series.
Yeah. All right, just less than 1 minute separating us from our game number one. Definitely one to be looking forward to. Whoever wins this set is going to be able to move into the grand finals, where Puppy Paw is already waiting. That's going to be the set that we'll be seeing tomorrow. And whoever loses today still has a shot at third place tomorrow as well. They're going to be up against Anatant for the third place match.
Yeah, best of 5 for that third place match. Best of 9 coming in for the final match. So that's when we think best of 7 start getting interesting with Civ choices and map choices. The best of 9 is so crucial and key for that. But just
a couple of seconds.
More seconds, and we will get the El Clasico started here between BC and Marine Lord. Who will start the series with the leg up?
And there it is. We're jumping on in. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 between Gentle Mates Marine Lord in the color pink here, playing as the House of Lancaster on Gorge. His opponent, none other than Beastie himself, playing as the French in the color yellow. Of course, when you're up against the House of Lancaster, you gotta anticipate that potentially there could be a Dark Age Barracks rush. So Beastie not going for the early move out onto the Deer. Set decides to scout forward towards his opponent's base and is gonna see that Marine Lord is not gonna be going for the Dark Age Barracks rush. And let's see if he's immediately gonna be thinking about going over towards the Deer. He does see the mining camp, but he doesn't know where the Deer are yet, so actually he can't.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing about, you know, having that scout go across the map. You need that knowledge, you need that information, but, you know, there's a cost to everything, as now he's actually trailing the path that Marine Lord went, so was able to pick up a few sheeps, but now on the way back home, might not be as successful here unless he gets a little bit of vision of Marine Lord scout as it comes back through.
Early mill coming in as well. So basically, he's going to be able to research that early wheelbarrow now that he has confirmed that there's not going to be any early pressure on his gold. So we'll be able to afford that without any immediate harassment from his opponent.
Yeah, I feel like French is that civilization that is not one that tends to forget wheelbarrow, as it's so cheap. You see a lot of people get it in Dark Age. You see a lot of people opt for it as they're going up to Feudal Age. So that is one where Beastie is opting for it in the Dark Age, and just as we mentioned, Marine Lord Scout does get a little bit of vision. Beastie realizes, oh my gosh, I'm trailing behind the path that Marine Lord went, so he's trying to cut across the map and secure up some more sheep for himself, but there we go, getting it highlighted. There's a cost to trying to get that knowledge and information, and it is going to be a cost of sheep and food in the long game here.
There it is, villagers moving out to stone now, so clearly going to be that 2 TC play here from Marine Lord on his side. Beastie soon to age up as well. That early wheelbarrow is going to mean that these villagers are going to be moving a lot quicker, and means that he's also much more likely to be sending the villagers out to the Deer as soon as that upgrade has come in and he scouted where the Deer are. There's the School of Cavalry now being built by 4 villagers.
Yep, very nice old timings here for the Dark Age wheelbarrow. It's kind of crazy, you know, it feels like it's such a cost for other civilizations, but for French it's like, oh yeah, my timing's just a few seconds delayed because of how cheap it is. BC is able to pick up a few more sheep on the way back, so not as much of a worry. Should be able to probably pick up a few more circling back onto home. And Feudal Age is really where this game's going to start opening up here. Beastie actually pulls off the gold. He's going to have enough for the first single night. And then, what's the game plan after that? Will he be trying to match the second TC as well with French? Have a little bit of faster production speed from those TCs? Or let's see here in a little bit. Abbey of the Kings not too far away from finishing, and as we saw in the previous games with House of Lancasters, their second TC timing is just so clean. It's like 4 minutes and 40 seconds or so. Sometimes it's even quicker than that when it starts to be first drop.
Exactly. It's pretty much as soon as the Abbey of Kings does finish on up, you're able to immediately get the second TC in. And just such a nice synergy with it for the House of Lancaster as well, because you're also going to be spawning 4 sheep with that second TC, so that's an immediate 800 food that you can start gathering up with a quicker gather time, or rather quicker gather speed on it as well. So very, very nice synergy. Can we take a quick look at the sheep count? Okay, it looks like even with the massive amount of sheep that BC just brought to his TC, Marine Lord actually still has the lion's share of the sheep, and it's about to be more once that second TC comes up as well. Hasn't moved out onto the deer yet. Instead, it looks like BC is also going to be going for a second TC on his side. 9 villagers moving over to stone for him.
Yeah, I kind of figured as much when he pulled off of the gold early on. You know, that just shows that you're not focusing on this non-stop night production. Just that first one, make sure your opponent has to respect it, has to, you know, potentially drop the TC in a safer location, a little bit less greedy, you know, anything of that sort. But, oh, good body blocking here from Beastie for that scout, but still just not going to be enough to actually take that down. It's usually one that your opponent has to make some mistakes to be able to pick that up early on in. Villagers going to be able to just reallocate themselves to the other sides of the TC. Scout can soak up that charge. Lord also there to soak a charge if he wants it. Scout does fall. I just, such caster curse.
Yeah, Scout does go down, but at least the TC goes up without any villager losses. So in the end, it's all good. Second TC for BC does come up on the deer, so he's going to be having an incredible food source there to gather from on his side.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously, BC's TCs work a little bit harder comparative to the House of Lancasters, but won't have any, you know, things such as manners to support this. Does end up diving the wood line with... and the short bows come out even to get more damage. So this is going to be a completely blind game for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. So both players without a scout, but BC has the stable, of course, so it's going to be much more affordable for him to rebuild. Marine Lord with the manor next to the wood line is going to be able to accrue a lot of resources thanks to that. All the villagers on the sheep as well as on the wood line are going to be helping out there when it comes to the scaling of that one manor. Knight is looking to potentially get a kill here, but thinks about it again. Knows Marine Lord is probably not the type of player to just let that villager go down easily.
Yeah, I love how Marine Lord didn't react to it. Like BC, like kind of fainted, like he was about to charge, and Marine Lord's like, I'm not garrisoning up. I'm not causing myself any idle time. Not until you get closer. Not until you commit a little bit harder for it. Barracks and stable drop for Marine Lord. Meanwhile, Beastie double range, following up with the stables to pair with the School of Cav, so he will be able to non-stop produce some units here, so this one might be a little bit more of an extended feudal age game plan here. Marine Lord is remaking that scout from that stables. I've seen plenty of players drop the stables solely to make sure they don't have to idle their TC to make another scout, because he needs the information. He needs to know what's going on BC's side of the map.
Archers and Knights for BSD, Spearmen and Hobblars for Marine Lord. Massing Hobblars is kind of interesting as a horseman unit that actually does cost gold. It means that the macro is a little bit weird behind it.
You know, if it's taking the chargers from Knights, that's one thing, but if he just uses it as that raiding unit, as that unit that's going to be able to dive on the backside of the archers if a full-on engagement happens, it'll prove to be more than effective, but first attempted Knight charge goes in, not able to connect their spear. Oh, actually able to get some return damage on that Knight. That Knight's getting quite low.
Yeah, Chivalry at this point might actually make sense getting a little bit early. Being able to heal 2 Knights, that's typically when it starts being worthwhile to pick up.
Yeah, and if there was another Hobbler or 2 out near that Knight, it would actually be at risk of getting taken down before it gets on home, but another Knight reinforcement comes in, able to get a charge on the Hobbler. And French doing the typical French thing, which is they're not going to move out with their archers until they feel like they have enough to start one-shotting spears, and actually it makes sense to. spear getting eaten up very, very quickly, though, on around BC's second TC. Will have two sets of back berries behind that. But the Hobblars can always do some searching, can always do some circling, and cause some more idle time there. There's a spear or two on the wood line.
VC already has a good amount of archers out at this point. Enough to one-shot those spearmen. Knights also easily enough numbers. More knights than hobblers out here at the moment. Marine Lord looks like he's been trying to make his way to the castle age. Just feels incredibly risky here. Means that he is most likely not going to be able to age up with the King's College. Instead going to be getting forced into the White Tower just to be able to defend the space. Yeah,
but I feel like this is one of those situations that... Oh! Just in time. Should have known it. But I feel like this is one of those situations where BC's just going to wait for the White Tower to start being built and just going to full dive there. Another just villagers jumping on inside. TC just doing some damage to the Knights. I think Marine Lord actually swapped to the Scout at the end there. Just not quite able to get the Scout picked off. Should be able to here if he reclicks it. Oh, actually swaps it to an Archer.
Swap to an Archer. Also has the Hobblers trying to go for some counter raids here at the moment. Possibly onto the gold. Scouts distracting one of the Knights. BC not sending any of his army back. What means that Marine Lord will be able to get the little bit of gold that he needed for the age up. Villagers now moving out. White Tower safely inside of his base. I hate that there's a tile between both TCs. I would have loved it if it was like right next to one of the TCs. Just a little bit of some OCD pains there. Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely is frustrating for sure. But speaking of farms, Marine Lord already has a solid few farms around that manor, around that initial TC there. And double stable drop.
Yeah, it looks to be going into Mass Knights now as a follow-up. It's going to need a while to outmass Beastie in that regard, though. And Beastie, I mean, his economy is looking very, very healthy right now. Tons of food income, tons of gold income. You could easily go for a follow-up Castle Age after still massing a little bit more in Feudal Age to keep up the pressure on Marine Lord. And the gold isn't actually going to be safe with the White Tower. Archers can still range that easily.
Yep. Looks like BC's getting ready to step up and do exactly that. No villagers taken out as of yet. A little bit more ping damage on a few of those archers, but not a big deal. Marine Lord sending the Hobblars forward, trying to make sure BC has to fall back a little bit. Gold just being idled on out, though. And as you mentioned, BC already starting to save up to match that castle, but still denying some of the resource gathering. I feel like this is a lot of times where you'll see like the lower elo feel pressured to feel like, you know, as French, like, oh, I need to cause damage because I haven't yet. But, you know, BC's just slowly causing idle time, making sure that he is in a good position for when he does end up wanting to pull the trigger for a dive.
Knights trying to go for the dive over here. Quick pull away, though, from Marine Lord. Unable to find any value here, and it's actually just not going to be Knights from Marine Lord. Instead, further doubling down on the mass Hobbler play. Interesting.
And it looks like some spears wrapped around that other side, so we'll force those Knights back through.
6 Hobblers trying to take down a Knight, but in the end being like, okay, it's probably not worth it.
And there is the guild hall. BC dropping some more random walls, just making it where it is not easy for those Hobblars to circle and run on around. Chivalry finally getting queued on up, so he did not end up opting for it early with that low health Knight. Just waited as long as he could, where it is more of an efficient upgrade. New age begins. BC doesn't quite have the gold for some of those next upgrades he needs. First, he's getting veterancy on the archers. About to get veterancy on the knights, I am sure, as well. There it is.
All the veterancy upgrades queued. Chivalry alongside it as well. And Marine Lord still just tons of Hobblers Probably just trying to get in some raids somehow, but Beastie also being very active on the map. Does find the Hobblers here, as they tried moving out. Marinelord has the Spearman to protect the villagers on the gold.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see, you know, Beastie knew that he had moved out to those deer earlier on. We saw one knight that got taken out over there, I think, just by some shivs. And so Beastie tried to return for another raid, but Marinelord able to react more than efficiently. A huge mass of Hobblars, though, trying to find somewhere to do some damage. He knows that if he is out of gold here soon, that Beastie is as well, and this could be scary. Look at where those Hobblars are heading.
Right over towards the gold there. Beastie, he's got no defenses at all for this position. And Marinelord, he's going to find him now. I guess he was just looking for the deer, but instead he's going to be finding a much, much healthier snack. Beastie just now wants to put the outpost up, but he's getting found out here. All these villagers are going to have to run to safety, but yeah, that's going to be a ton of dead villagers.
And the run through, just so much more effective at getting some more damage down. So many villagers fall. 7 villagers in the blink of an eye, and still does not have enough units here to protect, so might still lose a few more. Only 2 crossbows in the mix. Scout tanks up a few of those Hobblars. 2 arbs fall, and now the woodline is next. So much villager idle time throughout all of this as well. Marinelord is just having an absolutely crucial pickup here.
Yeah, what a field day for him. And those Hobblars, he equalized out the villager count. So now French, inherently, they've lost their eco bonus of being able to produce villagers a little bit faster. Or rather, the eco bonus is what's keeping Beastie in the game for the time being. Now he's rushing up the outpost again. Looks like he sent additional villagers out to the gold vein. But he's in a not so good position anymore compared to where he was 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, Marinelord has to be feeling good about that one. But the Hobblars, they run around directly into the Night Mass, so Beastie had a good old cut off. Almost all those Hobblars are at about half health.
And another group of Hobblars getting sent out now. Attack from somewhere else. Marinelord now switching into some crossbows as well on his side.
Yeah. Beastie already has, I believe, secured 1 relic for himself. Has a monk going on out to that next relic towards the top sacred site, but I think does get found out there. So, you know, monk gets denied, and we saw Marinelord dropping his own monastery, so we'll be able to go try to secure up those relics for himself.
It has so many spearmen at this point in the game. Beastie now sending villagers out to stone, but at the same time, Hobblars are going to be revealed here to also be at the top side. Same time, Beastie going for it's just so many spearmen at this point. Marinelord, he is making sure there's not going to be any raids happening on his side. Beastie tries to re-wall here.
That's not going to come down fast enough, I don't think.
Not even remotely.
Villagers more left on the outside. Hobblars went back for that gold, but this is just a distraction for the time being. It looks like they're through. Is it not fully finished, or is that...
I guess it's because the one, like, segment there isn't actually built.
It looks like between one of them like walked through and then decided not to, but I don't know. It could have been weird there. Either way, Marinelord falls on back after that. Keep has been dropped to make that production be a little bit cheaper here. And we just saw Beastie actually securing up another one of those relics for himself. So I think it's 2 relics for Beastie right now and 1 for Marinelord.
Knights running around, trying to look for value. Not really finding it at the moment. We got to take a look at the guild hall now at this point in the game. Just to check out where it's at the moment. Only 800, so not that many resources inside it yet. Not really in a move to Imperial Age type position.
Yeah.
But it is gonna be a long game, I feel like. Unless, like, Marino's suddenly moving out with all of his spearmen towards the top side.
He wants to find some more damage, wants to force a fight, and force a fight he can't. 54 spears, and what is there on the other side? Yeah, there's 24 archers, but that doesn't seem too great even still. Wall being burnt, no quick walls. Horseman had to be invested into a little bit by Beastie when he was lacking gold, but now has plenty of gold into the bank. Spears are here, might just opt to burn down that TC here in a second.
He's got the army for it, and he's going to be going for it. Some spearmen do teeter off towards the wall. Try and find some of the villager kills there. Archers doing their best in order to fight off against the spearmen here. But just so many of them. Takes a while to take them down. Knights now come into the army mix as well. Obla's actually making this a little bit awkward here for Marine Lord. The spearmen can't really connect to the front line, to the horsemen. But BCE lost so many units here. It's now 35 to 70 military. And he's going to have to fall back further. That second TC is toast. Not that he needs it anymore. He's at over 100 villagers. But it would have been a nice defensive spot for when the eventual Red Palace gets dropped. Red Palace, though, I'm not sure how realistic that is, considering that the Guildhall is right there next to the military from Marine Lord. He can just burn down the landmark.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, is I almost feel like you just skipped the second TC, opt to burn down the Guildhall, force Beastie to take the food early, not where you want to. Beastie has 3,000 gold in the bank. He clearly wants to end up going to Imperial Age down the road here with this bank of savings, but the Guildhall, it's at half. We saw, what, 1,600 food in there?
Is that BC going for a return raid? He did just pull out the food from the Guildhall, didn't have any other choice. Now he's gonna have to get the rest of the food some other way. And out to get the age up in.
Landmark has been destroyed, and obviously that's key now, but it's also key throughout the rest of the game. That's not building up, resources anymore. A couple more knights do connect on some villagers, so Marine Lord does take a little bit of damage, but at least gets some knights back in return.
And there's the Red Palace down.
On the bottom sacred side.
Secures the sacred side and the stone. Also inadvertently somewhat protects the next gold that is nearby. There were some villagers still up there at the top side, but Beastie just hiding them there. In the corner. Marine Lord, though, sending a spearman over there just to keep tabs on it. But the age up will come through for Beastie. And he's now also in a spot to potentially start rebuilding that Guildhall.
Yeah, it's a big resource sink, and with Imperial Age, obviously, game is going to be extended on out. Red Palace makes things very difficult for the opposing side, but House of Lancaster, they're not too far behind. Marine Lord about to be able to age up himself.
Just a stone getting raided.
The big question here is, where's the food transition for BC? I see that he's now been dropping farms. It just, food income seems to be hurting a little bit for that Imperial Age. Only 600 food per minute compared to 2,000 plus on the other side.
There it is. Marine Lord now also going for the age up. Both players having a keep landmark, protecting one of the sacred sites each. And we're in for potentially a little bit of a longer game here, it would seem like.
Yeah, it seems that way, as they did play Feudal for a bit, played Castle for a good little bit, but now we're Imperial Age. There's no second TC by BC anymore, but like you said, doesn't matter when you're at over 100 vills already.
Exactly. So now things are starting to quiet down a little bit. Both players now in a position where they just have to, or they want to boom up a little bit more. They want to get the economy really flowing. Which it looks like Marine Lord already has been doing. Marine Lord already has the full farm transition going. Beastie still somewhat in the middle of it. He's got roughly, like, I want to say, 24 villagers actively working on farms. Actually, yeah, all 29. I thought he might still have some on the natural resource, but it looks like all 30 of his are working on the farms. Meanwhile, Marine Lord almost doubling that.
Yeah, food income looking a lot healthier for Marine Lord. Marine Lord also sitting at max population, which means he gets to sink his resources into more upgrades, more things in the long term, where it seems like BC still needs to be producing units. He still needs to equalize those numbers.
Yeah, and Beastie also is building his 4th keep now. 5th if you count the Red Palace as well. Next to the gold from Marine Lord. starts to really take away map control there just with these buildings. And that's one of the things that French can really do. It just takes so much map control only with keeps, as the Red Palace emplacement makes them so strong.
Yeah, Marine Lord has vision of this keep getting built on up. Springfield emplacement finishes, so, you know, maybe one villager goes down, but the keep's gonna get put on up, and...
He's just gonna burn that down.
Oh? He's trying here, but the army's on the way, and fortified outpost is on the way as well.
Tries to keep that villager, well, tries and keep that outpost alive, but that's not gonna happen. Fortification is gonna be coming in, but with no health remaining on the outpost, it's still gonna get torched down.
Yep.
Oh, he's really just gonna try and burn down the keep. Okay. He's got enough units for it. Beastie is gonna have to run away. Cannon placement's not gonna be in time for keep that keep alive. There's no boiling oil yet, so these units can easily burn that keep down.
Keep got taken down quite quickly there with how many units Marine Lord has, and having him lose a couple units is not a big deal. Like we said, he is at max pop. He's got 2 culverins in queue, so he will be ready to start taking down some of that infrastructure that has proven to be so key. Not to mention, he is walling up the northern side of the map, walling up the bottom side of the map, so wants to make sure that this economy boom that he has starts to stay a little bit more protected here.
Players going for the University upgrade. Elite Army Tactics coming in for Marine Lord in order to increase the damage that all of those Spearmen do up against the Knights. And Horsemen from BC side. BC just got Incendiary Armor and arrows in, so those archers are going to be doing some damage even up against the Hoppelars.
Yeah, the big problem for Beastie is he actually ate up so much of the gold that he had on the map that he doesn't have that much gold to gather from. The little bit of gold he does have, Marine Lord already has spotted out, already doing a little bit of raiding as that Red Palace is not fully protected.
I suppose fighting off against some of the ARPs here. Marine Lord now got some culverins in queue behind this. Mostly Hoppelars going to be coming up next for him. Ton of resource in the bank, food-wise at the very least, currently. This Red Palace just peppering away at some of the Hoppelars. Mass villager migration now towards the gold here as well. I'm just gonna make sure they're gonna be safe. Yeah, this is one of the few remaining golds here out on the map. There's still one on the top side, no keep there yet from Beastie. And then one on Marine Lord side where a keep did get taken down earlier. This is just one of the strengths of French here. We see a lot of production buildings coming down all around those keeps. And all of these production buildings are going to be making units super cheap. We can just quickly select one of those production buildings, just see the price of a knight here at the moment. You're paying 180 resources. Those are sofa prices for, well, a fully fledged knight unit.
Look at the culverins on the backside here, though. Infrastructure not quite as easy to defend there when there's double culverins, and Beastie, he is on that last gold vein, but that gold vein's gonna go quick if he decides to continue to spin these, which you have to get some of these Imperial Age upgrades. He's opting for a Horseman Archer composition here. Biology is on the way for him.
Royal Bloodline, so it's going to be getting some additional health there for Beastie. Biology also on the way from Marine Lord. It's going to be nice for those Hoppelars, as he said. Remaining couple of economy upgrades also coming in for Beastie. Marine Lord's still missing a couple of those. But he still has a bank of resources, so he's fine for the time being. I wonder if one of these players, who's going to be first when it comes to setting up trade here at some point in the near future. I guess
like
Marine Lord doesn't need it because he has the manners which generate gold. How many relics do they have? Can we take a quick look at the relics?
I think Beastie's 3-2. Yeah,
Beastie's Marine Lord 3-2.
Oh no, Marine Lord 3-2. Wow.
So with 3 relics, 1 sacred side, and the manners, Marine Lord's gonna have a really good passive gold income here. Culverins now starting to take down one of the keeps. Hoppelars chasing after the archers. Just not enough of a front line here for Beastie.
Yeah, no horsemen really here to help protect, and the ones that are get taken down so quick with that many spears. Culverin's sniping down that keep. This is such a key positioning here for Beastie. It's the forward center of his base, right in front of his town center, right in front of his farming economy as well. And you mentioned the cheaper production. That's going to be a lot of production buildings that won't have the extra cheapness to it.
Marine keeping some of those spearmen back in order to defend the Culverins. What a great job done there. More archers coming up from BC. He's really producing a lot now, but the keep looks to be going down.
Keep going down. Farms starting to be idled as well around the TC. Archer's doing a great job kiting back. Not too many hobblers left on the front side, but doesn't mean there aren't
there's so many coming in.
Yeah, I was about to say, doesn't mean that there's not a mass coming. And he's got 31 in queue. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is tough for Beastie. He just doesn't have a standing front line of his own. We are getting the range upgrade now on the archers. That is going to significantly increase their kiting potential.
The gold villagers are making a massive journey to the bottom side stone.
They gotta run.
Again, no front line here for Beastie. It's all archers. There's 8 horsemen, 3 knights in queue. Finally trying to queue up some knights again with a little bit of a gold trickle that he has from the relics. He is out of the gold gathering now, it seems.
On the gold at the top side, he has placed a mining camp there, just doesn't really have anything to start mining from it yet.
Probably going to go gather the stone and just start selling off the stone that he gathers for gold, or maybe trying to get a rushed up keep at home. But with 3 culverins, another keep isn't going to be helpful. He needs units, he needs defenses here.
Culverin's just not able to get sniped here. There's just still not a front line. BC is producing so much, but whatever he is producing, Marine Lord is producing more. 53 Hobblears in queue, and there's just no way. The second keep for BC is going down. All of these farms are now exposed. The archer range production is now vulnerable as well. Any Hobblear that gets taken down is immediately rebuilt over on Marine Lord side. Still over 30 spearmen remaining here. And BC, he just doesn't get a break in order to deal with this army from Marine Lord. It's just a continuous run over here from Marine Lord inside of Beastie's base, and there is no sign of any easement going on here. Yeah, he's out of food now. Beastie, there's no food income left for him. 1,000 food per minute is not enough to keep this up.
That 1,000 was including, beforehand, a lot of these farms being idle, probably going to continue to drop. Using the stone, using the gold to trade on off as now game number 1 goes over to Marine Lord with the House of Lancaster.
What a game. Look at the resources gathered here. I guess a lot of it did come down to that raid on the gold there. BC's age up just getting delayed significantly. Then afterwards, the big dive underneath the TC, taking down that guild hall, and just really putting BC in an uncomfortable position. And those Hobblears just always finding an angle to dive onto the archers. Just great play there from Marine Lord. And BC not able to get the front line that he needed. Unable to win that game, number 1. And now, I told you, Dapson, if there is a civilization with a 0% win rate and another civilization with a 90% win rate, Beastie bans the civilization with the 0% win rate.
Yeah, and Beastie is actually the one he's opting for Delhi as his hybrid map civilization to pair with KT. KT obviously gets sniped. I don't think that there's any surprise there. So we will see Delhi versus Mongol on 4 legs here. Just seeing that last few couple highlights. This is when Marine Lord kind of finally pulled the trigger. He had 100 military population when he just pushed this on up. Denying the guild hall was so huge as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's just so tough as well here. BC wasn't able to keep those archers safe, losing so many of those numbers early on here. And the army composition of just Mars, Hobblears, and Spearmen, I honestly didn't expect them to work this well, considering that Marine Lord didn't even go for the King's College. So these Hobblears weren't even as strong as they potentially could have been.
Yeah. I think you mentioned it earlier. It's that gold raid that we saw early, right after BC had hit castle. It really just slowed down a lot of the castle upgrades, a lot of that really kind of scary point that Fringe can be at in early castle. And instead, you know, BC tried to extend it out to Imperial Age, but Marine Lord punished him for it, had the counter to all of the keeps that he was dropping around the map, which is a ton of melee units and culverins.
Yeah. Culverin's just doing such a phenomenal job there, taking down these keeps. And Marino just did such a great job as well, making sure that they were always defended, right? Like, he didn't keep the Culverins undefended at any point in time. He always had some spearmen there, later on some hand cannoneers as well. And BC did actively try and snipe those Culverins in order to just buy himself some time there at the front line. Alas, that did not manage to come in. And now, game number 2. It's going to be 4 lakes with the Mongols up against the Delhi. Not a matchup that I would have realistically seen coming. I guess the Mongols was pretty clear. I talked about earlier that if Tuklak and Mongols get picked, Tuklak is going to end up getting sniped out, even though it's a little bit of a funny situation considering the win rate and all that between those two civilizations so far in the tournament. Delhi I didn't have on the radar, though. I would have expected, like, Order of the Dragon and KT here.
Yeah. I was leaning to U-Bids and KT, but either one, Beastie surprising us with the Delhi, and maybe surprise Marine Lord as well, as he's like, all right, well, when Beastie picked those two, I think he had 100% chance of knowing exactly what Civ he was going to be playing, exactly what Civ Marine Lord was going to be sniping. So, you know, maybe it's a matchup that he has practiced, kind of planned for here as well. But game number 2, Marine Lord is up 1-0, playing Mongols on 4 lakes versus Beastie's Delhi.
Jumping on into our game number 2 now. With Marine Lord being up 1 point, Beastie, he's going to need a victory in order to even out the set early on. Doesn't want to let Marine Lord build upon that early lead. Will just make the game more and more difficult for him. Delhi is such an interesting civilization on water because the first dock that you build also spawns an early scholar. And you do, of course, have the ability with that to, you know, get those early upgrades on water. And they're actually really good. Also, with the scholar inside of one of those docks, you do produce ships faster. So Delhi on water is actually not a bad civilization by any means.
Yeah, you do have to give up, you know, some of the free upgrade timings elsewhere, as the mosque doesn't end up getting dropped, you know, things of that sort. But we all know how annoying and frustrating Mongols can be on the hybrid maps as well. Scout just pinging down this villager slowly but surely. Just not allowing, it's weird, you know, not allowing that villager to grab that shoreline fish for free really does actually kind of help out a little bit, as the shoreline fish gathering is so huge.
It is a lot of walking time as well, for when that villager needs to move back, and yeah, it's just a lot of idle time on that villager that you end up causing. It costs your opponent roughly like 50 resources to send that villager all the way back. Well, back like to the dock and back, because eventually you're going to be sending another villager over there.
Yep, and that villager making the trek on back home now. Always got to be careful with your scout against Mongols. You never know where their TC is fully set up.
Already three fishing ships out.
Yeah.
Can we take a look at the production time on those fishing ships on the dock from Beastie? Because I think they made it so that the upgrade... Actually, no. Okay. I thought they made it so the upgrade is like active baseline at some point. Maybe I misread that at one point. Or is it because we got Marine Lord as a player target at the moment?
I'm not 100% sure over here. Either way,
I'm also unsure.
Still up in the fishing boat game early on, which, you know, doesn't seem like much, but definitely adds on up.
It's so rare that we see Delhi on water. I'm not 100% up to date on what the last changes were to the dock play from Delhi. I know, of course, that the Scholar They did change something with the unique upgrade that increased the fishing speed production. I guess maybe it's only on military ships. Not 100% sure.
Yep. Beastie is moving out onto gold now, and Marine Lord actually opting to go ahead and drop a second dock on the other side pond. So he's going to be doing fishing on both ponds, two of the 4 lakes over here.
BC actually has a good amount of idle time on his TC. Marine Lord's idle time is just because the TC, of course, at the beginning is needs to be built first.
Yeah, that's actually almost a full villager down from BC. That's a surprising mix-up, especially when, you know, early food shouldn't be too difficult, but maybe it was just in that trying to get that dock up quicker.
I think it was because the Khan was actually forcing the villager on the berries back on BC side.
Oh. It's all these little small things that can prove to be a difference. These builds are so clean for these players that, you know, a little thing like that does cause a bit of idle time potentially. Marine Lord now starting to build up that ship count on the other pond, whereas BC is still all on the initial one that he expanded to. Dome of the Faith being built as well.
BC is going to be getting his first mosque in with the Dome of Faith. Still has 3 villagers working on gold, so we'll have enough gold to constantly produce those scholars. Wingnot is soon also going to be in a position to start up his age up. Interesting gold position here from Marine Lord. I guess... I mean, that's one of the benefits when you're playing as a nomadic civilization like the Mongols. When both goals are far away from the TC, you kind of get the choice which one you want to go for.
Yeah, and this was not too bad because it allows the villagers to build that dock and not have that walking time from further away. They can get back to work a little bit quicker. A mosque being dropped for BC as well, so he'll have Dome of the Faith and the mosque as well. Khan just slowly trickling down damage onto these villagers, but we see the scholar moving on out. These villagers will get healed right on back up to full. The big question is going to be when will BC try to move out to the other pond or potentially try to drop a forward dock on the other side?
Yeah, it's the time where in theory you would want to go for another dock drop. At the same time though, Beastie might want to just try and get some units out on land and eventually take Sacred Side control. That could be his main priority at the moment, but of course that gives Marine Lord the option to pull ahead economically on water, as right now it's 13 to 10 fishing ships on Marine Lord.
Yeah, and, you know, Marine Lord's done a decent job of spreading those fishing boats out. Just one on the farther side, ones that are going to be working a little bit less efficiently, whereas Beastie, it's all around basically that initial single deep sea fish that's near his dock. So working very efficiently as of now, but even though the fish regenerate, they don't regenerate fast enough for 10 fishing boats to consistently farm from it. Ghazi starting to move out, but Keshik being produced from Marine Lord side.
Yeah, Keshik should be doing quite nicely up against the Ghazi Raiders. That's typically one of the main units that you can make, even with the bonus damage that the Ghazi Raiders do up against the Keshiks. That healing and the bonus attack speed on the Keshik does mean that they, or at least in my experience, the Keshiks have been able to do reasonably well up against the Ghazi Raiders.
Yep. We did see Marine Lord invest into an outpost on his gold vein, give him a little bit of safety for that far out gold, as that was the part of his economy that was, you know, the most vulnerable. Also kind of helps shore up this dock positioning as well, so kind of a 2-for-1 here with the gold vein choice.
Second dock has been put up alongside a little safety wall.
Yep, villager already moved back home, so lovely use of the Khan Falcon arrow where he can just scout out and see over the tree line, so sees that the dock has already been finished up. There's no villager there. Little bit of pressure on the dock from BC, just two Ghazi and the scout. So Marine Lord just gonna wait for this next batch of Keshiks. I think that's two more coming out here. Nope, not double produce. Next batch maybe. So then should be able to push those Ghazi away. And now his Keshiks on the other side going to do some aggression. But the key here is BC's already got spears. Are they in the right position though? The answer is no,
Raid.
they are not. Keshik Raid comes out. Scholars come out to try to do some healing. One villager down.
But the villagers, they're
exactly
not
where
as
the
easily
spearmen are.
healed anymore. There's one spirit. Yeah, they're not all there. The healing, of course, not working the way it used to, where villagers that aren't fighting back aren't put in combat, so they still receive the full healing. That has been changed. So villagers that are being attacked are counted as in combat. And they will
Good
only
bait
receive
out
all
on
the
the
healing.
brace there from Marine Lord. So Keshik able to pick up another spearman there without taking too much damage. Scholars healing on up. And that's where the spearman went. Marine Lord, he's trying to just full deny this dock. This would be a lot of idle fishing time. But once those Keshik circle back around, maybe that's enough to stop this.
Yeah, Archer ship's about to pop out though. Likely before the dock ends up going down. It is put on fire, though.
One Keshik falls. The dock will end up falling, but I'm sure Marine Lord won't be too far along after that with the villager to rebuild it. Another Keshik falls from the spearman. All of those Ghazi are so low health. BC should probably try to circle back on home. There's no way a villager's going to make it there in time to tap that one on up. Yep, does end up falling. And now the villager moves back out.
Yeah, villagers gonna move back out. I mean, the villagers, or rather the fishing ships, they do have some capacity, so it's not like they're gonna be immediately going idle here. Double outpost here, villagers easily able to jump in there for safety. That's additional Ghazis that are gonna be going down. We do have some early walls on the sacred sites, and the first sacred site is being taken now.
Attempting to be taken. There's only a few spears there, so a few more units kind of being trickled in, although two Keshiks fall. This is not the greatest trade here for Marine Lord. It seemed easy. Beastie pulled back some of the lower health spears, so really good micro there by Beastie, but on the other side, it is denied as well. So both sacred sites denied.
That is a lot of damage here, but BC has enough units to try and go for the sacred site again. Is sending units out right now towards it. But Marine Lord also starting to produce some archers here, and there aren't too many Ghazis on BC's side. Another one just getting sniped there.
Yeah, BC's made that full transition into heavy spearman choices. Marine Lord able to make that swap over into archers, and another scholar falls. I think this is, what, 3 scholars now that have died trying to capture these sacred sites.
It's a lot of losses, and there's barely any Ghazi raiders.
Keshik's doing a good job of getting some damage on in. Only one Keshik fell there. Spears trying to close the gap on the few archers that Marine Lord pushed forward with. Marine Lord doing a good job kiting. Good brace there. Able to take down a few of the Keshiks. The Ghazi, though, they're just not able to connect onto the backside archers, the reinforcing archers, but the spearmen still just did enough damage to thin that number on out.
Archer numbers thinned out, but spearman numbers now also dropping dangerously low for Beastie.
Deerstone's even moved
more
up.
Ghazis.
Yeah, it's just hard for him right now. I mean, he should have plenty of food income coming from the 2 ponds that he has. Fishing boat numbers basically dead even on either side. 25 fishing boats for Marine Lord, 26, about to be 27 for Beastie. But Beastie's not getting the main benefit of Delhi yet, which is gold trickle from sacred sites. There's even going to be a few archers that arrive here just in time. I don't think that wall is built. I think they could just walk right through. Yeah, well, one little tick. And another scholar most likely falling here. So a lot of these scholars have died that BC's produced so far.
Yeah, not a good day to be a scholar inside of Beastie's Delhi Empire. At least not at the moment. We're up to 15 Keshiks and 15 archers at the moment. Beastie, from the looks of it, he would need at least 20 Ghazi Raiders now to be able to contest this army. He's only at 5.
There is a little archer mass that he's able to spot out. The Keshik, there's a few Keshik here at least able to deter those away. Doesn't lose. He loses one archer for that. Leaves the Ghazi to keep pushing forward as he says, all right, if those Ghazi aren't with your army, you have bigger problems to worry about here. So Marine Lord pushing forward, gonna rely on just the Ghazi or the Keshik and Q to deal with those few Ghazi that are pushing across. Oh my god!
There was a potential age up. Oh my god, the worst potential timing here. BC was trying to get the age up in, now being caught inside of his base by the Keshiks and the archers. House of Loading still going up.
Next to the town center too, so this army is going to be able to move very, very easily. BC trying to drop the House of Learning on the backside of the base. Marine Lord knows what he is doing though, knows that Castle Age is about to be here. Meanwhile, Kurultai, 3/4 of the way from being built.
And this is a rough decision right now for Beastie. Just so many units that Marine Lord has, but at least once the age up comes in, Beastie's gonna be able to make his own knights. There's still the gold next to the shoreline that he can potentially take, but not being able to gather up the gold inside of his base right now is biting him.
Yeah, so Castle Age finishes and won't even really be able to make any gold units like you typically expect as Delhi. Yeah, you don't need the gold for the upgrades, which is a big fortunate thing for Beastie, but you still need gold for units. One elephant in queue. Archers just tanking up some TC fire. Ghazi's trying to push forward, but still, Ghazi number is basically non-existent. There's 3 total Ghazi here.
It's not a lot. Definitely not a lot at this point. Marine Lord, he is trying to make his way over towards the gold from Beastie, it would seem. Of course, he knows that there's only one real spot for Beastie to get gold from here at the moment. Veteran C has come in on the Keshiks. The elephant appears now. He will need to be addressed.
Yeah, and the big problem for Delhi, too, when they first hit Castle, you gotta wait for your military units to get upgraded. It takes quite a bit of time. There's no gate on that wall. There's no gate on the wall. Oh, he's going to be taking some charge damage. Oh, they finished it so fast, though. A few get cornered,
Oh,
though.
they're stuck. And the archership doesn't actually connect that many shots here. Barely any.
And not only that, Marine Lord behind this is going to be scooping up all of the relics that he can on the map. I saw the prayer tent drop pretty quickly. Already has one monk out. Has the second one that just popped out as well. So probably going to be a 4 relic, if not even a 5 relic split. That one on BC side might be hard to get. We're going to see some healing coming up from the Kurultai.
Such a rough spot for Beastie now. Once again, gold villagers are getting idled out on the other side. Marine Lord, he's just rotating around those sides. One elephant out here at the moment. Beastie now also switching into some crossbows.
And elephants, they're just so slow. It takes so much time to get them where they need to be. So villagers make another trek. And you talked about that one villager at the start getting pushed back from the shoreline. Hey, that's about 50 resource dropped. Imagine about 25 villagers moving from one side to the other a few times now. Second dock being taken down. And this one, I believe, is the last dock that Beastie has on this pond. So a lot of food income that will be gone.
It's for one last drop off there until he's able to rebuild that pond. Yeah, still no sacred site control for Beastie. Relics being taken in by Marine Lord. Second elephant has come out, but Marine Lord now at this point up to 11 crossbowmen. Does have the Kurultai ready for a fight.
Oh, BC was able to get one of the close relics, which, you know, if you're Delhi only getting one relic, it feels so bad. And as that relic is now starting to generate some gold, it is gonna be disappearing just as quickly as that.
Oh, Prelate, or rather Scholar, was able to make his way out there. And now we're also getting to the point where Marine Lord's just starting to farm up some free resources, taking down the houses here from Beastie. Each and every single one of them generating him some resources with the bounty. To 3 elephants now.
Oh, BC's pop capped as well, as we just saw the mouse hover over 142 of 140. Hard to know that when you're the other side, when you're Marine Lord, but Marine Lord, he's keeping this pressure up anyways. It looks like he's getting the bounty upgrade as well, so bounty will be a little bit more fruitful for himself.
As Raiders alongside a Lancer, able to take some decent trades here.
And there's that
Maybe
prayer
they
tent
could
we
get some
talked about for Marine Lord. There are 3 relics inside of that one. Relic picked up just in case a Wololo is needed, and a Wololo is utilized. Villagers will stay safe for the time being.
Oh, a Keshik out there in order to deny the villager from replacing that one dog. Marine Lord keeping that one out there. Alright, this time around, Spearman already.
Yeah, there's still so much time that Beastie hasn't had. Look at Beastie's food income, 480 food per minute. He needs
Not a lot.
that other pond working for himself, as he can't go out and get berries. He can't go out and get deer safely at all. He needs the fishing, and even when he gets that fishing, you'll see a huge influx, but it's going to take a while for those fishing boats to move back out and start to gather their full breadth again.
Now, elephants and infantry are very, very solid army composition. So I wouldn't say that BC is dead yet, but I'm looking at the resource from Marine Lord, and I'm thinking this guy could go imp soon. Villagers, once again, need to go for a little bit of a run. Some are going to get picked off here.
A few bringing their shivs out, and they get picked off as well.
Oh, the pathing is horrible here.
Oh my gosh, almost able to take. It
What
does
is the
take down one of those
pathing?
elephants.
Around the berries. Come on, elephant, you can do it. Oh no, he's going back. Okay, no, it's
And
over.
in the meantime, Marine Lord's just taking up all of this extra bounty because he got the upgrade. He sees the mosque with 2 relics as well and says, all right, more gold denial for BC. He has been playing just the gold denial game. Double Wololo. He could easily kill. Okay, I was about to. He started to back on away. Able to just pick off all of those. Only 2 elephants left now. Another Wololo attempted, immediately taken down as well. There's so much of a range mass behind this. There's so much of an overall mass in general. Marine Lord takes game number 2 with the Mongols.
There was an attempt, the mass elephant, Beastie Hope, but Marine Lord, he is able to extend the Mongol win rate on hybrid maps. Daily pick here from Beastie. It was the odd one out. I wasn't quite sure where he was going with it. In the end, it did get shut down by the civilization with the highest win rate in the tournament so far.
What a solid game number 2. It was an interesting one, to say the least. We didn't expect the Delhi, but, you know, we see that the Mongols is still just proving to be such a hard civilization to deal with on these hybrid maps. They just can do so many different things.
Yeah. So far, we've mostly seen them going with Kurultai, and the Kurultai just absolutely phenomenal here. In the combination with crossbows up against the elephants. Elephants typically, they look so strong even up against crossbowmen, but not when the Kurultai got into play as well. That completely changed the story there. This time around, the crossbows were actually able to counter them out quite heavily so.
Yep. And we saw Marine Lord just constantly idling out. I mean, first off, he spotted and came forward right as BC was dropping his Castle Age. And then to follow that up, he, delayed that one, as well as just constantly delaying the gold from when Beastie hit Castle. So really solid pickup there from Marine Lord overall.
Very solid indeed. And we see there in the replay again just how quickly those elephants fell. A couple of attempted Wololo attempts here. But the charges just meant that those scholars died pretty much instantly upon jumping out there. Okay. Holding it against me here. It's still an S-tier civilization, but you can't argue. Mongols, they do have that... they do have that primo win rate at the moment. They're built
Yes,
differently.
they do indeed. And following up, we see the Dry Arabia picks. We see the Civ snipes out now as well. I know you're happy to see, you know, the China civilization getting through, getting picked. Your hometown favorite over there.
Yeah, China up against the Rus coming on up here on Dry Arabia. So very, very even, or rather neutral map here in our game number 3. And BC's really going to have to do something here. He needs to get up on the scoreboard because right now it's not looking good for him. Being down 2-0 against Marine Law. This is the moment where those early couple of games, like the lead that Marine Law has, it's starting to build on up, and yeah, BC really needs to give it his all here. Now, Rus up against China. I'm not sure if you can realistically go for Knights here, but Cavalry Archer is definitely still a play if you get to Castle Age. I'm not sure if you can go for 2 TC in this matchup, just because of how many units China can field relatively quickly, and their Castle Age transition behind it can put Rus under a lot of pressure. Now, Kremlin is a thing that exists in the game, which makes your base very, very easily defendable. BC could go for that, but I feel like he would also just forego a lot of map control, a lot of relics, if he went with that and 2 TC behind it.
Yeah, and one of the greatest things about China is just how quickly they can alter and change up their game plan and path with IOs. I feel like they're that civilization where they're like sending full feudal, and all of a sudden it's like 30 seconds later they're already aged up to castle, and you're like, wait, what just happened? I thought they were in full aggression. And it's like, you know, well, the IOs dropped off a bunch of the gold. They build super quickly. You know, all these different things, and then not only that, they can, you know, throw those IOs on the research buildings and getting those techs in so quickly as well if needed. So really love that civilization as a whole. Always fun to watch and always hard to adapt for yourself.
Yeah.
You
I mean,
know, also,
if we get to the late game between these two civilizations, it's a little bit of a give and take between the two. Obviously, China has like the long-range hand cannoneers, but the Rus, they get the cheaper hand cannoneers with the Streltsy. Rus also gets the much better horsemen with plus 25 health on them. Saint's Blessing potentially in there as well. If it gets to a late-game battle between these two, with all of the passive gold income that Rus also has with the hunting cabins, I see a way for Beastie to be able to win this in the late game, should it get to the late game. Then again, I've also said that in the French game and didn't turn out that way.
yeah, I mean, you mentioned passive gold generation from the hunting cabins, but you also got to think about the IO passive gold generation as well, or semi-passive. I guess they still have to go drop it off and whatnot. But enough of that. Game number 3 beginning. Marine Lord has the 2-0 lead playing as China versus Beastie's Rus on Dry Arabia.
Only opening up here with a single hunting cabin from the looks of it. Only one villager building that one as well.
Yeah, doesn't look like, you know, I feel like there's always so many different Rus builds I hear. It's like, oh, 2 hunting cabin, you can go 3 hunting cabins, and, you know, all these different things. And speaking of a hunting cabin, look at the northern double wood line. I feel like if you drop a hunting cabin in between those, it'd produce so much gold there for Beastie if he scouts that out and decides to end up doing that.
Getting the classic no IO opening here from Marine Lord with the Chinese. Just gonna be working getting to that feudal age as quickly as possible. And Beastie with the Rus moving out to the deer. That's where that second hunting cabin is gonna be coming in. Interesting build here from him. Then again, it makes sense with the way you play Rus at the moment. We don't see Rus realistically or typically going for that 2TC, not 2TC, but the Pro Scout play anymore.
Yeah, and no deer laming going on with these either at any point, as a lot of those deer are just tucked up nice and close to that hunting cabin, so we'll have some efficient gathering. A boar not too far away after he eats those on up, so if BC's able to keep this map control, keep this location secure... Where's that villager going? Okay. Keep this,
you got confused for a second.
Keep this location secured, then he will have a easy swap for his food right on after with the boar. All right. Sheep, not too big of a difference between these two so far. China loves to get the sheep lead, as just means less villager walking time, more taxes that can just sit under that initial mill for quite some time in the game.
3 scouts from Beastie. He's still a little bit away from getting that age up in. Marine Lord now aging up with the Imperial Academy. 4 villagers working on that, so it's going to be getting the age up in quite quickly.
Yeah, naturally, BC's age up will be a little bit delayed with having to move out to the deer, having to drop a hunting cabin on those. Not cheap to do that exact thing, but as we see, just like I talked about with French, with when you're gathering deer early, all of a sudden, 8 villagers have 25 food. Well, all right, there we go. There's halfway to my age up. So now BC able to drop his age up, and it will be a Kremlin on the gold vein, tucked up next to a wood line as well.
All right, so now the question's going to be, is it going to be accompanied by a second TC? If so, Beastie's going to have to pull some villagers off of food here fairly soon.
Doesn't look like he's planning on pulling the villagers off the food. Feel like he would have already done it with that many villagers on the deer, No,
he's going for it. I'm quite certain he's going for it. I think he might just need the wood for it. He has a couple of villagers on wood. Or is he? Okay, he might not go for 2TC.
If he is, it feels like the macro's not the cleanest, because he's going to have, 400 food in the bank and nothing to spend it on, right?
Yeah, now it's too late to go to DC, so it's, yeah.
Probably
gonna be 1 TC fast castle.
Village next to the gold vein just makes it that much harder for any raids to come on in. We've seen how quick Marine Lord is with and how well he times it. If a knight circles around, he just waits for the last second, jumps on inside. Second scout here to start burning down that village, but again, no chance in the long run for that actually to do a long-term effect here.
Hunting cabin just getting a little bit harassed here. Maybe at some point BC's going to send a villager out, or rather pull a villager to try and repair it. At which point he might get some value in there just from idling out one of the villagers.
Stable drop for Marine Lord, so wants to get some mobility out on the map, or potentially get some deer secured for himself if he decides. Nope, it's the horse. Oh, it is the scout. All right. Horseman in the
horseman, then a scout. Yep. Just to get some control in there. BC now pulling a lot of villagers over to gold.
That's a fast castle if I've ever seen one. He's already got 700 food sitting into the bank.
He's gonna have to idle the villagers out here soon, though, or at least pull them back over towards his TC. There it is. Spots the scout. Villagers move over towards the sheep next to his TC. So it's going to forfeit the hunting cabin here.
Yeah, while this does, doesn't feel that bad. He ate up a ton of those deer already. I feel like castle against Chinese, I feel like they're just one of those civs that's able to match it so easily. And for Marine Lord, he's going to have those safe deer. BC's basically just like given up the being able to contest the deer packs at all with the pro scout play, but he is going to pay that forward with this castle timing and the aggression and timing attack that could come after it.
Six scouts out there from Marine Lord, so he's really putting pedal to metal when it comes to getting those deer in quickly with the pro scouting. He's very soon able to click his own age up. Most likely going to be the Abbey, as we've seen Abbey kind of being the flavor of the month at the moment.
That is it indeed. Although there would be a lovely spot. No,
it's gonna be Abbey.
It's the Abbey. Yeah. Okay. It's 8 villagers on it, will have a nice and fine timing, but Marine Lord's starting to drop off those deer at home. His food income is about to skyrocket. He's still got a decent amount of villagers onto the gold, and more importantly, he's got the 4 IOs out that are able to supervise and able to gather up those taxes.
interesting. BC only aging up with 6 villagers at the moment, so not rushing the age up by any means. Couple of scouts trying to harass the scouts from Marinot as they bring back the deer, but with just that single horseman is going to be able to work up against that. Second stable already been placed by Marinot. He's still got 5 villagers on the on wood, and now adding in a blacksmith at this point in time. I'm a little bit torn by what Marine Lord's doing here right now. I'm not exactly sure what his plan is, whether it's going to be the fast castle after all. The macro looks like a fast castle, but I'm just confused by the early second stable and the blacksmith. Because there's not going to be a second unit, or rather any more units coming out for him for like a good couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one that, you know, he has this timing to it. He's going to be able to equalize the timing somewhat. It's just what's going to come after, like you mentioned. We are starting to see a little bit of the deer being contested, but I still feel like Marine Lord just has a solid amount of deer already under that TC, or under the mill, I should say, more importantly. Imperial Palace is going to give so much vision for him as well.
Yeah, he's going to see just exactly how many villagers Beastie has inside of his base. As with the current roost setup, it's unlikely for Beastie to move out anytime soon out of his base. Unless he wants to maybe go for a pull onto the boar. Unlikely, currently.
I mean, I feel like he's going to have to start moving out pretty soon. How many sheep does he have left under that town center?
Not too many, but he should still have a reasonable amount of sheep, considering that he did start with the deer, right? So didn't immediately start gathering from the sheep inside of his base. First relic now getting picked up by the warrior monk. And he is going for cavalry archers behind this. And Marino just tries to go for the knight spam now.
Yep, 3 knights immediately in queue. You mentioned it when we saw Roos earlier in the previous series that the horse archers, while they do have some fast attack speed, they don't do quite the same base damage, so not quite as effective against those knights. And it's always been that unit that, you know, very effective in large numbers, not so effective in small numbers. So here early on, BC really needs to get that number pumping up. Has some walls that will be coming down soon to protect that backside gold. Secure himself up some berries if he needs some food income there.
Saint's Blessing's definitely gonna be worthwhile here with those cavalry archers. And the thing is, with how cheap the Rus warrior monks are, thanks to the Abbey of Trinity, you can realistically just use warrior monks as a front line here.
Yeah, so far he's got 3 out, about to have a 4th one as well. Marine Lord's trying to contest some of the relics, trying to secure a relic or 2 himself. You know, if he ends up having a 2 to 3 relic split, I don't think you would complain for yourself there, as China aging up a little bit after the ruse.
The relic getting secured here.
I believe that, is that the 4th one for Beastie now?
Marine Lord has 1 monk out on the field, but yeah, I think this might be the 4th one for Beastie. And Marine Lord hasn't been able to secure one so far, so he's sending the monk. Yeah, the monk is going to be going back, so it's going to be a 4-1 relic split here.
Yeah, very, very solid pickup there. Looks like Wall got denied. Horse Archer's trying to take down. Attempted Wololo coming on in. Another couple warrior monks there. A second, yeah. We see a decent amount of horse archer. Another Wololo comes in. Thought Marine Lord might commit for the woodline dive, but without having the next set of ranged armor, just doesn't want to take that much damage from those knights. Wall just gets finished in time as Marine Lord circles around with the next grouping of knights. 14 horse archers out now.
Or gets pulled between the wood lines. It's going to be the next bet for hunting cabin and a wall. Marine Lord is just building up these numbers, and okay, BC saw it. BC saw exactly what Marine Lord is planning here. Quadruple stables from Marine Lord, who's now also moving out to a Barbican here.
Yeah, little late song dynasty. Nice old Borbican to secure up some more food for himself. Although I saw a few more deer just get dropped off at home, so he's kind of finishing up those last deer packs. And 3 deer packs for yourself feels very, very good.
That's a lot of food income for the time being. Definitely something that China typically struggles with. Not in this game, though. Beastie running low on food at the moment, but it's one of the great things with the Abbey of Trinity. Those Warrior Monks only cost 20 food, so it's something that Beastie could, in theory, still spam, even in the intermediate. And there it is, more Warrior Monks, more Cavalry Archers being produced now.
Yep, trying to secure up those front barriers. We see a few farms, and we did see him pull that boar behind the wall that he just finished on that wood line. So should have at least a decent bit of safe food for the next couple minutes. If it goes any longer than that, when it goes longer than that, that's when it starts to get scarier. 1 warrior monk does fall. 17 knights compared to 20 horse archers, though. That feels like, I feel like BC should have more
There's still the
numbers in
gremlins.
this. Militia does get called. Another villager falls. 1 knight splits off. Will just dive that wood line while the other knights just fall back on away. Lot of damage on that knight.
Is he going to get another villager kill? It looks like another villager is getting taken down. That's so many villager kills already at this point.
Yeah, really good job by Marine Lord of focusing in on the low health villager, making sure that knight didn't fall for nothing.
The knight count still continuously rising. Marine Lord now also going for some horsemen as well. Beastie first knight now in queue, but he just doesn't have the income compared to Marine Lord, it feels like, to continuously be able to mass up those numbers. There might be a fight on the horizon here now.
Next set of knights coming on in. Oh, warrior monks got circled. No more warrior monks forward with that army now, I don't believe. Saint's Blessing is now going to be a more of a difficulty. Beastie making another warrior monk, though, has 1 more somewhere.
Gremlins just looking around here, not able to actually kill a unit. This doesn't look like it. Cavalry Archers, they're gonna have to make a run for it here.
Yeah, gonna try to snipe down some of these low health knights, but as the knights continue to close the gap, Marine Lord probably gonna try to run through those, make their getaway a little bit harder. First knight arrives for Beastie. A lot of these knights are low health for Marine Lord, though.
Yeah, a lot of them. There aren't any monks out there at the moment for Marine Lord to start and healing those knights back up. Might actually be worthwhile just getting 1 or 2 monks out now just to try and heal up this many weak and injured knights. Meanwhile, the deer are still up for Marine Lord, but they shouldn't be up for much longer. Should run out within the next 3 minutes. And he is already moving out some of the berries.
Yeah, the big question is, in the next 3 minutes, though, does Beastie start running lower on food? He has those 2 different berries, has those boar, but other than that, yep, there it is. He's starting to make some farms, knows that that is an inevitable thing that will be coming soon. Knights circling all around. Horsemen wrap from the other side, and another group of knights from the other side. Great split of his army by Marine Lord, forcing these horse archers in a very, very bad spot. A lot of extra damage went in on those.
Still some weak knights that can get sniped out every now and then, but the cavalry archer number has fallen drastically. Beastie behind this, though, is able to get some snipes in as well, some raids. Still a rough position for him. Boyar's Fortitude has come in, so now the cavalry from Beastie is going to be a lot tankier.
No walls up yet for Marine Lord. Still relying probably on just some outposts and vision from the Imperial Palace. Yeah, so much vision that provides. No wonder he can react to anything and everything. It's just nice and easy for him. Looks like trying to make sure to deny that bottom sacred site as well. Doesn't want BC to have any more passive gold income than he already has. We're just seeing Marine Lord starting to posture for the front of the base.
Trying to look for an entry point here. More warrior monks now in queue. BC is starting to get a somewhat representable front line in now at this point. The armies are starting to mass up here. He probably still has a couple of tickets that he could call from for his Gremlin. Yeah, 5 tickets at the moment. It's going to be 15 units. Need be. Villager's going to be going for a run here. One might end up going down. Yep, that's going to be another villager that has been taken care of here.
Return attempted raid from Beastie.
Doesn't get a villager kill though.
It looks like there's one dead on the gold.
One did die.
Yeah.
Almost got a second one.
Still 23 knights, 24 horsemen out for Marine Lord. It is an all-cav army playing against someone whose cav has Boyar's Fortitude, like you mentioned, but BC just hasn't quite been able to keep up those numbers. Marine Lord getting heavy onto the stone, probably planning on a keep drop soon. Maybe securing up an 8K, maybe securing up a sacred site. We'll see what the game plan is.
40 cavalry archers now. We're getting to the point where Beastie with Saint's Blessing is going to be able to almost one-shot these knights. And Marine Lord, for the time being, still just massing up more knights, more horsemen. I'm not sure if he can really take an engagement with that, especially considering the Gremlins might still be getting called, and that's a massive front line that BC still has access to. But it looks like there's going to be another pincer maneuver here coming in from Marine Lord. And BC moving out a little bit too far, it feels like.
Yeah, he has to know that Marine Lord has the vision of this.
Might find some builds here, though.
Doesn't have enough room in the Barbican to garrison all those, but BC doesn't really have the best diving composition. A little bit of a circle again from Marine Lord. He does have the horsemen, does have the knights. Knights brace up that first charge, and the... What? Half of Marine Lord's army decides to move on away?
He wanted to cut off the back there, make sure that he doesn't escape. But actually does hurt Marine Lord a little bit. Gremlins are getting called, but at this point, BC's army is just fully encircled here. It's not the worst trade, at least at the beginning, but now that the cavalry archers are going to be exposed to the front line,
he's trying
it's
to
a little bit
figure out
different.
to get himself a spot out, get himself where he's not surrounded anymore. Does do exactly that, but overall trade honestly kind of went either way. But the big thing is that horse archer number needs to be big to be more effective against the mass that Marine Lord's been building up, and so does feel kind of good. BC's numbers, yeah, has what quite a bit of those gremlins, which Marine Lord's just going to run away from.
Hannah keep getting dropped in Marine Lord's base, though. That is a bad keep. It's really signifies that Marine Lord was actually in a well, not a good situation there. And now BC, he sees where the farms are coming up. To be fair, like, you always know where the farms are coming up for China, just because it takes so much space up. But he sees that the farms are coming up now at this point in time, that this is the moment where Marine Lord is doing his farm transition. And that is the weakest phase for China.
Yeah, I actually kind of figured that we're with the keep where it was. I was like, maybe he's going to drop the granaries near that, but it makes so much more sense to just be all the way on the backside of the base. More time to react to it. He can wall up, get these spots secured. In the meantime, during all this, though, Marine Lord has been able to secure up 2 of the sacred sites, so starting to get some of that passive income for himself.
Granaries coming up behind all of this.
Still feel like Marine Lord could utilize getting some healing done with those monks. And finally, we see some barracks being dropped from Beastie. So Spear Mass is on the way here soon, and Marine Lord doesn't currently have an answer for that. Spending a lot of his wood into farms, so maybe kind of that's the plan for Beastie. Beastie knows that, hey, you know, it's not going to be a bunch of ranges here anytime soon, or any ability to react there. As I say that, Chooks on the production queue.
Shugunu's definitely going to be in a position to do something here. Beastie, interestingly enough, even though he was the one that made the mass Moria Monks, 2 Sacred Sites currently in control for Marine Lord, so he's actually being kind of even here when it comes to the passive gold income. 280 with 1 Relic and 2 Sacred Sites compared to 320 gold per minute from Beastie with 4 of the 5 Relics.
Yeah, and as these outposts continue to build up, that means that the Horse Archers struggle so much more in circling and running around, not just because of the vision, but also because they're ranged units. The damage from the upgraded outposts actually do quite a bit more to them. About to finally see those spears push on forward. Beastie feels, it's weird, Beastie feels a lot more cornered into his base. I mean, Marine Lord is somewhat as well, but has the Sacred Site control, moved out to where the Barbican is as well, so does just kind of have a little bit more safety for himself.
Not enough units here. There's the remaining units, remaining front line, moving forward now. This is a fight that Marine Lord cannot really take here. It looks like he tried locking in those Sacred Sites. A couple of additional outposts has been put up now. He's in a spot to start taking control of the Sacred Sites himself. Has enough stone for a keep now as well. Might want to start locking some of these positions in with that.
Yep, Marine Lord does need to fall back here from it. The outpost that he just invested into get taken down, or almost taken down here. He is trying to get fortification there. Does cancel it before it gets fully burnt, before it finishes right as it gets taken down.
Warrior Monks get sniped out. Militia, low health, also getting sniped out there. 30 Shugonu's already out on the field, and Beastie doesn't really have any answer to that at the moment. He's still massing mass spearmen rather than going into okay, triple TC follow-up now.
I guess he feels like he's behind from that song Dynasty, and so that is his way of trying to get back in the game economic-wise, but that's going to be a lot of food investment now that needs to go to make more villagers instead of more army, and we just saw how quickly Marine Lord transitioned and massed up this troop mass, and this is very scary. Beastie circling back around. Marine Lord kind of leaving his ranged units out up front and forward, not where you want your ranged units to be, starting to kite back a little bit here.
With the Saint's Blessing, all of these units suddenly able to absorb a lot more shots from these Jugunu. Plus, to Pierce Armor is still in queue for Beastie, so hasn't come through quite yet. With that, the units are going to be even more resistant to the arrow fire. Some men-at-arms also getting mixed in now from Beastie.
8k gold vein moving on out. Roos obviously hasn't needed much gold yet, but if this game does go to Imperial Age, Beastie will need to start securing some gold locations for himself. And does have 2 back ones behind his woodlines initially, but the 8Ks in China's hands seems so scary. There's that last Sacred Site. I think he sent a villager out to rebuild that outpost that almost got burnt down. Fortifications have now finished on that one as well. Another outpost there to follow soon.
Beastie pushing for an engagement here. Not sure if he really wants it though. All of the spearmen just getting taken down so quickly. Saint's Blessing active now. But the keep has been revealed.
Now he's fighting under a keep in between an outpost as well, so Marine Lord having a little bit of extra support from those. Marine Lord also has dropped a TC for himself, so the 3 TCs of Beastie basically going to be the same as the 2 TCs in Song of Marine Lord.
Except Marine Lord is still 19 villagers ahead currently. The fight's still being taken here. This does not bode well for Beastie, I would say.
Yeah, that frontline mass is getting absolutely shredded. Yeah, there are some men-at-arms there, which sound great, but there are so
10 knights.
Many range mass. There's still 10 knights, and Marine Lord cleans up the forward push from Beastie. Has 2 of the 3 Sacred Sites still and is sure to probably resecure that middle one. Maybe throw a little bit more reinforcements on it, such as a keep.
Yeah. We see some horsemen coming in. Beastie has a lot of farms
it's
now,
not a
but
keep.
oh no, okay, that's worse than a keep, or better than a keep.
Yeah, depending on where you look at it, it is worse and better than a keep, for sure. Great Wall Gatehouse is on its way. Imperial Age, after all of this fighting, after all of this unit production, China just able to change up their path so quickly here. The granary eco has been fully built and boomed up behind this as well, so food income going to be through the roof. Beastie's farm transition has finished as well, but it just still feels like now Marine Lord's going to have all the gold he wants to start getting those Imperial Age upgrades like we were talking about. And there it is. New age begins. Imperial Age finishes.
Beastie trying to get his own Imperial Age in, but looking at the amount of units out in the field, doesn't feel like he's really in a position to just go for a straight Imperial Age.
And Marine Lord's actually making a transition into mass spears. Going ahead and getting spear upgrades, going ahead and getting extra range damage now. Production starting to be burnt down. Sacred Sight's timer is starting to tick, so Beastie is feeling the pressure, not only with the Sacred Sight timer, but also with this army at the front of his base.
Does realize, though, that he needs more units on the field. Isn't going for the age up, but instead reinvest into the army. But Zhuganu with elite upgrades, they're going to be able to pierce through the armored units as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those, you need to take the fight right as your opponent hits Imperial Age, but like you said, Beastie, he felt like he didn't have the numbers. Now, elite upgrades come through. Fire arrows, incendiary arrows on the way here soon. It's about halfway to finishing.
Militia has been called.
Trying to kite back for that.
This might buy enough time for Beastie to get his own age up in now.
Question is after this fight, how well will his position still be? Next set of units coming in for Marine Lord. 15 more Chooks in queue. Flaming arrows, incendiary arrows just now finished. A few more horsemen on the way. But Beastie took a really good fight before all of that.
There it is, Paskai Tower at the front side. Definitely the right option here for him. Needs that little bit of safety. He can't afford to let Marine Lord run into his base now, or at least not for free. Definitely needs a Spasskaya Tower.
Marine Lord actually opting for the Palace Guard swap as well.
Okay, that's questionable. Men-at-Arms in this game? In this meta?
I mean, Beastie's making men-at-arms over here. To soak up that Chook fire, which it has been doing a fine job of. Now that the Spasskaya has finished, gives Beastie some nice forward location. Next gold vein secured for himself as well.
Definitely much needed breathing room. And now we're seeing some Streltsian Q. Streltsian Horsemen, the favorite army composition of the Rus. Beastie needs to be careful because most of his farms are a little bit exposed there on the left-hand side, and that is exactly the angle which Marine Lord is going to be pushing from.
Yep, elite army tactics on the way for Marine Lord as well. He's just a step ahead with all these elite upgrades, so this timing is very scary for Beastie. He did a good job holding. Can he do a good job of delaying this push yet again? Villagers not able to grab up that gold. Needs to go for a safer gold to start out, but needs this farming eco, and we can see all of the villagers just running away from their farms. They say, no, I'm not working with that army at the doorstep. Wooden Fortress getting burnt down.
Fortress going down alongside it. Beastie potentially trying to go for the engagement here now. Some more gremlins being pulled here. The last remaining tickets that were in there. Zhuganu sniping out the Streltsy. I could still be going both ways at the moment.
Yeah, Marine Lord fortunately has the text for himself, or else the unit composition of Beastie should have wiped this so much better for himself. Marine Lord does have that Sacred Site location to fall back to. There's another keep over there behind it as well.
Now more Palace Guard reinforcements coming in. The front line from BC cannot hold up against this. Needs to fall back again. He still has more horsemen somewhere trying to go for some raids.
I think it's that northern side 8. Yeah, it's the northern
got
8K
some
that he
good
was able
villager
to
kills
deny. Yeah.
Definitely much needed villager kills at this point.
The scary part for Beastie is if any more of these walls get burnt down and he isn't able to rebuild, those palace guards will just run rampant through the economy. They got a little bit of that extra move speed, and that forces Beastie's army to fall back instead of trying to push forward and instead of trying to take some of the map control back.
Rainlord's also in the Yuan dynasty, so all of his villagers and military units move a lot quicker. You can tell those villagers, if they want, they can just run away here as well. Doesn't look like they want to, though. Now they do. They're so quick.
They are sprinting on around, and like I said, with those palace guards, they are so fast.
Horseman coming in, more Streltsy as well. You see taking another fight now. There's some spearmen now getting mixed in here.
Yeah, but Marine Lord doing a great job focusing the Streltsy, though.
With 2 groups as well. It's a great micro coming out here from Marine Lord. But the horseman able to survive the front line.
BC's numbers just remaining so low, though, it feels like, with the military now. If Marine Lord had some production a little bit more forward, feels like this would be so much worse for Beastie, but Beastie still holding, still extending this game, is not making this one easy for Marine Lord.
And though we're also starting to see some hand cannoneers coming in, bombards as well from Marine Lord.
Oh, there's that next grouping. Bombard just soloing that Spasskaya tower. Looks like there's a horseman headed that way, but there's a huge group of spears not too far away as well.
Marine Lord making sure the bombard isn't going to be taken down easily. Sacred sites are still an issue behind this. We're getting down to the 4-minute timer now.
Marine Lord is on the 8K. Beastie had moved out to the 8K. I was about to say Outpost spots out that villager. Move out to the 8K for Beastie. That's his only real safe gold as of now. Looks like they're just trying to rush down another outpost. Only one single horseman here, but reinforcements are coming. More palace guards. This will idle out BC's gold income. 2 bombards now on the Spasskaya tower. That was not long for this world. Massive villagers coming over to try to heal that up, but BC has so many things to worry about right now. Palace guards on the gold, and he doesn't see it yet. Spasskaya tower is burning. He's trying to circle with the horsemen to try to get around to the bombards, but Marine Lord has just been in such good control of these spears, able to constantly keep his siege protected and alive.
The bombards managed to survive. Streltsy
Spasskaya tower falls.
Going down. And GG comes in. Marine Lord 3-0 now on match point. Damn. This is looking harder and harder now for Beastie in this set. A 3-0 lead for Marine Lord. Beastie, he's going to have to win 4 games in a row in order to come back from this.
What a wild game that was. 35 minutes. There was a lot. It felt like Marine Lord was favored for a lot of it, but there were multiple times where BC was starting to get the leg back up, was really getting some good trades, some solid raids finally on the back gold, but just wasn't enough to fully stand tall and hold that one on off.
Next up, I'll be moving over to Coastal Cliffs. We're going to be seeing the HRE, the Holy Roman Empire for Marine Lord, up against Jeanne d'Arc from Beastie. Both the Macedonians and the Ayyubids have been sniped for this one.
Yeah, so Beastie opted for JD there. So you know, getting all of these knight civs or feudal knight civs out of the way here. Already picked French, just picked Rus, and now we got JD into the mix as well. This was that great surround by Marine Lord that really made that horse archer mass that was, I think it was like at about 40 before this fight, go down to essentially the single digits here, and it's so hard to end up coming back from that.
Yeah, definitely a situation where you really have to start thinking about, okay, what are your chances from coming back from this. This is a situation where the tilt can come in, being down 3 points.
Yeah, it's also one that if you're Marine Lord, you can kind of get to the point where you maybe, pick some of your weaker civs, get a throwaway civ out of the way if you prefer, maybe setting up some better matchups for later in the series if it does get extended. And, if it doesn't, then obviously he's happy. He 4-0'd it and has that solid victory setup. But that's whenever you have the 3-0 lead, you can be a little bit more flexible with your civ picks and choices here.
Yeah. It's just such a difficult situation there in the late game. Beastie just wasn't really able to get a big mass going off those late game units. Marine Lord straight away hitting Beastie's space with the aggression, not giving him time to build up that great mass. If we were at a point where it was like 30, 40 horsemen and 30 Streltsy, the game could have been looking completely different there, even in the Imperial Age for both players. Now though, moving over to Coastal Cliffs, not a map where it typically goes to the late game, more of a feudal to castle age map. It's rare that we see Imperial Age on this one because there are a lot fewer resources. You don't have as much stone. There are a lot fewer gold spots as well. There are no 8k golds at all on that map. And with the Achery up against Jeanne d'Arc, I'm feeling like it might be burger time.
Oh, okay. I was trying to think what Achery's game plan is on this map, but burger time is very, very scary for sure. JD obviously can do some funny things with some early aggression, try to delay that burger, but once that is up, it's something that's hard to deal with. If Beastie does end up taking down Marine Lord here on Coastal Cliffs, you can see Baldlands, King of the Hill, and Lipany are the final couple maps available. I wouldn't hate to see a good old King of the Hill game after this if he does end up doing it.
Yeah, nice little King of the Hill game. Definitely something that I would be looking forward to. Hasn't come in yet so far. And with Matchpoint being on the horizon, chances are we might not actually be able to get there. But it's not over yet. Beastie, he still has some fight left in him. It is going to be an uphill battle, though. That is for sure.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, Marine Lord still has auto, still has Macedonia as civ options. Japan still, kind of regarded as we saw them Puppy kind of take control last series with Japan as well. So nothing to slouch about there. So I would still think Macedonia and Ottomans as your choices for the next map feels very, very good, especially if you're picking what map you want.
Exactly. 2.5 minutes out until we're going into our game number 4. If we're going into some additional games, looking at the civilizations, Lipany, Sengoku Japan for Marine Lord with the additional berry gather speed would be very nice. Beastie. I'm guessing
Abba Ubits?
KT or Abba Ubits, yeah. Still haven't seen KT being picked. I guess they were like an option on 4 Lakes. We've seen KT coming in for Annotant on land maps before with pretty good success. I don't think BC would be the type to pick them here, but never say never.
I mean, I feel like it's one of those that like they're picked for hybrid maps like 100% of the time, but they're not a slouch on these land maps anymore. It's just you pick them for hybrid, and you make sure your opponent doesn't have 2 of the strongest hybrid civilizations, which is kind of, I guess, Mongols maybe needs to be regarded as one of the strongest hybrid civilizations after what we've been seeing. The
strongest,
yeah.
It has the highest win rate and being picked only on hybrid maps, exclusively on hybrid maps. It's quite the statement there.
But this will be a big game number 4 for Beastie. He wants to start to get that leg forward to get himself the opportunity for the reverse sweep. But Puppy's watching, he's waiting, and I'm wondering, it's always funny. I feel like certain players have better matchups against certain opponents, even though some might be regarded as better than others. So wondering what his choice may be on who he actually wants to win this series.
Yeah. It is going to be a clutch one for sure here for Beastie to try and win this one now. He is far behind in the set so far. Really is going to have to give it his all now to climb back from that 3-0 lead that Marine Lord has at the moment. But what better game to start going for the comeback than game number 4? Match point for your opponent. This is it. This is where he has to give it his all. Tournament life on the line. If he doesn't manage to succeed here, he's gonna... Well, his next set is going to be for place 3, but it's always better to be in the grand final, right? Having that option for making it all the way to spot number 1. We're about to find out, of course, what the story is going to be here as we're jumping into game number 4. And this is already a great game just to have a potential turnaround here as Beastie spawns in the color teal, the best color in the game. Playing as Jeanne d'Arc, his opponent in the color pink is Marine Lord, playing as the Holy Roman Empire across the cliffs.
Yep. Immediately, seeing these openings, seeing these spawns, is there, honestly, Beastie, a little bit of some back gold, back berries, back deer. Seems like a nice little setup there.
Yeah, I would say so. A pretty decent spawn for Beastie here.
Some might call that a Marine Lord spawn.
Some might. Would you?
Yeah, might as well. Might as well. It also is one that, all it takes is a little short wall from the wood line over to the cliff to be able to secure that back food for himself for the foreseeable future. Everyone knows, how much JD and French both need their food, need their gold there, so makes that security a little bit easier. Beastie, again, opting for the Dark Age wheelbarrow.
Dark Age wheelbarrow coming in here, of course, getting that discount, not on the mill, but on the tech.
Yep. Pretty even sheep split. Good inspiration coming on in from Marine Lord's Prelate. Nice, easy, just back and forth between the gold and the sheep villagers. We'll be able to drop that age up here soon.
And it's gonna be the Archon, surely. I don't think Marine Lord's the kind of guy to go for the mine work, typically at least. Would be surprised if that was going to be the case here. And it is going to be the mine work. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we saw Cal trying to highlight where where the chapel should go, but little did he know it's a mine work. It was a mine work all along here.
Now it's being built by 3 villagers, though. If it was with just 1 villager, this would kind of feed into the theory of a fast castle burger. But instead, it might be more of a feudal age aggressive game.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, going feudal, it has its pros and cons. Against JD, you definitely don't want to be taking a bunch of engagements during, your feudal age, especially with her near, because that is just feeding her some XP over there that you don't want to do. But I feel like Beastie has some easy spots that he could focus in on. There's that gold, there's that deer on the front side. Not a lot of safe resources for Marine Lord. So if he does take some good trades early, does get that early on aggression, then it will become a difficult spot for Marine Lord to stabilize.
Is he only aging up with Jeanne d'Arc, so it's not like he's rushing the age up at the moment. He's taking his time. Also giving Jeanne d'Arc maximum amount of experience for being able to build the age up all by her lonesome.
Looks like he sent a few more over to speed it up a little bit. Barracks already being dropped on that woodline house there as well. So Marine Lord will at least have a few spears to start out, even if he does try to go for a somewhat quicker castle. All right, mine work has now finished on up.
Let's go with Cavalry. More villagers have been pulled towards it, so not going to be just JD building by her lonesome.
And Marine Lord just got one villager on the gold, just slowly trickling on in for some upgrades here and there. So he definitely is planning on more of a feudal age game plan here. You know, obviously we expected that with the 3 vills aging up, but also just means that, you know, Beastie can scout this out. Beastie can react accordingly. Good deer pushing by Marine Lord as well to kind of keep them. I mean, they are all so close together. Beastie trying to push them out a little bit. There is a spear here.
Spearman helping out, making sure those deer are not going to be getting spread apart.
Yep, no deer layman happening here. Marine Lord was ready, already prepped for it. Has those few spears, and kind of talked about this earlier. That wall from the wood line to the cliff does secure up so much for Beastie. Makes his economy just so safe, even if you don't expect a ton of raids. Although Marine Lord already has a horseman out on the field, so Marine Lord has been doing that quite consistently. You know, horsemen could circle around the backside, continue to be annoying, but now there will be no backside circling.
Yeah, first couple of spearmen are out on the field. First horseman now as well. All pikes has already been researched, so those units are going to be doing a good bit more damage. Typically, John Dark doesn't mind fighting off in a melee form up against some spearmen. But with all pikes, that's going to be a little bit of a different story, as there's going to be a lot more damage coming through the armor that John Dark has in her melee form.
Yeah. Beastie trying to go over to that deer location that he spotted Marine Lord moving on out to. JD just securing herself some XP, and the horseman, it got there before the wall finished, so that will be a villager pick up here from Marine Lord. That timing just exceptional. And on the other side, had spears there ready. Knight solo.
Oh, he gets it down.
Knight
What?
gets taken out.
What a Bluetooth connection there from that spearman. With the charge, I mean, we know the spearmen from the H area are fast, and with the charge as well, able to catch up to the knight that got stuck on one of the trees there. That is some unfortunate early trading out there from Beastie. And that in a match point game, that does not bode well.
A win on 2 different spots for Marine Lord there, picking up the villager building the wall and picking up an early knight with nothing in return for Beastie. So very scary opening here. Marine Lord has quite the unit mass already building up. Beastie's got more knights coming, which seems great, except when you see the other side, and Marine Lord has triple the spears compared to his knights, and has some horsemen to help follow, help maybe chase down the lower health knights, or just continue to idle out some of the eco.
First couple of farms have already been placed by Marine Lord, even though he's got the deer available to him. So he's just playing this very calmly at the moment. BC now moving out towards the boar in the middle. Just doesn't have that many units here at the moment to defend. So Marine Lord, in theory, in a position to start pushing forward, and that looks to be exactly what he's doing now. Spearman marching on forward.
There is a scout here. Oh, Bryce!
Oh, knight!
Oh, my...
Oh, no! BC throwing away the second knight now. He's not going to be able to hold this position at the boar. Needs to evacuate. That's a lot of villager idle time. Mill, which is full price, just going to get burnt down now.
Yeah, and that's right as you said it. He's moving out for that food. He needs that food so bad. He's lacking in his production. He's trying to do the knight-only JD play, but when you're this far behind already with the knights, it's hard to catch on. Oh, don't sing that one too. Oh, my God. No Bluetooth connection there, but gold now will be the focus. Is there an outpost? There's not an outpost on it. So those spears can just move over and force this fight here.
JD stepping up first.
Yeah. BC's trying to get that swing on the Spearman Mass. Great splitting by Marine Lord, just not allowing JD to get her whirly spin damage on all of the spears. Used healing? Did she just use the healing?
I think it's just the normal... Yeah, it's still off cooldown.
Okay.
Just the passive healing on her.
Just the passive healing kicking on in. I was about to say that would have been a wild one without any of the knights actually engaging and taking the damage. But more horsemen, more spears, and extra prelate for Marine Lord. Love seeing this when you go mine work. I feel like it's so hard, or it's so easy to forget that you need extra prelates because you're used to having the chapel. But, you know, every You know, some people say 8 villagers. You know, some people do more like 10 or so. But you definitely need some more prelates to inspire that economy.
This would be such a different situation if BC still had those 2 knights. 11 knights compared to 16 spearmen. Would be a different story. Marine Lord now sending more villagers over to gold. Could be that he's thinking about transitioning into a castle age behind all of this.
So many spears set up front and forward. BC was able to move back on that boar, at least for the time being. Just feels like he's already in just such a scary predicament here. A few of the horsemen probably splitting off, going to circle around to go for some gold, and now Marine Lord playing that defensive game. He is going to be going up to Castle Age here in just a little bit. Villagers jump inside the outpost. BC has to turn back around. And BC just rallying, I think, his backup units towards the boar. So now, that might just leave the gold as a very vulnerable source for him. JD also not forward with this army, so no XP is going to get given, and obviously she's a little bit slower, so hard to keep that up front and forward, but...
The age up is coming in shortly here for Marine Lord. He's getting very close now, and with the army that he has out on the field, BC, there's no reasonable way for him to really start doing any damage to them. At the same time, there are some horsemen from Marine Lord doing some damage over there on BC side. And with the old pikes, they just do so much damage here.
2 villagers picked off and a ton of idle time there. So another good pickup for Marine Lord. When you're doing damage as you're aging up, you know you're in a good position here.
And now a Burgrave Palace. Those spearmen are going to be doing so much damage to knights now. With the charge as well. 50% boosted. BC behind this. Looks like he's anticipating the age up. He is preparing for it on his own side as well. Tries to keep Marine Lord inside his base until then.
Yeah, it's just the few spots that Marine Lord has to defend. He's got, you know, villagers on the deer, but all of those villagers have a house inside of the outpost. He's got his units rallying to the gold vein, and so just really has been able to stay so easily protected. Royal Institute's on the way. BC knows he cannot draw this game out. He's going to need Royal Bloodlines. He's going to need to try to end this one in Castle. So Royal Institute is coming up. Is he going to save up those resources to immediately get Royal Bloodlines? Such an expensive upgrade, even with the Royal Institute there.
BC knows that he has to make something happen here, and Royal Institute is going to be his answer. It doesn't feel good. I'm just going to put it like that. It doesn't feel good at the moment. But maybe he can find some damage here. Knights are circling around behind Marine Lord's base. But Marine Lord, he's not falling for us. He's not moving back. His army is still moving forward. Now the age up has been reached by him as well. Marine Lord's still moving forward. And now the question is, Beastie, is he going to be running inside of Marine Lord's base, or is he going to fall back and try?
He's going to the wood line.
But there's more spearmen here.
There's already 10, 15 spears there that were rallying on forward. And now that allows Marine Lord to see where BC's main army is and says, all right, you're going to be fully idle off of gold here then. BC not quite reacting yet. Now the reaction happens. Horseman just going to dive this. Maybe get 1 or 2 more villager picks. Trying to get through there. Able to get 1 more.
And Jeanne d'Arc by her lonesome. Completely surrounded.
Almost a full surround.
There's no way to get to her.
Yep. JD gets taken out.
There's no hope at this point.
Yeah, this also means the Royal Institute, I was talking about it, there's no upgrades immediately able to be queued up for. It's such an expensive upgrade, you really have to start idling your knights.
JD bought back.
These spears might get taken out here from the JD circle. Good bait in there initially. One knight immediately gets taken out. There's so many spears here. Pathing a little bit difficult.
Charge just does so much damage with the Burgrave Palace.
More idle time, too, from those villagers. Beastie was trying to get onto the... Oh, my gosh! No! No! Oh, no!
Oh, no. Villagers going for the fight. Pulling the shivs, but then so many villagers going down. JD getting some experience, but at what cost?
I mean, even if Marine Lord loses his whole army, which he will probably here, it has definitely more than paid off. Villagers taken out, knights taken out, more villagers still getting taken out here now.
11 villagers down at this point. JD reaches level 3, but the price that was paid was quite costly
indeed. Look at
indeed.
the next mass from Marine Lord. He's like, all right, don't worry, I got 30 more knights here on the way. Or not knights, sorry, 30 more spears here on the way to deal with your knights. Also starting
that would
to
have
snag...
been much worse.
Yeah, it would have been way worse, but now he actually is producing some knights, and he's starting to secure relics behind this, so we'll have some of that passive gold income. Beastie has been able to get back on his original gold vein, but how much is left in that original gold vein too? He's got to be starting to run low on that.
Oh, and there it is.
Oh,
just
no.
as he said it. Oh, and BC, he made farms outside of his TC range.
And so many of those villagers are low health. Yeah, JD's here. Yeah, knights are here. They can't take this fight. JD's going to try to move forward to get some AoE swings down. Marine Lord just doing such a good job kiting back and forth there. Another set of torches.
All of these villagers going to have to evacuate. We got the champions in here now as well. The men-at-arms, they do a little bit of bonus damage to those spearmen, but is it going to be enough? I do not think so.
The spearmen are just shredding those knights with the upgrades that they have. The villagers are all here as well. JD gets taken down, and Beastie gets taken down. A 4-0 for Marine Lord.
A clean sweep like that. Marine Lord able to get the victory in 4-0. And such a cleanly played set as well. Every single one of these games, it felt like Marine Lord was in control all throughout. With that, he has secured himself his position in the Grand Finals, where he's going to be facing off against Puppy Paw tomorrow.
Yeah, and Anatand now would be playing Beastie for the 3rd place match. But what a day there. What a tourney so far. Obviously, I mean, it's kind of shocking that, you know, some of the games last week were the 4-3s, and today, you know, we had a 4-1 and a 4-0. It not necessarily, I mean, the end score, it seems really one-sided, but there's still so many close games inside of there.
Yeah. There were some really, really close games, and has to be said, like both these players, or all of these players here today, really giving it their all. We saw a lot of them practicing, right? And sometimes it also just can come down to the matter of like strategies, the play styles we're up against. The Beastie that we have at the moment, I want to say, he typically plays a lot more aggressively, which so far has almost never worked up against Marine Lord. Like, Marine Lord just plays incredibly defensively, incredibly just macro-wise. He does not break under pressure. And yeah, it's just a matchup where Beastie historically, or at least in this situation, aggressive play typically just doesn't work well up against Marine Lord. It's mainly, I want to say, like, weird play can kind of work up against him. Like a player like B, a player like Anatand could make something happen. Or like a different style, like a Puppy Paw, Wham, some of the Canadian players, they can get good victories up against them. Typically, I wouldn't see players like the Spanish Bros do too well up against Marine Lord.
Yeah, he's so good at, like, just playing defensive, and AoE 4 is a defensive game in general, but it's also, you know, one of those when your opponent's being aggressive, they're the one that's more likely to kind of make that mistake. If you're, you know, reacting to raids, keeping vision of the army, keeping vision of all these different, you know, potential military groups, and Marine Lord is so good at doing that. He's also so solid at not overreacting to raids and being patient with, you know, villager pullbacks and garrisons, to where, you know, if you do decide to try to dive the gold, well, now, you know, or the outpost on the deer, as last game's an example, where all of a sudden takes a little outpost fire, takes a spearman charge, and loses that early knight.
Yeah. All of these things, they can just kind of compound, and in the end, BC was not able to recover from that position. I'm kind of surprised that he didn't make archers right off the bat, right? Like, it's a typical French and JD army composition. Maybe he tried to just make something happen there with a little bit of a weird play into going just only knights. But Burgrave, man. Burgrave and Minework, just too good of a counter there up against them.
Yeah, I also feel like that could just be the Minework play where you're not expecting the same, type of damage. You're not expecting that same upgrades. It's almost like when you're playing against ABBA and all of a sudden they get the extra Spearman range and you're like, oh, I have enough time to pull away. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, I did not have enough time to pull away because of that extra range. So a couple extra upgrades, a little bit of extra damage really does end up adding up. And what a solid 4-0 sweep there from Marine Lord.
Very solid indeed. Mic issues? 1, 2, 3. Who's got the mic issues? Oh, okay.
Not from us. All right. Well, sounds like we are going to be heading into the interview, seeing what Marine Lord's thoughts are with the series that he had just played. Congrats on the 4-0 victory there, Marine Lord. Obviously, giving yourself another spot into the finals. Big win there. What were your thoughts overall on the 4-0 sweep?
I was expecting it to be more like 4-1 or 4-2. But after first game, I was pretty confident I would win a pretty one-sided match because I felt like losing his main pick French against House of Lancaster was not so great. And I think I played this matchup pretty bad. And maybe I should not have drafted this matchup actually. When I thought about it, I was like, maybe it's wrong. Because if I have a bad spawn like I had with my gold, I had not any good plans. If I had a gold on the side, it would be way easier. But with this gold, I was like, maybe I'm gonna do this, but I'm not so sure. And Beastie played pretty well, so it was pretty complicated at first.
Yeah, me and Crackety were both surprised about the House of Lancaster choice there to start out. But just like you said, getting that win when you feel like it's a weaker civ, a weaker matchup, definitely gives you the leg up in the series. And then you followed it up with the one hybrid map that was in y'all's wheelhouse with Mongol versus Delhi. And we've seen Mongols just be top of the meta here with the tournament so far in hybrid maps. Were you surprised to see Delhi picking Beastie or Beastie picking Delhi?
Yeah, I was pretty surprised. I think Delhi Mongol is a pretty good matchup for Delhi on most weird iron maps where you can fight. Like on Golden Heights, Kawasan, and maybe some maps I don't remember. But maps like Four Lakes or Holy Island, let's say, so more macro maps, I don't think it's a very smart matchup to pick. So when I saw it, I was pretty happy. And also Delhi can be more useful than Mongols on land map, I think, so I was happy removing Delhi, I guess.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought too, where, maybe Delhi would have been stronger to save for Lipany, things of that sort. But a solid game 2. And then game 3, another just typical, your dry Arabia, China versus Rus. I'm sure you played this matchup plenty of times before. The pro scouts like we're seeing here, it felt like you just had such an extra leg up when it came to the food economy, that overall kind of mid-map control. Did it feel weird to see Rus be more defensive than China was as a whole there?
Yeah, first I'm extremely stupid because I actually meant to veto Rus, and instead I vetoed Golden Horde, I'm not sure why. But when I made that mistake, it was not too bad because both matchup would be fine. But I had a clear plan for China against Golden Horde. Against Rus, I was not so sure. So when I did this mistake, I felt very stupid, like often. And then I don't know, I just saw his spawn. I wanted his main deer pack. I didn't really care if it was forward or not, or backward. But I was praying for his second deer pack to be in the anywhere except in the back of his base. So the back is pretty unlikely, but it can happen, on the left side of the map. And if it didn't spawn there, I knew I would just win on the long run. Because China is broken, right? It's always been very strong at high level. So if you don't make any big mistake, you should win. And I don't know, it was still a weird game because he plays pretty well, I think. And also this new Rus style, we barely ever see it. So we don't really know how good the economy is. But no matter what you do against China, you just know China is gonna have a better economy. So I was just like, okay, I'm gonna play my normal plan, make some farms at some point, go Barbican, whatever. And yeah, if he goes out of Knights or Archer, I will make a transition too. And then it's just a macro game with me having a better economy. So even if he has 4 relics, I know my economy is just better.
Yeah, you were able to transition into the Chuganu very, very quickly there, and I felt like you just kind of waited until after you cleaned up that massive Horse Archer match. And then, being up in the Series 3-0, it gives you a lot of flexibility for the next couple games, whether you want to try to have some throwaway civs. So did you feel like with Coastal Cliffs, was the HRE pick more of a throwaway civ, or was it more of like a game plan there that you felt good about from the start?
I mean, it depends on the matchup, but against anything he had except Ayubid, I was pretty confident with HRE. So I was just like, okay, let's send it here. And overall, like the rest of the draft, I think was very good for me because I had some very strong civ left, like Otomo and Macedonian, for example, and Sengoku. I think those 3 civs are very good into his civs left. So I don't know, I think he was kind of fucked, no matter what.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought. I think I said this is a similar thing going in where I was like, he's got Macedonia left, he's got Ottomans, he's got to be feeling good. But you started out that game and you kind of had 2 big pickups at the same time. You picked up the villager trying to build the wall on the backside. You scouted out, obviously, that that's going to be a great food location if he can have that. And also had a huge pickup on that first night that really, I feel like, just gives HRE a lot of the breathing room and the leg up.
Yeah, just 1 night and 1 villager at the start, and I knew it was pretty much GG. He had a good spawn, so it's always dangerous. But with Jeanne d'Arc, normally you just defend forever. So even if he has a good spawn, he is the one that has to attack. And my spawn was okay, I guess. I mean, my deer was pretty forward, but it was next to my gold, so... I mean, I had a solid plan when I saw my spawn and his spawn. I just knew I had to be defensive, and then I go Burgrave, and I was very surprised when he aged up, actually. But I don't know, Jeanne d'Arc is very weird. I feel like if you don't make any mistakes, you're gonna win. But once you make 1 mistake, you die very easily. Like I did against Vortex, for example, on the group stage. Just make 1 mistake and you die, but if you don't make any, you're gonna win pretty easily, I think.
Yeah, well, great execution here today. Great, solid 4-0 victory that you had, and obviously, still got a lot in front of you here tomorrow with playing against Puppy Paul. So, we'll be cheering you on. We'll be hyped to see it and watch it. Any final thoughts going into the series tomorrow?
I mean, not really. I've been practicing with him for the last months, and he's pretty good, so it should be pretty competitive and pretty close. I'm not sure if I lost the practice against him, but it's always like 4-3, so it's just very, very close. It's very hard to beat him.
Well, hopefully it will be an extended series here tomorrow after having some quicker series here today. So good luck in that. Thanks for the interview, and like I said, we'll be cheering you on.
Thanks. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
All right. And that just leaves us now. And this time I also have the cat here with me.
Najee's sleeping in the other room finally. He chilled out, so I don't have a pet cam myself over here right now.
It's all right. We'll make do. We'll make do. But you guys are going to have to make do for the time being as well. We're taking a quick look here at the playoff schedule for tomorrow, as tomorrow is going to be the last day for the Elite Classic 4. We got the grand final with Marine Lord up against Puppy Paw. 3rd place match with Beastie up against Anatan. All of that is going to be happening tomorrow live here on twitch.tv/EGCTV. So definitely make sure to tune in. So we're going to be having a lot more of these action-packed Age of Empires 4 tournament games here. And man, I am very much looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. With that said, thank you guys so much for watching. And definitely make sure to tune in again tomorrow for EGCTV. Till then, have a great one.